key fixture. It's the fourth round of matches in the regional tournament, and we are at a very crucial stage in the tournament where we have got a tussle at the top of the standings. There are four teams who are evenly poised, and just a matter of 4 or 5 points separate the first four teams. And today we have got the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They are in second position. They have been playing exceptionally good cricket, especially in that last fixture in the third round when they destroyed Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, a brand new sporting venue for regional cricket here in the Caribbean. And that was a tremendous match for the Leeward Islands. They are up against their arch rivals and neighbors, the Windward Island Volcanoes. And Windward Island Volcanoes, they've been struggling badly in this year's tournament. As a matter of fact, they are in the cellar position. They've got just 15.6 points, and all of those points would have been bonus points for batting or bowling. They have not secured any points in terms of winning on first innings or winning outright. They've lost all 3 matches so far, so they are really up against it. They've lost the toss. Leeward Islands Hurricane won the toss, and they decided to take first strike. And no doubt they would want to bat on this surface because it looks an extremely good surface here at the Queen's Park Oval. My name is Anil Raja, and I'll be joined in a very short while by Mr. Colin Murray, and we're getting ready for the action here at the Queen's Park Oval. Field is already well set. I'll give you the teams in a very short while as we are about to see the first ball here being bowled at the Queen's Park Oval in this 4th round match, and it is very well pushed out on the outside, and they are off and running. The very first delivery pushed out at cover, and a single there, it looks like Hodge. Hodge is off the mark, and the Leeward Islands, they are off and running, 1 for no loss in the very first delivery. We've got a couple other matches as well playing simultaneously today. We've also got TNT up against Barbados. They are 2 of the teams who are in the top 4. As a matter of fact, the Barbados Pride, they are the leaders in the standings with 47.2 points. And they are closely followed by the Leeward Islands, who are on 46.4 points. And the TNT Red Force, they are on 3rd with 43 points. So Hodge is off the mark. And it brings the left-handed Kieran Powell, who is in tremendous form. And he'd be taking strike, and he pushes back along the pitch. Nice looking push down to mid-off. 3 slips a gully. There's a man at point, a cover and a mid-off. That's the field on the offside. He's got 7 men on the offside, really. And on the onside, the deep fine leg, and there is a man at short mid-on. Lovely sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval, and we have had wonderful weather for the last 3rd round of matches, where we were uninterrupted by the weather. We had 4 complete days of brilliant sunshine, and notable as well, none of these matches in the Regional 40 Championship for 22 have ended in draws. All 9 matches, there were decisive results, and every team who participated would have played in some exciting cricket, because we have not had any drawn matches. As I get ready to welcome fellow commentator, no stranger to Cricket 360, he is Mr. Colin Murray. He is just now taking his seat here, marking his guard more or less. Probably was in a bit of a hustle this morning. Nice weather condition. Good morning, Mr. Colin Murray.
Good morning to you, Mr. Raja. It's been a lovely day, actually. Yesterday we had a lot of rain throughout the country, and one would have thought, one hoped that today would have been brilliant sunshine, and so it is. Really brilliant sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval in what is going to be a very interesting game. The second place team, Leeward Islands, facing up the bottom team, Windwards. And Powell, as you rightly said, in tremendous form, getting a century, 139, in the first innings against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and then got run out. Unfortunately, run out. A brilliant bit of fielding by Akil Hussain that ran him out in the second innings for a well-played 83. So he's really in tip-top form. Pitch looks in good condition. A little bit of grass here and there, but nothing really. It should be good for batting, and I would think, as this game progresses, it may keep a little lower and may have some turn. But McSween getting a little bit of swing, a little bit of a movement from Powell, but it's the end of the first over, and at the end of it, it's one without loss. Leeward Islands choosing to bat first, winning the toss and choosing to bat. Hodges on one, Powell yet to get off the mark.
Yes, Colin, I was down there earlier on having a look at the pitch, and boy, does it look in pristine condition. It looks like a lovely batting surface, as you said. Not a lot of grass, and it's very, very hard. It's been well rolling, and from that first over, you could see that there's a nice little carry and bounce. So we expect that this is going to be a good batting surface, and I expect that it would remain like that for most of the day's play.
Yeah, and Leeward Islands, when you look at the Leeward Islands, they're brimful of confidence, having got that 357 and 241 for 7 declared against the Trinidad and Tobago team. They've already played at the Oval, and they absolutely hammered Guyana here in the second round when they bowled Guyana out cheaply for 116, and then they amassed 438 for 7, and eventually winning that game by innings and 57 runs. So they would fancy their chances here at the Queen's Park Oval. Martin, the man who's operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And it's the first time I'm seeing him, Martin.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Martin. From the indications of that first over they're calling, obviously the new ball would move around a little bit. There was a little bit of movement through the air, but I didn't see a lot of movement off the pitch. So we'd have to look at it and see how it pans out here this morning at the Queen's Park Oval.
He's a tall man, isn't he? Martin is, I would think he looks, had no ball, so why would he be overstepping? But based on just looking at him, he looks like 6'6", 6'7".
Very tall guy indeed.
Should get some bounce.
He's got a nice looking action, very straight in his approach, and he's very high up when he's delivering, so can be a bit of a problem if he hits the right length, and can be consistent with his line as well. He's well built for a fast bowler, coming from very high up. Here he is, right arm over the wicket, and this is driven back and fielded by Martin himself. Similar feel for the right-handed Hodge. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off. There was 7 men on the offside, and in the onside, a normal mid-on and a man at the fine leg boundary, a bit wide. So it's a ploy that the Leeward Islands used in their last game against the TNT Red Force, and it worked wonderfully well for them, where they bowled to one side of the field. So we've seen that the Windward Islands, they have adopted this style of attack. Colin, a very strong offside field and bowling to the line.
Yeah, we've seen that. We saw a lot of that in the Leeward Islands game against Trinidad and Tobago, where the opening bowlers tend to bowl with a 7-2 field. 3 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, and then they've got a wideish mid-on and a man at fine leg. So again, it gives you the impression that they're going to be bowling outside the line of the off stump. This is a good shot from Hodge, playing right back along. No forceful drive, just a push. Went straight back up the track and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. But Hodge, who didn't score in the first innings against Trinidad and Tobago, but batted pretty well in the second innings when he got to 39, put on a partnership of 92 with Powell, played some really nice shots, particularly on the leg side, very wristy player.
Well, these two are in probably the form of their lives, Colin. Kieran Powell, as you said, 139 plus 83 in that last game against the Red Force, and Monson Hodge as well, even though he didn't score in the first innings. He came back with a blistering 80 odd in the second innings, and he really did score very quickly. Scored very quickly.
Yeah, the thing with Hodge, when you look at his average for the season, it's not all that great. He's batted 5 times. He's only scored 122, and of that 122, he had 1 innings of 71. So he would be a little bit disappointed in his return so far. He's only averaging 24 as he gets a single off the final delivery of the over. So 2 overs have been completed. It's Leeward Islands winning the toss, 3 without loss. Whereas Powell, in his 5 innings, he has amassed 366 runs, almost 3 times the amount of runs that Hodge has got, and of Powell with that 139. But he's had 102 50s, and he's averaging 73 at this point in time. So his return, I mean, and if he gets another good score in this match, I think he would be certainly addressing the West Indies selectors for test status.
Well, he did play with a lot of authority in that 89 he made in the second innings in the last round matches. So everything is there for the taking as far as these Leeward Island batsmen are concerned. This is pushed into an open cover region, and there's going to be just a single. It didn't really travel too quickly. Basically a defensive shot, but he pushed at it, and he got a single. Total now goes on to 4 for no loss. Leeward Island having won the toss here this morning at the Queen's Park Oval and deciding to take first strike. No surprise there in wanting to bat first on that surface, Colin.
Yeah, absolutely no surprise. Preston McSween has had 8 wickets so far in the tournament. Very good, consistent left-arm medium pacer. So he, as Powell gets off the mark with that single. So the Leewards lineup, Jamar Hamilton is back. He, of course, missed the game against Trinidad and Tobago, but he is back. And then there's Rakeem Cornwall, Kieran Powell, Devon Thomas, Monson Hodge, Terence Ward, Colin Archibald, Amir Jangu, Ross Powell, Jeremiah Louis, and Daniel Durham. So surprisingly, Shino Berridge has been left out. Anil, I thought he bowled pretty well in the game against Trinidad and Tobago, picking up a couple of wickets. And I'm a little surprised that he's left out. Then for the Windwards team, they're captained by Kavim Hodge, Kieran Kotoy. That's a ball coming back into the right-hander. Not much pace at the moment from these two. Bowling just about fast medium, but we haven't seen any devastating pace from Darius Martin or from Preston McSween. Yes, so just running through the Windwards team, there's Hodge, Kotoy, Devon Smith. He seems to be playing till he can't play anymore. He's right back here with this Windwards team. Dennis Smith, Kimani Melias, Alec Athanase. I saw him in the first game against Guyana, and he looked pretty good. He's timing the ball well. He got a half century, got 70 odd, and he gave it away. And there's Kenneth Denver, the off spinner. Darius Martin, who's come in to the team for his first game. Then there's Joss Thomas. He had his game against the Jamaicans, picked up 3 wickets in that game for 56 runs. And then there's Ashi Auguste. So 2 interesting lineups, but you have to say, based on the table, Anil, the Leeward Islands must start here as overwhelming favorites to win this game.
Well, yeah, they look poised to probably at least to even go ahead in the standings as well, Colin, if they should score an outright victory here. I mean, that Barbados, they're up against the TNT Red Force. That game should be a fairly more even game than this one here at the Queen's Park Oval.
There we see Hodge playing that favorite shot. He just flicks it away and picks up a boundary. Once you line it on the pad of once you line it on the pad of Hodge, maybe middle and leg, going down the leg side, he's going to just whip it away. Very risky stroke, and he's played that so often against the Red Force, and he's done it here again today. Lovely shot, and he gets his first boundary, and it's 9-0. Hodge is on 7.
It's very well played by Hodge. It was pitched just about leg, but he timed it so beautifully and turned it on contact, kept it on the ground all along the way, and it went to the square leg boundary quite quickly. It's a very fast outfield here. I've never seen the Queen's Park Oval in such lovely condition in terms of the ball running very quickly. It's been well rolled. It's been cut very low, so you expect that the ball, as we saw in that last shot there, is going to be speeding to the boundary here at the Queen's Park Oval. Good batting track as well. It's very hard. It's devoid of grass, more or less, and it looks a very good surface. So no doubt Leeward Island, having won the toss and decided that they are going to take first strike. One of the slips has been removed for Kieran Powell. 2 slips are gully now.
Yeah, and Martin coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Interesting move.
Kieran Powell sending a very powerful message to the West Indian selectors. No doubt he would want to strengthen that message here today. And I don't see any reason why he shouldn't go on and get another big one here, because he's got a lot of confidence. He is in the form of his life, actually, and he's got a very good batting surface here. Lovely weather as well.
Yeah, it's perfect conditions for batting, isn't it? Winning the toss, you've just come off a victory against a leading team, Powell in particular getting a century and a half century. You just can't wait to get back out into the middle and bat again.
So Darius Martin has decided to go around the wicket to the left-handed Kieran Powell with a very strong offside field again. There are 6 men on the offside. 2 slips a gully. Here is Martin. And Powell watchfully comes forward and plays it back along the wicket. Those other matches would be of a lot of interest as well, Colin, because I think that the tussle has really now become a lot obvious, because a couple decisions, TNT losing outright, the Windward Islands winning outright by a huge margin, and then we had the Barbados Pride. They went down to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Guyana making a comeback as well with 2 victories from 3 matches. So we have had 4 teams who have had 2 victories and 1 loss. So the closeness in points at the top: 47.2 Barbados, 46.4 Hurricanes, 43 TNT Red Force, Guyana Happy Eagles on 41.4, Scorpions on 29.6, and the Volcanoes, they trail on 15.6. Exciting there, Colin.
So any of the first 4, they're poised to take the championship.
Yes, very much so. So this is why I say this round of matches is extremely important for all of the teams vying to win the Regional 4-day tournament this season. And we would be updating our viewers and listeners as well with scores in those other matches, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interest in this first day.
The Trinidad-Barbados game, I would think who loses in that game, they can say goodbye to the championship this year. So it's so important, that game, and the winner of that particular game can very well go on to win the tournament. But don't discount the Leewards. They're playing really some good cricket. That ball just came back at Powell. He started very sedately at the end of the over, second over from Martin. He's now bowled 2 overs, none for 2. It's 9-0. Powell has started very, very sedately. He's just very much watchful, pushing the ball out in front of him. He hasn't played any real attacking shots. But give Martin credit. I think he's just bowling back of a length at the moment and not giving any sort of half volleys or pitching it up for Powell to go into the drive.
Yes, you're right. Good line and length there, as you said, from Martin. But you were there the last game, Colin, when we saw Kieran Powell. He started in a very similar fashion. He was unperturbed and he was very cautious. He was playing everything on merit, and we were wondering, well, when is Kieran Powell going to get going? But he really showed us why he took his time and got himself really set for a big one, and that is what he did exactly. So don't be surprised if he can score another big one here today.
Yeah, is it a change in his approach to innings now, Anil? Because over the years we've seen Powell very much a swashbuckling type of player, trying to dominate from ball one and very adventurous stroke play. He seems, and I don't want to talk too early, but he seems to have curbed that, especially at the beginning of his innings, and seems now want to build an innings. That's going to run away for 4. Not a good line from McSween, pitching it just outside the line of the leg stump, and Hodge very, very strong on the leg side, just flicked it very fine. There's a man down at fine leg, but he is a little bit square, and that went fine into the boundary. So that's his second boundary. He's into double figures. He's on 11. It's 13 for none.
One thing about Munson Hodge, Colin, he's very, very quick to pounce on the bad deliveries, and once it's a ball there to be hit, I mean, he's going to go with a shot, and we saw that in the last innings and he played against the TNT Red Force. And here this morning, 2 bad deliveries, and he's put it away. So you can't really serve up too many bad deliveries to Munson Hodge. You're going to pay the price.
That's much better, just lining it outside the line of the off stump. He had to play at it, and you could see him, Hodge, just pushing at that delivery, and didn't really cover it, and so it came off a thickish outside edge and went one bounce or a couple bounces in front of Gully. But he was very circumspect, because that delivery was a good delivery, was a good line, good length, and Hodge wasn't sure if it was going to come back at him or leave him. And he was almost playing half-court, not getting right out to the pitch and covering the ball.
He played with very soft hands, though, to ensure that it didn't travel to slip if it had taken the edge. This is now played out to the mid-wicket area. And good adjustment. This ball was just about leg stump, and he opened up and just played it on the onside quite confidently for a single. And in that other game as well, Colin, between Guyana and Jamaica at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, that one holds a lot of interest as well, because Guyana, they are within striking range as well. Remember, they are on 41.4 points, and the leaders, Barbados Pride, they are on 47. So not a lot between them. If they can pull off a victory against Jamaica, who incidentally won by a huge margin in their last game, I thought it was by an innings and 14 runs against the Windward Islands. So they as well, they seem to be running into some form. So that game now, they should hold some interest as well.
I agree with you. And don't discard the Jamaicans, because the Jamaicans, if they can get a victory against Guyana, they would put themselves in with an outside chance, because it would depend on other results. They would have, well, we know that Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, one or maybe both of them, if that game draws, both of them will be dropping points. And if Jamaica can win, and the Leewards are held by Windwards, Jamaica could very well go into the last round seeking an outright victory, and may very well, if they can get an outright victory in the final game, may very well find themselves with an outside chance of winning the tournament. So it's still all to play for with all these teams. And at this point in time, it's difficult to predict who can win this championship. But the Leewards are certainly putting themselves in contention, because when you're playing against the bottom team, you expect to win that game. So it should be interesting from here on. This round is going to really tell who may very well walk away with the West Indies championships.
Well, it's very good to know that we'd actually have to wait on the very last round of matches to see who would really emerge as the champions for 2022. But at this stage, I mean, there's a lot of interest, and one of any 4 teams can win, even 5. As you just rightly said, you can't rule out the Jamaica Scorpions.
No, well, I think if of the five, the Jamaican Scorpions would probably have the least chance of pulling it off. But mathematically, they're still in it. But thing with them is that they will have to depend on other results. Whereas the Leewards, you could almost say it's in their hands. I think they've got Jamaica in the final game.
Well, this is what I was going to point out. They have probably the two of the weaker teams in the final two rounds of matches.
Even if they were to get a victory here, the Leewards, and the Jamaica would not want them to win outright. They would probably want this game to draw, and the Leewards dropping more points. So if they go into the last game, if they can win outright and go into into the last game against the Leewards and get an outright victory, as I said, they would have an outside chance. But it's good for the tournament. I think when we enter the third round and there's no runaway leaders at the moment, you've got four teams all on 40, just over 40 points, and it's all to play for. Again, we see Powell. I don't think he's played an aggressive shot for the morning. He's just very much in defense, pushing the ball around. He's won from 16 deliveries. And when you look at Hodge, who's 13 from 18, it just tells you the mindset so far this morning of Powell. And we do know that once he gets the pace, the bounce, the conditions here, he can certainly get after the bowling.
Well, he knows for sure once he gets himself well set, he has a very good pitch to bat on. So he's looking for a big one, I'm sure. He's looking to bat very long, Kieran Powell. Monson Hodge, on the other hand, is a bit freer, playing just a bit more shots. But to be honest, and to be fair to Kieran Powell, he has not had too many bad deliveries. I thought that Martin has kept a very good line against him from around the wicket.
Well, he had his first aggressive shot with that last delivery because Martin shortened it at him. Not a bouncer by any means. Not sure if he was trying to bowl the bouncer, but it ended up being just a short delivery waist high, and Powell was pulling it down. There's a deep backward square, so Powell only gets a single because he hit it straight to the man out there. No ball from Martin. That's really unacceptable. It's his second no ball now.
Still maintaining that very strong offside feel. He's put an extra man on the onside this time. So 2 slips, a gully. There's a backward point, a cover and a mid-off. It's just the 6 men now on the offside. He's brought in a mid-wicket on the onside. There's a mid-on and a fine leg. Short, cut away. That's a good diving stop at backward point.
Picks up a single because it was a good diving stop, but it just went beyond the man there at that point position, and they were able to pick up a single. But not a good delivery from Martin. He got away with that one because, as I said, it was short and it should have been put away.
When last have we had all 9 matches in the regional for the tournament ending in decisive results, Colin?
Yeah,
no drawn matches.
Yeah,
that's a
very
rarity.
interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting.
Well, for one thing, it tells you that probably the regional batsmen are not batting long.
Yeah, well, that's one way to look at it. This is another good shot from Powell. Another short delivery. So he's not afraid to be pulling. He's keeping it down. He's getting right on top of the ball when Martin delivers these short balls, and he's pulling it, but he's pulling it down, keeping it well down. So the end of the over, 19 for none. Powell is 3, Hodges 14. Yeah, you know, when going back to that topic, and you have to maybe say that the regional batsmen are just not batting long enough. But you look at some of the scores in the games. I mean, Barbados 521 for 8 declared, Jamaica 328, 233, Leeward Islands 346, Barbados 324. So we've had some good totals. So it's not to say even in the, I mean, yes, we've had some poor totals as well. Trinidad and Tobago in the last game, 100 and bowled out for 140. So I think it's just as here they go through for a quick single. Well, I tell you what, if that had hit the stumps, Hodge could have been in trouble. He looked very slow getting off the mark.
Well, he actually gave up.
Yeah, he seemed to be
He would have been way out. He would have been way out. He gave up really. I don't think he was trying to make his ground.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see that again if we could. But it looked as if he was struggling to regain his, to get. I don't think he was expecting the call from Powell, and he was very slow in taking off.
Yeah, he probably was slow. I don't think Powell would have called him if the run was known, because Powell had a good view of it. Probably Monson Hodge a bit slow in getting off the mark, not backing up properly, and not running right out for that run. He was way out. He actually shrugged his shoulders and decided, look, if he hits it, I'm going to be out.
It's very strange. Well, he's still there. The most important thing for the Leewards, he's on 14, having faced 21 deliveries. And the left-handed Powell, he's just on 4. But he's been very watchful. Kieran Powell. Sure, when he starts to blossom and play a few more shots, he's going to be among the runs. McSween tending to bring the ball back to the right-hander, waiting to see if he can maybe pitch one up and angle it away from Hodge. But so far he's been bringing the ball back to the right-hander, cramping him for room. And he's bowling to a 6-3 field because of his movement back into the right-hander. He's got 2 slips and a gully for the ball just leaving Hodge. But in general, his stock ball has been the one coming back at the right-handed Hodge. It's a well played, not a drive by Hodge, just a push as it was pitched up to him. That delivery didn't come back. I was the one just straightening, and Hodge was equal to it.
Yeah, not a lot of movements with the new ball from the Windward Island Volcanoes fast bowlers.
Are you surprised at that, Anil?
Well, not really. I thought the conditions are ideal for batting. It doesn't appear as though the fast bowlers have the ability to move the ball either way with a great amount of accuracy. Not a lot of movements here. This one did come back, but that was through the air. Not seeing a lot of balls moving off the pitch. Very bare pitch, Colin. Not a lot of grass, so that wouldn't be too encouraging for any fast bowler.
It's but you know, it's interesting because you've got the new ball. It's a new first morning of a game. I would think you would want to bend your back and hit the deck hard. Yeah, you know, it's doesn't appear to have much grass on it, but still bend your back, see what you can get out of it. And the first, there must be a little bit of preparation, moisture. This is the one. It's just pitches and just straightens. Doesn't come back to the right-handed Hodge. Handle it well, allowing it to go through. The end of the over, 20 for none. Yeah, you must have had a slight preparation, moisture. Not only that, Anil, yesterday it rained consistently throughout the day. So this pitch was covered for most of Tuesday. It would have been, the covers would have come off early this morning, and the sun would have hit it maybe from about 6 o'clock or thereabouts. But still, I would have thought, based on yesterday, with the amount of rain that fell and the covering of the pitch, and of course the preparation, you, as a fast bowler, on this pitch this morning, you would have wanted to bend your back a little bit, see what you could get out of it. Because let's face facts, if you're going to get anything out of this pitch, you've got to do it before lunch.
Yeah, you bet that, because it is going to dissipate fairly quickly because the sun has been out all morning and it has been very hot indeed. So you've got to be prepared if you're a fast bowler for a hard day's work.
I like the look of Martin. He's tall, he's well built, I would like, though, to maybe if he can add a couple yards pace to that frame, you know, because he's just about fast medium, but he's such a tall man. You know, he's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length. I would just like to see a yard or two more pace from him.
It's an interesting field placing. He's posted a man on the square leg boundary. There's also the deep fine leg, a bit wide. So probably the intention is to serve up a couple short pitch deliveries and see if Kieran Powell is tempted to go for the hook shot. Let's wait and see. Two men behind square, one forward of square, one at that fine leg.
Yeah, it's his first game. So he's probably has a little bit of nerves. And Powell is going to get a single. It's just coming on the front foot. Pushing it to the right of mid-off. And immediately called for the single. Powell looking so confident and so comfortable. As I said, hasn't played any expansive drives. Played a couple pull shots to short deliveries. But he hasn't played any expansive drives outside the line of the off stump or straight back past the bowler. He's been very, very watchful. It's been a good start from the Leeward Islands so far, these two openers.
Yeah, very watchful, especially from Kieran Powell. But here's Martin. Oh, that's going to be close. That is gone. That is a beauty.
Martin, look at him go. He's picked up his first wicket and he took off towards a cover, and that came back at Hodge, and he was backing across, didn't get onto the front foot and was struck in front. The appeal went up, and Martin, in his first game, picks up his first wicket here, that of Montin Hodge, LBW, with one that came back, and Hodge makes his way back to the pavilion. LBW bowled Martin for 14 from 26 balls. It's 21 for 1, and what joy from Darius Martin.
Well, he has all rights to be celebrating, because that was a beautiful delivery there from Martin. It pitched just about off stump, slightly outside off stump, but Hodge was on the back foot and he was caught. That ball came right back to him and struck him right in front of the middle stump, hitting him on the back foot. So no chance there really. The umpire immediately went up with that index finger. So the Leeward Islands, they have lost Monson Hodge with the score on 21.
Yeah, he never got on the front foot. He was backing across and never got out to the pitch of the ball. And so once that happened and that ball came back, he was struck plumb in front. So Hodge goes, LBW Martin for 14. He faced 21 deliveries, and it's now 21 for 1. And the new batsman seems to be
Ross Powell.
Ross Powell, yeah. He's come into the team and he's batting in that. Come into the team and is batting in that all important position of number 3. So there's Kieran Powell and Ross Powell at the crease.
Interesting, with two left-handers now. Might make it just a bit easier for the bowlers in that they don't have to adjust the line as if it were a left-hander and a right-hander in the wicket. So they mightn't have too much worry with two left-handers in the wicket, especially with that delivery that got Monson Hodge out. It pitched and it came back to the right-hander. So if he can get that ball to pitch just about off middle and off and get it to move away from the left-hander as well, it would be a very good delivery. But that would be just a little more difficult now that he has decided to go around the wicket. He's coming with an angle. Much more difficult to get the ball to go away from the left-hander with that angle.
Well, they've gone with 3 slips and a gully for the new batsman. And he's got the protection at mid-wicket, and that's the thing. When you're bowling with a 6-3 field, if you pitch that ball on the stump, say maybe middle and leg, you've got the protection on the onside. And he did have the protection there as the man was fielding at that forward square leg. and there was no run. So the end of the over, the end of a successful over for Darius Martin, he's picked up the wicket of Bunsen Hodge, and the Leeward Islands are 21 for 1, and the two Powells, Kieran and Ross, are at the wicket, and they would be looking to consolidate after having that, losing the wicket of Hodge. These two would be looking to carry on and see if they can at least bat maybe until the luncheon interval.
Well, they didn't have to wait too long for the break through the volcanoes. And the man doing it was Martin, Darius Martin. And this is a good delivery here from Preston McSween. The left-arm fast medium, pitching it just about off stump. It was shaping away from the left-handed Kieran Powell. He was right in behind it and watched it all the way. He played that exceptionally well. So easily could have gotten an edge to that delivery. But he decided that he was going to watch it all the way onto the bat. No replay. 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, a cover, and a mid-off. Oh my goodness, this is the same thing I was speaking about the previous delivery. So easily could have gotten an edge. This time he was beaten. All ends up Kieran Powell. That ball moved beautifully away from the left-hander. Preston McSween producing an absolute beauty that so far has been the delivery of the morning. Leeward Islands having just lost the wicket, that of Monson Hodge. A fine leg and a short mid-on, the only 2 men on the onside. It's a beauty. A minute ago they called in. I'm sorry that you missed it. It pitched just and about off stump and it moved away from Powell, beating him. All ends up past very close to the outside edge.
Yeah, and that's the thing with McSween. He tends to every now and again produce deliveries like that. He's a good bowler. There's no doubt about it. Not express pace, but he's got the ability to swing the ball both ways.
Oh.
There again, swinging that ball away from Powell. Probably just needs Anil to start it a little closer to the off stump.
Yeah, if you can get it a little closer, have more of a chance of getting the edge. Also, if you can get that ball to go back into the left-handed batsman, well, then he would have some serious weapons there to use against Kieran Powell. Windward Islands in their familiar green cap.
That's a good shot. Again, we see the movement from McSween. He's taking the ball up to Powell and just moving it away from the left-hander. That was pitched up to him this time. And so he was on that front foot and he was covering that swinging delivery. He was right on top of it. And so it went along the ground towards that point position. But as you rightly said, if he can get that ball now and he'll to come back at Kieran Powell, that would put something new in the mind of Powell.
Oh my, that one did come back, but it came back pretty late. It was a good delivery there from McSween. Well, you was asking if he can bring it back. He did. Just a bit too late, though. It's a good over there from Preston McSween. So Windward Islands looking to make some further inroads into the Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting lineup. They've got a big stumbling block in front of them in the form of Kieran Powell in tremendous form. Getting a big 100, 139, and then 83 in the second innings against the TNT Red Force. And he became the first batsman to score 100 at the spanking new Diego Martin Sporting Complex. It's the latest, really, regional first-class cricket venue, and it was it is an excellent facility. Beautiful ground down at Diego Martin down there last week.
Jaden Seals had the first ever wicket in a regional game there. when he picked up Hodge for naught in the first innings. Seals actually picked up 5 wickets.
Looked a bit awkward there.
Couldn't prevent Trinidad and Tobago from losing that game by a wide margin, 189 runs.
Ross Hodge looked a bit awkward there with that shot calling. He was dropping the back knee, and I don't know what he was trying to do, but he managed to keep it out of the stumps.
Well, I got the impression he was looking to play it somewhere, maybe mid-off, extra cover.
Came back
and he just wasn't to the pitch.
Came back in late, it appeared. That's a better forward defensive from Hodge, from Powell.
He still looked a little bit tentative there when he went forward.
Well, he's just come in, really. He's just faced about 4 or 5 deliveries. So he would be looking to really sight the ball better and get himself set. He's got a senior partner at the other end, so all he's got to do is be cautious and ensure that he plays with the middle of the bat until he can start striking it nicely. 3 slips a gully, a man back with a point and a mid-off. There's a big gap between mid-off and the man at point, driven, and that's straight through the gap.
That's a good shot because it was pitched up to him. He didn't seem to time it all that well, and I don't think it's going to get into the boundary. No, it doesn't. They're just going to pick up 2 runs, but he was pushing at it. It was a half volley. Even though he got onto the front foot and he was over the ball, I don't think he timed it as well as he would have liked. And the fieldsman gave chase. This outfield is pretty quick, but the fieldsmen were able to give chase and pull that back from the boy. Seemed to be Melius, the one who gave chase, and they only picked up 2 runs. Powell is off the mark, but I must say, it was a delivery that should have been put away for 4 runs.
Well pitched up delivery there from Martin. Thought that ball could have been driven. It looked like a half volley to me. But as you say, he's in a watchful mood, Ross Powell.
Well, it's his first game, Anil. So, when you're playing in your first game, you tend to be, of course, you want to do well. And you want to also cement your place for the next game. I think he's batting in this all-important number 3 position, which tells me that the team's management, they've got a lot of confidence in him and his ability.
Well, he's gotten his opportunity. He's got to cash in here. A short mid-on, a man just forward of the square leg umpire and a fine leg on the leg side. This one is more on the stump.
That's an interesting field. The guy there, who is that? It looks like Denver. It is, no, or is it Josh Thomas? It seems to be Josh Thomas, the man there at that. It's a short mid-on, almost as if they're giving me the impression that if Powell looks to on-drive, tends to play it a little bit uppishly. Now, I have no evidence of that because I've not seen him play an on-drive here yet this morning. So they may have done their homework, or they should have done their homework, and they feel that's a chink in the armor of Powell. He plays a delivery down to fine leg. Denver is down there. I think 1 bounce. He was helping it on the way, but he hit it in the air. A very dangerous thing to do because there is that Denver is down at fine leg. And he came in to do the fielding, and it was dropping in front of him, but could so easily had carried all the way down to Denver because it was not a good ball. It was short, and Powell didn't get over it, Ross Powell. And he could have so easily have been caught. But it's the end of the over. He's on 3. Kieran Powell is on 5. It's 24 for 1.
Well, that wasn't all that far away from the man at the deep fine leg, Denver. It dropped just about 2 to 3 meters in front of him. It was in the air for a long while, so he wasn't in total control of that pull shot, Ross Powell, and could easily have gone down to the man at deep fine leg. But give him credit, he probably did turn the wrist on it and kept it down a bit, but just a bit too close for comfort. So 24 for 1 Leeward Islands. Kieran Powell is on 5 and of 28 deliveries, while Ross Powell, he just got off the mark with a couple through cover, and then that pull shot down to fine leg. He's on 3 of 8 deliveries. A change in the bowling. Preston McSween has been removed, and it's going to be Kenneth Denver.
Yeah, the off spinner.
Yep.
He's another tall bowler for an off spinner. He's got a slip on a forward short leg, so and a very short extra cover in skipper Hodge. So they're looking to apply some pressure on Ross Powell. That delivery, a quick delivery, pushing it through. Didn't give it any air. So he was pushing it through at Ross Powell. Very interesting action with Denver. He's about to deliver. He has this hop and then just carries through with his run. Just a few steps, but as he's about to bowl, he just has this sort of hop, almost a hop, a skip, and a jump, and delivers. But I remember seeing him against Guyana, and he was very steady. He kept the ball just on or around the off stump, getting some turn here at the Queens, especially on day 3. He started to get a little bit of turn and caused some problems for the Guyanese batsman.
Well, he's accustomed bowling very long spells. Once he gets the ball in his hands, very difficult to get it away from him. Colin reminds me so much of the former T&T off spinner, the late Ranjit Anand.
Well, the difference was he was the captain. so you couldn't tell him when to bowl and how to bowl and why to bowl. Yeah, but Ranji was one who bowled for long spells. Started his career as a medium pacer, and when I first saw Ranji and was playing against him, he was always a strong guy, big burly individual, and started off as a medium pacer. And I think the story has it as Denver has completed his first over, just getting back to the game, completed his first over 24 for 1. Story is he went into the nets and started to bowl off spin. I don't know if he was tired or what, and he was turning the ball big. You know, he was getting a massive amount of turn on a concrete strip kind of thing. And somebody said to him, well, maybe you should bowl off spin. And he went on to not only bowl off spin, but a very successful off spinner, played a test match. Funnily enough, he played a test match, picked up 4 wickets, and never played a test after that.
Yeah, and he always spoke about that.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
I can remember him when you mentioned he was a medium pacer. That's correct, Colin. We used to play in the colleges league in those days, and I can remember Ranjinana and this big guy running up with this new ball. I was opening the batting for Hillview College. We were playing presentation, and I was shivering my boots actually.
Big, I can imagine you at that age.
Yeah, very small.
You must have been even more tiny,
Yes,
more small than you are
very,
now.
very diminutive.
You've never been a very weighty individual.
Well, boy, I really had it sometimes in the colleges league because there was nothing like helmets in those days.
That's right, yeah.
Even the glove that you wore, it wasn't a lot of protection in that.
That's right. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's an excellent delivery from Thomas. So, a new bowler.
Double change.
While we've been talking about the past, a new bowler. So it's been a double change because Josh Thomas is the man coming into the attack. He had the one game he's played thus far, picked up 3 wickets for 56 runs. And he started right arm fast medium. Another tall individual. These Windward Islands bowlers are pretty tall. But that was an excellent delivery to Kieran Powell. It was right up in the block hole, and give him credit, he played it well in the end. That's too wide. Now Thomas seems to be, Anil, even though it's his second ball, generating a little bit more pace than both McSween and Martin. Yeah, he seems to be generating a lot more pace than them. It's, as I said, it's only his second delivery, but that one was, because he tried to bowl it a little quicker, lost his line and was too far outside the line of the off stump.
A little surprised that Darius Martin was removed. I thought that he at least should have been given another over. He looked pretty good. He picked up the first wicket, and that last over, he had the batsman in a bit of bother. So I thought that he would have been given another over. But here is Josh Thomas, as you were saying. He looks a lot more livelier than Martin.
Yeah, he's bending his back. There's no doubt about it. Because even that third delivery, it was short, it was lifting, but it was too wide of the off stump. And it's given Powell the opportunity to have a look at Thomas now, look at his pace, look at his bounce, and settle back in. But he's really running in and bending his back. That's a good shot. It's probably going to pick up 2, as Denver had to.
Oh my goodness, that's a clash.
Yeah, that was very accidental. Smith was looking at the ball, Never was looking at Powell. And Powell was trying to hustle in to get home for that second run. But that's a good shot from Powell. He was whipping it down to more of a wideish, or maybe more of a backward square leg. And the man at fine leg had to run around to his right to do the fielding. They were able to pick up 2 runs.
Well, that was an over-pitch delivery, angling to Powell, and very well played.
That's a little better line from Thomas, as he that delivery didn't have as much pace as the ones before. So he's obviously just cut his pace slightly to get his line right. Once you can get your line right, Anil, then you can up your pace. A lot of bowlers though tend to try to bowl too quickly from the first ball, and they don't get the line right.
Yeah, you're right. Looks like the weather is changing a bit here in Port of Spain, Colin. We started with brilliant, so that's a good shot. Good drive down to widest mid-off, a tumbling save there by, it looked like, Darius Martin. Yeah, the weather seems to be changing a bit, Colin. The forecast wasn't all that favourable for cricket. There was brilliant sunshine or so since the morning. It's now very overcast. Yeah.
Let's hope it's Sahara dust and being overcast. But yeah, let's hope that the rain stays away. And thing is, even though we are in the wet season, from what the forecasters have said, and we haven't been. It tends to be a quick, sharp shower, and then it subsides. Except for yesterday, of course, when it rained for most of the day. Let's hope that it doesn't happen today.
Well, it's not heavy clouds, really. Light, high clouds, so if there's a strong wind, can probably blow it over. Not a lot of spectators in this early Wednesday morning at the Queen's Park Oval. I don't know if they might be making their way down here a little later on in the day, but it's free admission. And I think that you should be coming down here at the Queen's Park Oval to see the Leeward Islands up against our rivals, the Windward Islands.
The old days, Anil, they were the combined islands.
Okay.
I remember playing when I started playing youth cricket. We came up against the combined islands. That's in the air. Oh, just above the head of the man there jumping. Is that Martin? He got both hands there. I thought Powell, that's McSween at the mid-on position. He may have mistimed his jump slightly, but I thought also Powell seemed to hold back on the shot. He seemed to start to go over the top, and for some unknown reason, at the last minute just held it back and gave McSween the opportunity to take the catch.
Well, that was very well bowled by Kenneth Denver. I thought that he slowed it a bit, and there was a bit of loop in it. This is what probably caught Kieran Powell. He thought he was going to reach the pitch, and the ball just dropped quickly before it reached him, and he was done into the drive. That's very disappointing there from McSween that he didn't hold on to that catch. It wasn't a very difficult catch. As you said, he probably did go up just a bit too soon.
Yeah,
Because
I
when he was
thought
when he was on his way down, the ball then struck his hand.
Yeah, that's what
So
I thought.
he mistimed the jump a bit, but that should have been taken because you don't want to give Kieran Powell an early life as that.
You certainly don't, because he can make you pay. It's the end of the over from Denver. Very unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Kieran Powell. He is on 11. Ross Powell is with him. He's on 3. 30 for 1. The man out already, Monson Hodge. He went LBW Bowl Martin for 14. It was 21 for 1. They've since moved on to 30 for 1. The Leeward Islands having won the toss and opting to take first strike.
So an easy chance being put down there by McSween off the bowling of Kenneth Denver, and the batsman is Kieran Powell. So that's not too good news for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Powell is a man, as he has shown in the last game, can take you apart. And this one is short.
Yeah. As you talk about taking you apart, that was short, and he was into position quickly. I probably would have wanted to get it a little squarer, and but still he was able to find the gap and put it away for 4. But you're right, when you drop a man like Powell, he can make you pay.
Yes, quite so. It's a good shot there over backward point. It was deliberate. He got the height and he more or less helped it over the man at backward point there down to that point boundary for 4. Here is Thomas. It's good delivery, angling it across the left-handed Powell, but he watches it go by. Could have been tempted quite easily to play at that. It was the perfect line, more or less.
If you now join us, you don't be too alarmed when you see 2 Powells at the crease and both left-handers. One is Kieran Powell, he's on 15, and Ross Powell is on 3. They're both left-handers, and they both carry the name Powell.
Be interesting to know if they are related. Very cool conditions now at the Queen's Park Oval. Unlike when we started, the entire ground was bathed in brilliant sunshine. Now it's very cool, nice, cool wind blowing across as well. You can see the national flag in the distance in front of the Queen's Park Pavilion, fluttering. So
yes, we're at the Queen's Park Oval, day 1 of round 4 of the West Indies Championship. It's the Windward Islands against the Leeward Islands, and if you can't make it to the Oval and you're in South, you can make your way down to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where Trinidad and Tobago are taking on Barbados in what should be an epic battle. And then if you're down in the west towards Diego Martin, you can head down to the Diego Martin Sports Complex, and it's Jamaica against Guyana. It's a no ball from Thomas. So we've seen a couple no balls from Martin a little earlier. Now Thomas has joined that naughty club by bowling a no ball. Score goes up to 35 for 1. After this over, we should have our first refreshment break. That's a good shot. Didn't find the gap. Thomas carrying it up to Kieran Powell. Ground staff just waiting at the edge of maybe where a long on would be, waiting to come on when the players go for water to do a little sweep in, remark the crease, and to ensure that everything is okay here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Man is coming to short extra cover there, looking for that uppish drive off Kieran Powell. He just drove one straight to him, but it was all on the ground. Well, that's the end of the first hour here, Colin.
Yep, that's the end of the first hour. And the Leeward Islands, having won the toss and opting to bat, they've lost the one wicket so far of Montin Hodge. He went LBW to Martin for 14. He faced 26 deliveries. It was then 21 for 1. And they've progressed now to 35 for 1. Kieran Powell is on 15. Ross Powell is on 3. The man to take the wicket so far, Darius Martin, is the man to take the wicket. And Windward Islands, they've used 4 bowlers so far. In addition to Martin, they've used, in addition to Darius Martin, they've used Josh Thomas. They've used the off-spinner, Kenneth Denver. And opening the bowling with Martin was Preston McSween. So that's the situation here. After the first hour's play, it's a water break, and the Leeward Islands are 35 for 1. Well, the players are back, as we're getting set for the first ball after that refreshment break. And Ross Powell is the man on strike, and Kenneth Denver, the off spinner, bowling from the Jerry Gomez Media Center, the Willie Rodriguez end. Powell so far has faced 18 deliveries for his 3. To be honest, he hasn't looked all that convincing, pushing the ball around, but hasn't found the gaps. He's coming for the man who's gone with the West Indies team for the ODI series against Holland. That's Casey Carty. So Casey Carty, the man out of St. Martin, is made, it's going to be there for his first international tour. And let's wish him all the best. Shino Berridge is the other one dropped. And replacing him is Daniel Durham. Still, Powell can't add to his 3. So Daniel Durham, he had just the one game, picked up 4 wickets in that opening game he had. Hasn't seen him since that first game, but he's back in the Leewards team, replacing the quickie Berridge. And the end of the over from Denver, maiden over, it's still 35 for 1. And I would expect the Leewards, Anil, having played here at the Queen's Park Oval against Guyana, against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they've assessed the pitch from then, and they decided that they would go with the spinner, the left-arm spinner in Durham, at the expense of Berridge, the quickie.
Well, that's not a bad decision, because when you look at the wicket, Colin, you know that there's not going to be a lot of help for the fast bowlers. So it wasn't a bad idea to go with an extra spinner as well. Denver there is not getting any sort of turn. He's imparting spin on the ball, but I'm not seeing it turning. That's a fairly new ball still, just 15 overs. So I don't expect that it is going to grip and turn, because the wicket, this is the first day pitch and this is the first session, so it's not going to offer a lot of spin. Denver was bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. That makes it even much more difficult for him to get the ball to go away from the left-handed batsman. I suppose that if he's not getting any turn, that he might decide to go over the wicket and go with the angle as well. Try to see if he can get the outside edge of the left-handers. But here is Josh Thomas, bowling quicker than any of the 3 quick bowlers we've seen so far. Bowling a fairly good line as well to Kieran Powell, just maintaining that off-stump, just outside off-stump line. And he's bowling to a strong offside field as well. He's got 6 men on the offside and 3 on the on. So we're going to see.
Which is good, Anil. I like that, because we've commented on it before. We've commented on it before, where we've talked about the bowlers bowling at the stumps. And if you're going to bowl at the stumps, you've got to have the protection as well at that sort of forward square leg position, because they're going to be looking to work that ball off the stumps into that area. So you've got that protection, which I've always maintained that should be deployed. However, we've seen a lot of the fast bowlers bowling to that 7-2 field.
Yeah, we saw it for the entire match when Leeward Islands played against the TNT Red Force down at Digger Martin Sporting Complex. But they were immaculate in their line calling. They didn't shift that line whatsoever. And that's the difference as well, because even though your captain has given you a specific field, that's going to be 4.
It's going to be 4, really 4 in the dark for Powell, because he was driving at a foolish length delivery from Thomas, but it seemed to have just left him, and he drove at it. He was never really to the pitch, and I don't think he got his feet across. He just played at it. It peeled off a thick outside edge, and luckily it went just to the right of the man at gully and down to the boundary for 4. He goes to 19, but that certainly was not the type of shot Kieran Powell would have wanted to play.
Yeah, clearly that was a fault shot. Travel on the ground for him, that was lucky for him. But he wasn't to the pitch as well. This is going to be close as well.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone. Yes.
He's out.
Brilliant bit of fielding by the man there at a wideish mid-on. Powell took the chance. It's his second innings now, second consecutive innings that he's been run out. But he really took the chance. I don't think, Anil, the run was on. I thought it was hit too close to the fieldsman. I'm trying to see who the fieldsman is out there. It's not Athanaze, that's for sure. But I thought it was hit too close to him. And even though he started off, give him credit, I think he started off right away for the run. But it was a dangerous run. And once the player struck the stumps, he was always going to be in trouble.
Well, I don't think it was a good call as well. It very, very, very much was too close to that fieldsman. And the fieldsman was extremely quick. We tell you who it is in a short while, because he picked up cleanly on the run and he had just one stump to aim at. He was alongside the bowler's stumps, and he effected a direct hit. So that was a beautiful bit of fielding. And not good running there by Kieran Powell, because he had a close call as well, because he had called for a singler earlier on with his partner, and it was a close call. So
yeah, it seemed to be Ashi Ogis, the man who did the fielding, but it was a brilliant bit of the thing is, he only had one stump to aim at, and he hit it.
Yeah, that was really fantastic by Ogis. He was off very quickly as well. I guess that is what beat Kieran Powell, actually, because he thought the run was on. It was just slightly away from the man at short square leg, but he was off in a flash, and he was very quick to reach the ball. He picked it up cleanly, and from side on, he hit the one stump that he was seeing. So that's fantastic bit of fielding. So that's the fall of the second wicket.
39 for 2. The umpire was right and in line with that, and he gave the decision immediately. But you could have seen Powell struggling. The end of the over, a successful over for the Windward Islands. They picked up the second Leewards Islands batsman and the important scalp of Kieran Powell. Run out for 19. An excellent bit of fielding by Ogis. And they're now 39 for 2, and they've got some rebuilding to do.
Well, that's a big wicket, really, because Kieran Powell can really keep you out there for long, long periods, and he can score quickly as well. It's a magnificent bit of fielding. Just a pity that we can't show you that back at this point in time. We try to get the replay in a short while, but excellent fielding indeed. But it's going to be Kenneth Denver, the off spinner. Denver has got an interesting field placing here now. He's got a forward short leg. There's a man at slip for the right-handed batsman. He was bowling to left-handers all the time. He didn't have the forward short leg, but the right-hander now at the crease, he's got the chance to bring in the forward short leg, and he almost came into play there, the man at forward short leg.
That's right. And so the Devon Thomas, who has been having a good series as well, he's got 338 runs. 103 half centuries in his 5 innings. So the only time he failed was in that first innings against Trinidad and Tobago, when he was bowled by Akil Hussain for 12. But other than that, he's either getting half centuries, and he did in fact get 1 century. So he's in some form. But Powell running himself out for 19. He faced 50 deliveries. So you could see Anili was playing himself in. He was quite happy to push the ball around, wait for the bad ball, and he was looking for another big innings, but just a bit bad judgment on his part trying to get that single.
I was making the point, Colin, When I saw Kieran Powell at that last game down at the Deo Martin Sporting Complex where he got that big 100, I thought that he looked a bit heavy to me. He looked, much bigger than we have seen him before, and I thought he probably was slightly overweight. And looking at him getting run out there, I mean, when you're going for a quick single, I mean, you're going at full pelt.
Flat out, yes.
Full pelt, and I didn't really see the speed in running between the wicket, even though he was in danger. So probably just slightly overweight, you might think.
That's a difficult one. I'm not too sure. He does look a little bit heavy, but I just thought he may have felt he was going to get home with the single. It would have been a bad call on his part in terms of the judgment for the single, because it was hit too close to Ogis. And he moved around swiftly, and by the time Powell knew what was happening, he couldn't change gears.
But at some point in time, you realize that you are going to be in trouble, and that is when we expect that you
change gears.
Change gear, and we would see a change in the speed. But I didn't see it.
No, he never changed gears. He was running in first gear, and couldn't get into third and fourth. Thomas picks up another single. He looks very much... now, he's going to be a different type of player than what we're seeing. He's going to be a hustler. He's going to be looking to pounce on the bad ball. He's going to work the ball, get the singles. He's not the kind of guy, Devon Thomas, who is going to push and prod. He's faced 7 deliveries because he faced out a good over from Denver. Denver's been very steady so far. He's been a good line. He's bowled a good length. And he certainly has the batsmen thinking.
It's one of the leading run scorers in the first 2 rounds of matches. Devon Thomas scores pretty heavily at the regional level. Himself and Craig Braithwaite, the Barbados captain, they have been the leading scorers in the regional tournament. So we expect that Devon Thomas would want to continue in that vein. Ross Powell hasn't really looked the part so far, Colin. You were making that point. He's playing with hard hands, really. He watches this one go by. Haven't seen a lot of him, Ross Powell. As you said, this is the first game. He came into the Leeward Islands team. No doubt trying to replace Casey Carty, who is with the West Indies senior team. So he's got a big task on his hands there, especially when they've lost 2 wickets and the score is just 41, the Leeward Islands. Anything less than an outright victory here for the Leeward Islands would come as a surprise, Colin, because they've been playing excellent cricket.
Oh, that's for sure. And the Windwards have been very inconsistent. I thought they played a good game in the first game against Guyana. They were unlucky to lose. They lost by 1 wicket. But they controlled that game for major parts of the 4 days. And just at the end, they played some bad cricket. And they lost by 1 wicket. Now, since that, they haven't really played well.
That was a heartbreaking loss as well. I thought that the last pair for the Guyana Harp Eagles put on, 30?
They put on about 30 odd, to win the game. Pumal and Niall Smith. Yeah. And when you just thought that the Windwards would have wrapped it up, they just faltered coming down to the end.
Yeah, a defeat like that can really shake your team up and rattle your confidence as well. Because it would take a lot really to really get back up and try to win games when you lose like that. But here's Josh Thomas. It's a good delivery, just a little too wide.
He's getting some movement off the pitch because that one pitched and cut away from Powell. He's struggling a little bit. He's not being able to get the ball away. He's not finding the gaps. He's on 3 from 28 deliveries. And after that over, it's 41 for 2. And 18 overs have been bowled so far, which means that the run rate is just, 2.1 or thereabouts is the run rate. Sorry, current run rate is 2.3 at the moment. So it's tough going so far. And I'm just wondering, Anil, do you put it down to good bowling so far from the Windwards? They've been very disciplined in their line and their length.
Yeah, the bowling is fairly decent. I thought that run out with Kieran Powell has probably changed the complexion of the game completely, because you would have to give the honours to the Windward Islands so far. And that's very well played. That was short, and he was quickly on the back foot there and cracking it behind point there for a lovely boundary down to the point area.
And that's what we said. Devon Thomas is going to take the attack to the bowlers. As you rightly said, it was short. He hit it square on the offside, or just more behind point. And an excellent shot. But let's also tell you that they've taken Denver out of the attack, and Preston McSween is back in the attack, the left-arm pacer, and he's coming wrong the wicket to Devon Thomas, and that's a firm drive, a little bit uppishly, and let's see, it seemed to have done some damage to the man there at a mid-off.
He's holding his shoulder.
Is it Durham? It could very well be Daniel Durham.
Number 9, is it?
Is it 9?
I don't know.
Let's see. Well, if it's number 9.
29.
Sorry, I'm saying Daniel
That's
Durham.
It's
Sorry.
Denver, it's Denver.
Why did I say Durham? Because he's on the batting side. So it's Denver. Yeah, Kenneth Denver. But luckily, he seems to be okay. It's damage that looked at it on his right shoulder. He's holding his right shoulder, isn't he? Yeah. The ball may have struck him. He's got the magic spray. Ball may have struck him inside there. It was a firm drive. It was uppish from Devon Thomas, but it came off the bat sweetly. He's lucky in a way. It didn't carry all the way to Denver. It dropped just in front of him.
I thought he had fallen on the shoulder, Colin, but he was diving to his left, and then I saw him get up holding his right shoulder, so the ball probably struck him on the shoulder.
Well, that's what I thought. That
it was hit with some power as well.
It was. He timed it well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that's the thing with Devon Thomas. He's going to play his shots. Whether he can keep it down, whether he finds the gap, that's another story.
So it's going to be McSween continuing. He has none for 17. This is his 5th over. He had a first spell of 5 overs. And again, this is wide offside, off stump, and opening the face this time, Devon Thomas, and searing it wide of the man at gully. And that goes down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, so 2 fours now in this over, and both coming in that area where Devon Thomas just opening the face of the bat and was guiding it down to a wideish third man. If Preston McSween is going to bowl outside the line of the off stump and give Thomas the room to just open the face of the bat, he's going to take this all day long. He goes to 10 from 11 deliveries, so he's already up the tempo. And when you think of Powell, Ross Powell at the non-strikers end, struggling on 3 from 28, this is a major relief for the Leeward Islands that Thomas is going to up the tempo in terms of the run rate. It's already gone from 2.3 to 2.6. And if Thomas stays around for another half an hour or so, that run rate, in my view, is going to certainly increase to maybe about 3 runs and over.
Yeah, he scores quickly, Devon Thomas. And the ball is still fairly new. It's a very attacking field still. Not a lot of men cutting boundaries here, just the fine leg deep. Everybody else trying to cut a single, and this is whipped on the onside. It was short. He picked the length very early, and
just didn't get a placement, didn't he?
Yeah, He found a man at deep mid wicket as well. So that's the end of McSween's over. He's been brought back after his first spell of 5 overs. And that he's now bowled 6 overs, conceding 21 runs. No wicket set for McSween. Powell is on 3. And Thomas on 10. No, Powell certainly would be more than 3.
He's
we'd have
Powell,
that
3 from
corrected.
28 deliveries? You think he's got more than that? Well, Devon Thomas is on 10 from 13.
Oh, that's right. Powell is on 3.
He is on 3 from 29 deliveries now.
But didn't he hit a 4 down third man down
That was the other Powell.
Oh, okay, well, that was Kieran Powell. Okay.
Yeah, that was Kieran Powell. Ross Powell, he would love to hit a 4 somewhere now.
Well, for the sake of the commentary calling, it's better that one of the Powells got out.
Well, yeah. Well, because always it's so. And the thing is, both of them are left-handers. It's amazing.
What a shot.
That's a good bit of fielding. That's excellent in the, I would say, more the backward point position. And the man was diving to his left. That's the vice captain, Karen Kotoy. Very much a live wire in the field is Kotoy.
Fine cricket there. That was a lovely shot. Square drive off the front foot and a diving stop by the man just backward a point.
Probably his best shot of the morning, and he's got no run.
Good cricket there. Lovely shot and brilliant bit of fielding. Well, the sun is back with us, Colin.
Yeah, that's good news. And Thomas operating from around the wicket. He's in his 5th over. And that's well timed, but still, he can't get no run. So Powell, he's shaking his head, goes back to his crease, because it wasn't a firm drive, it was more of a push, but he timed it so well. That raced to the left of mid-off, and the man just dived to his left to do the fielding, and he did it so well. That was Preston McSween. Now, he is left-handed, and it was going to his left, but still, he had to get around quickly, and he put in the dive, saved it from going past him for 4. That was excellent. But it was so well timed. And this would give, even though he hasn't scored, Anil, it would give him some confidence because that was so well timed. It came off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, those last 2 deliveries that he faced came off the middle of the bat. The previous one that he played the square drive to, that really raced off the bat. He's probably wondering what he has to do again to get a boundary. 2 delightful shots and no run.
You know, cricket is such a funny game. He might probably get the edge and all along the ground go between the first and second slip for 4. But it will give him some confidence because I think what was his problem before, he wasn't timing the ball. He was pushing and prodding and wasn't timing the ball. He certainly timed those 2 shots. Didn't get a run for it. But you know, he must be feeling a little better with himself now and a little bit more comfortable.
Well, the longer you stay out there, the easier it's going to get because this is a very good batting track. And
It's going to get a run here. Just a single, is it? Or is it going to go in? Oh, he gets the 4, just as what I said. All he did was to turn that. It was a good shot, mind you, because it was badly lined from Thomas, just outside the line of the leg stump. And he turned it fine. And he picks up 4 runs. So that's going to give him the world of confidence because the 50 is also up, 53 for 2. And Ross Powell goes to 7 from 33 deliveries.
Martin was a bit wide there at fine leg. He tried to get around to it, but it beat him. It was really played fine there by Ross Powell. So he picks up the boundary. That would do him a lot for his confidence. He now moves into double figures.
It's another badly lined delivery.
Yeah, that was a bad ball there.
Got away with that. So it's the end of the over. It's 53 for 2. And Thomas, he's completed his 5 overs, none for 17.
Thomas on 10, Powell on 7. Powell has been there pretty long while. He's faced 34 deliveries. Only just got his first boundary. while Thomas is on 10. Played 2 nice shots behind point in the previous over for 2 boundaries, Thomas. McSween, none for 21 in 6 overs. He is going to continue from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, which is the northern end here at the Queen's Park Oval. And he'd be bowling to the right-handed Thomas, who looked as though he was shaping to allow that ball to go by. It was a late decision. By that time, the ball had already struck the bat, and it bounced out to the slip cordon there. A little indecisive there, Thomas. Monson Hodge LBW for 14. That was the first wicket to go. And then Kieran Powell running himself out with a brilliant bit of fielding there by, it was Denver. What a lovely on drive that is.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? He just stood there. It was a half volley. Seemed to have just come back slightly at him, but he was just very nonchalantly just whipping it to the left of the man at mid-on with consummate ease. He was into position nicely. He timed it well. Everything about that shot, Anil, was superb. He just worked that delivery superbly. It came off the middle of the bat, and there was no doubt when it left that bat, there was 4 runs.
Well, he didn't even move after he had played the shot. He had timed it so well. He put a lot of bottom hand as well. That gave him the power, and he also got the direction through mid-on.
So McSween there now deciding to put this one wide of the off stump, straightening on him. And 2 slips and 2 gullies, interesting for Thomas, but that was, you have to say, that delivery before, the one that he was struck for 4, was a bad delivery. When you look at your field, you got 2 slips, 2 gullies, point cover mid-off, and you're going to bowl to Devon Thomas in the kind of form he is, pitching that ball, just slightly angling back into him on middle and leg. You're asking for trouble.
It was a half volley as well. This is why he stood right on the crease and whipped it so beautifully, and he beat the man at short mid-on. He was slightly wide, the man at short mid-on. He used the bottom hand and he turned the bat slightly on contact, and he got it between the man at short mid-on and the stumps, and it raced away to the long on boundary. That was a delightful shot. 2 slips, 2 gullies now. There's a backward point, a cover, a mid-off. McSween on about off stump, pushes Thomas on the back foot. He watches it on to the bat, plays it just below the level of the eyes, plays it with the middle of the bat as well. So a 7-2 field, a very off-sided field, just a mid-on and a deep fine leg on the onside. So he would not probably even want to bowl on the stumps with just 2 men on the onside. He'd have to bowl that line just outside off stump. Again over pitch, and that is going to race away through cover for 4. That's a glorious shot by Devon Smith. Over pitch outside off stump, Colin.
Another beauty, another really good shot. And this man, so far, he's on 18 from 19 deliveries, and he's looked so comfortable at the crease. He's looked composed. He's playing his shots. If you're going to bowl him half volleys and balls wide of the off stump, he's going to take advantage of it. And that was another brilliant shot. He's played 2 lovely shots in this over that has brought him boundaries, and it's 61 for 2. And I tell you, he is starting to look very ominous, and he's only faced 19 balls.
Well, he has looked far different to the other batsmen. Ross Powell, who is with him at the moment, and Monson Hodge and Kieran Powell, both have been out. He's looked a lot better than the other batsmen. He's quickly gone on to 18 from 19 deliveries, and all the shots came off the middle of the bat. Oh.
And Powell is now starting to find his timing, but how unlucky can you be? Because that was a super shot as well. He was driving it, and that was, I tell you, if that had missed the non-striker's stumps, it would have gone for 4. It was hit with power. He timed it well. The man at mid-off is a little bit wide, and he hit that straight back up along the track. And I can guarantee you, if that ball had missed the stumps, it would have gone for 4. So Powell, he is really finding life tough here. He now goes to 8 from 35 deliveries, but that shot certainly deserved a 4.
Well, how unlucky can you be? Oh, that's very well played.
No
Bat and
ball.
pad very close together there. Good technique there, yeah, even though it was a no ball. Coming forward and really watching that ball all the way onto the bat. Yeah, how unlucky can you get, Ross Powell? That's the third delightful shot we have seen, and it didn't get to the boundary. The first two were brilliantly fielded, and this last shot by Powell, it crashed into the non-striker's stumps. So he just got a single.
I think he was reaching for that one. Look, he looked a little bit awkward at Thomas, trying to get on the front foot there. He was trying to slash it through the extra cover region, but I don't think he was to the pitch. And it gave me the impression he was trying to reach for that to get it through the cover region, and may have just sliced off the bottom part of the bat, hit the ground, and then went in the air.
Probably came back in slightly to him, Colin, because I thought the shot was on. But as you said, it didn't hit the middle of the bat this time.
Probably the only occasion since he's come in that the ball didn't hit the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I can tell you he has looked exceptionally well since he came in.
You know, the thing is, you look at Devon Thomas, Anil, and he makes a lot of runs at regional level. He's really, I mean, you look at his tally, as we keep saying, 338 runs from 5 innings, 100, 350s, and an average of 67. And you throw him into the international arena, and he doesn't score runs. You know, he struggles at international level.
Well, it's a big step up, actually, Colin, from the first-class regional level to the international level.
And I suppose you've got to have a special talent to, when you do step up and be
produce.
consistent and score runs.
Yeah, well, a lot of players take some time when they reach the international level, even though they have been performing pretty good at the first-class level, and then it takes them a while before they can actually produce that sort of runs, or if it's wickets, if you're a bowler or batsman at that level. So it takes you a while, and then it depends how well prepared you are for the international level.
Mentally and physically, isn't it?
Yeah, and that seems... That is
Loud
out.
appeal
That
goes
could be
up.
out.
Might have just been outside the off stump. He was shuffling across, and it seemed to have come back at him. I would like to say, Anil, and I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt that it may have struck him just outside the off stump.
He was on the move, really.
Yeah.
But he ended up outside off stump when he was struck.
You thought he was struck in front and ended up outside the off stump.
I want to believe that he probably was struck in line with the stumps, but the momentum took him outside off. I don't know if that probably put the umpire off as well, but a replay there would have been interesting. It's a good delivery there from Thomas. So that's the end of over. That could have been a successful over. Ross Powell shuffling across the line and shock. The umpire thought it probably was beating the off stump, but it was very close. Score 64-42. Powell is on 8 of 37 deliveries, while Devon Thomas is on 19 of 23. We are in the first session of day 1 of the regional 4-day championship. It's a game between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Windward Island Volcanoes.
And you have to say, so far, the batting of the Leewards is anything but a hurricane, except for Devon Thomas, who has really come in and tried to take command of the situation. Son trying to peep out here, back at the Queen's Park Oval. And the field has gone a little bit more defensive. They've taken out the second slip and the second of the gullies, and they've gone more to a 6-3 field. the three men on the onside, there's that a very square fine leg. It's almost like a deep backward square leg. And then there's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And that's whipped away, but a good bit of fielding by Atman Ogis at the mid-wicket position. I don't think Devon Thomas struck it as firmly as he would have liked. Not a good delivery from McSween, pitching it on the line of the pads. But the field has really been relaxed from the 2 slips and 2 gullies that they had in the previous over. So some respect now being shown to Devon Thomas.
Well, Ogie seems to be a pretty good fieldsman. He's very fleet-footed. That run out, I tell you, it was out of this world, really. In a flash, he was onto the ball, a clean pickup, and just seeing one stump with an underarm throw, he hit the stump, and Kieran Powell was short. And here, a good on drive here by Devon Smith, and he was moving quickly again to his right. Ogis, and a tumbling save he made at mid-wicket. That would have run away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Field well spread now, a backward point, a cover, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. McSween.
That's a good delivery. That's a very good delivery. You could see Devon Thomas was just about maybe looking to put bat to ball. And I thought it hit the seam and seemed to have just left him. Made a little bit of height as well.
A late decision as well to allow it to go by.
That's right.
He was almost committed to the shot. So that's well bowled there by Preston McSween.
That's a good shot, but he finds the fieldsman short, and Thomas was backing across very quickly, cut it. And the only thing wrong with that is that he just didn't find the gap. He hit it straight to the man there at that backward point position. Had it been a yard or so to his right or left, it would have run away to the boundary. He timed it well, just didn't find the gap.
Well, the minute you give him the room, or you give him the length, short or over pitch, he is in position to play an attacking shot, and he is playing attacking shots to the bad deliveries. Sign of a good batsman, Colin.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's the end of the over from McSween, and he has completed his 8 overs now, none for 29. It's 64 for 2. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat. Ross Powell is not out on 8 from 37 balls. Devon Thomas, he's on 19 from 29. The batsman out thus far, Monten Hodge. He went LBW to Martin for 14. He faced 26 deliveries. It was 21 for 1. And then Kieran Powell, he ran himself out yet again, the second time. He was run out in the second innings against Trinidad and Tobago. He was run out here in the first innings for 19, faced 50 deliveries. And at that point in time, it was 39 for 2.
Yeah, and that second partnership was just 18 runs. That's when Powell got run out, or when he ran himself out. Misjudged a single at the short mid-wicket. He didn't anticipate that the fieldsman would be so quick to reach that ball and pick up and fire and hit the stumps all in one motion. It was an excellent bit of fielding there by Ogis.
Well, it's a change of bowling. Thomas has finally come out of the attack. And the man coming in to take up the bowling. Let's see. It's
Edwards,
is it Hodge? Let's see. It's the...
Yeah, that probably is Kabeem Hodge.
The left arm spinner, it is Hodge,
Yeah.
the skipper. So Kaveen Hodge has brought himself into the attack, trying to break this partnership. And they would want, if they were to pick up another wicket, Anil, before lunch, it would be a very satisfying first session for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, they had a good session so far. Now we're seeing a different dimension in that the left-arm orthodox spinner is on, Kaveem Hodge.
A full toss there that Powell should have done much better with. He's going to pick up a single. There's a long on in place. Looks like Martin, the man out there. And they pick up a comfortable single. So Powell moves to 9 for 41 deliveries.
That's one too for the viewers who have just joined us. We just quickly run through the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 11. Jama Hamilton has returned to the side. Rakeem Cornwall, Kieran Powell, Devon Thomas, Monson Hodge, Terrence Ward, Colin Archibald, Amir Jangu, Russ Powell, Jeremiah Louis, and Daniel Durham. That's the playing 11 for the Hurricanes. And I'll give you the 11 for the Volcanoes. As we watch Kaveem Hodge with his first over, he's gone around the wicket to the right-handed Devon Thomas, who drives to mid-on, but no chance of a run there. That's the end of the over, and at the end of that over, Leeward Islands 65 for 2. Yeah, the Windward Islands, Kaveem Hodge, Kieran Kotoy, Devon Smith, Preston Masreen, Dennis Smith, Kimani Milias, Alec Atenes, Kenneth Denver, Darius Martin, Josh Thomas, and Achi August.
Seems that Denver is going to come into the attack again. He's had 4 overs, none for 4, and he's replacing Preston McSween. Going to be bowling to the left-handed Ross Powell. Some 9 from 41 deliveries. He certainly has started to time the ball a lot better now. He's been able to push it around. Hasn't found the gaps in the field. Was unlucky on a couple of occasions. Hit some smashing drives. And we saw some brilliant fielding from the Windward Islands. Diving. Well, Denver is actually, Preston McSween is going to continue. I thought for one moment that Denver was taking the ball. He did, in fact, take the ball. He shined it for McSween and then gave it promptly back to him. So that's a good delivery to start. Needs to get a little closer to the off stump because he's pitching that ball and it's hitting the seam and leaving the left-hander. And Powell can leave those deliveries alone because it's just too wide of the off stump. There's 2 slips and a gully in place if he does get the edge. But you have to think that McSween has got to get closer to that off stump angle and make him play.
Yeah, I think you can afford to attack Powell a bit more. He hasn't looked all that confident at the wicket since he came in.
That's a much better ball.
What a beauty. A better batsman would have edged that for sure. That was pitch in line with off and it moved away and Powell was groping at that. He didn't cater for the swing really. Very lucky for him that it passed so close to the outside edge and didn't touch the edge. That's a good delivery there from
he got some late swing, didn't he, as well?
Lovely.
It swung very late because Powell was committed and at the last moment it left him. He's lucky he didn't get the edge.
Yes, certainly is very fortunate there. And this time it's a better effort here from Powell. He watches it go by. If Preston McSween can get this ball as well to come back into the left-handed batsman, that would make it all that more difficult for Ross Powell. 44 deliveries, he's still in single digits, Ross Powell, and he had a 4 in that as well. 2 slips, a gully. That's McSween. Oh my goodness, he's bowled him. He is bowled him. That ball was certainly lined up too much on the off stump for him not to play a shot at that. And he was, all right. We think we're going to get a bit of a replay here now. And that was a beauty, Colin. I can't understand. Beauty. Have a look at this now. Thanks to our technical crew that we've been able to get the...
Well. He just never picked up the line because that didn't do all that much. It pitched maybe middle and off, and he was just shouldering arms, never picked up the line of that delivery. It didn't come back all that much at him.
It didn't come back a lot. It didn't come back at all, I
Yeah,
believe.
it didn't.
The thing is, it started in line with the stump, so I don't know why Ross Powell decided that he was not going to play a shot at that ball. I mean, that was
Just never picked up the
clearly
line.
bad judgment on the part of Powell, and they have now lost their third wicket. I mean, the ball before, when it left him and he was beaten outside off, I was saying if Preston McSween can bring that ball back in, it is going to create a lot of problems for Ross Powell. But that one actually didn't come back. It started in line with the off stump. It hit between middle and off. So if there was probably a slight movement, well, all right, no problem with that. But you can't leave a ball alone that started in line with off stump, especially when the bowler is coming left arm over the wicket and you're a left-handed batsman. You know the angle alone is going to bring that ball into you. And if it starts on the wicket, I can't see you leaving that ball alone. So Thomas has lost his middle and off stump, and he's lost his wicket there with the score on 65. The Leeward Islands 65 for 3. It's good bowling, but not well played there by Thomas. So Amir Jangu, he is the wicket keeper. Don't know if he'll be wicket keeping in this game. But he is on strike now. He is left-handed as well, and Preston McSween is going to continue, and Jangu immediately comes on the front foot and plays that ball comfortably on the offside. Looks very confident indeed. I thought that is what Ross Powell should have done with that previous delivery that got him out. Not offering a shot. The ball that started in line with the stumps and went on to hit middle and off. Amir Jangu had a very good knock in that last game that the Leeward Islands played against the TNT Red Force. Of course, he is from Trinidad, Jangu. He is one of the franchise players for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. And he comes forward and plays this on the offside. He had a score of 58, and together with Kieran Powell in that last game against TNT Red Force, they put up a very good partnership, and it enabled the Hurricanes to post a big first innings total of 347, I thought it was, down at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. So Jangu has come out now to join Devon Thomas, who has looked certainly to pick up the batsmen so far for the Leeward Islands. Jangu yet to get off the mark, 65 for 3, and 25 overs have been bowled.
Well, Amir Jangu has come in, and of course he's coming off that very good half century against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And he will be looking to carry on. He's had 4 innings so far, just his total 74 runs, and with a top score of 58. So it means that in his last 3 innings, he's only scored 16. Thomas is going to pick up an easy single. 66 for 3.
So the 3 wickets that have fallen, no big partnerships really. The first one was at with the score on 21. The second wicket partnership was 18, and the third wicket partnership 26. Unlike what we saw when they played in that last game against TNT Red Force, some big partnerships down there. Jangu and Kieran Powell, they put on probably the biggest partnership of the innings for the Leeward Islands. Jangu has now come out to join Thomas. And the Leeward Islands would be hoping that this pair can really put on a substantial partnership here and put them well on the way to get a big score in the first innings.
Yeah. It's another single for Thomas. So he goes to 20. Field well spread for Devon Thomas. There's that long off for him, and he's not going to be tempted at the moment. He's just pushing it all along the ground for a single.
Just a couple minutes before the lunch interval, Colin, we might have probably just one over again. When you were saying a while ago that The Windward Islands would have liked to close in with a third wicket. Well, they have done that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I think they would be happy so far with their morning's work.
And what about another wicket? No, it won't be because that's the lunch interval.
Is it? Let's see. The umpire is walking across. It may not be yet, Anil. You probably a little bit hungry.
Well, I see everyone was shaping as though they were going to walk off the ground. So I thought, well, the luncheon interval in. But we are going to have a final over.
Yeah, the umpire is now getting to... He actually waited and still is getting to the stumps. And there's still time for that over.
Well, Preston McSween no doubt would have wanted to bowl that over. I didn't see any urgency in trying to get through that previous over quickly to ensure that Preston McQueen gets in another over before the luncheon interval. He just had a wicket in that his previous over, so he should be ready to be bowling to the new batsman. Oh, he's not on strike, Django. He's at the non-strikers then. Devon Thomas is on strike, 68 for 3. McSween now 1 for 21.
That's McSween has come back round the wicket to the right-handed Devon Thomas, and it's bowling over the wicket to the left-handers. It's bowling over the wicket to the Powells, the two Powells, and to Django. But for the right-hander, he's come around the wicket, probably trying to angle it back into him.
Yeah, well, he'd certainly be using the angle. He'd be hoping that he'd get one to straighten and move away from the right-hander, see if he can find the edge. Oh,
That's
my.
one coming back into him again.
Yeah.
Devon Thomas played it well. Bat and pad very close together. That came back sharply at Devon Thomas, and he handled it very well indeed.
Well, the good thing there is that he played it very late. He watched it all the way. He picked the swing. It was coming with the angle. He watched it all the way onto the bat. He's looked very good so far, Devon Thomas. Backwards, there's a man forward of the square leg umpire on the boundary. There's a fine leg pretty wide. Are we going to see a short pitch deliveries? No.
That's whipped away. That's going to run away. That's a good shot from Devon Thomas. Badly lined from Preston McSween because he was putting it just outside the line of the leg stump. I thought Thomas was trying to get it a little squarer. But he got it fine enough to beat the man at that fine leg position for 4. That's a good shot, though. He's on 25. Knowing Thomas and how he's been batting, he would have more preferred that ball to come off the middle of the bat. It may have just come off the inner part, but because of that, it went very fine. 72 for 3. We're seeing some dark clouds there, Anil.
Okay. I
Let's
thought
hope
the man down that fine leg there, even though he's a bit wide, he was pretty slow in getting around to that. I thought if he was at full throttle, he probably could have cut off that boundary. But
This outfield is quick, though.
Yeah, it's very quick outfield.
That's much better from McSween.
You seeing some dark clouds, Colin?
Well, it was on the screen. I saw it on the screen. I don't know where they picked it up from. Might have been last week.
Yeah, no heavy clouds around.
I'm not seeing it when I looked with, but they picked it up on the television, on the cameras. I'm not sure which angle or where it was.
I would want to predict that there's not going to be any rain today, Colin.
Well,
the clouds are very high. There's a pretty steady breeze as well. And we want to see cricket.
well, that's the most important thing. That's why it shouldn't rain. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful from Preston McSween. He's picked up the wicket of the dangerous Devon Thomas. And you have to say that this morning now has belonged totally to the Windward Islands. That ball came back at Devon Thomas. I thought he was a little bit late in coming down. It came between bat and pad. Annie, let's have a look at it. This was probably, to me, the ball of the morning.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at the swing. Devon Thomas was comprehensively beaten and bowled. He didn't have a clue. By the time the bat was coming down, that ball was through him. It cut between bat and pad and hit the stumps with the ease of which that ball was delivered from Preston McSween. And you now understand why this man has come back into the attack. He's got 2 wickets. He's hit the stumps. And he's got 2 for 33 from 9.4 overs. It's now 72 for 4. Devon Thomas makes his way back to the pavilion, bowled by McSween, and the Leeward Islands, they are struggling here now. Anil Raja, it's 72 for 4.
Well, after he has looked so good, Devon Thomas, the one error, and he loses his wicket, but it was a beautiful delivery. It was with the angle from Preston McQueen coming around the wicket to the right-handed Devon Thomas. It pitched and cut in sharply as well, and Devon Thomas was caught playing just a fraction late. Thomas, by that time, the ball had breached his defence, getting through bat and pad and knocking the stumps. And if you thought that 3 wickets before lunch was good, now Preston McQueen has shown us that they can even do much better than that.
Excellent, I think, from the Windward. They would be very, very happy going into that dressing room now. They would be buoyant. They would now be looking to get after the Leeward Islands, and maybe, who knows, if they can get them out in the vicinity of 175, 200, they would feel very confident. But it's been a good bowling spell from them this morning. All the bowlers bowl very well indeed. When you look at the bowling figures, in terms of the bowling figures of the team, the Windward Islands, let's quickly try and give you a summary here of the batting card and the bowling card before we take a break for lunch. But it's 72 for 4, as these players were certainly, the Leeward Islands having won the toss here early this morning. They opened with Montin Hodge and Karen Powell. Well, there is the bowling figures, but we're going to just hold that on the screen now, because Hodge went for 14, LBW Martin. Karen Powell went run out for 19. Ross Powell, Bowl McSween for 9. Devon Thomas, he went Bowl McSween for 25. Amir Jangu is the not-out batsman. He's on 1. And the bowling figures for the Windward Islands, McSween, he's had 9.5 overs, 2 for 33. Darius Martin, he's had 5 overs, 1 for 11. Kenneth Denver, 4 overs, none for 4. Josh Thomas, he's had 6 overs, none for 20. And Kavim Hodge, he's had 2 overs, none for 4. So that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. The batting card here for the Leeward Islands. Hodge, LBW Martin, 14. He faced 26 deliveries. Powell run out Ogies. Brilliant bit of fielding by him. He went for 19, faced 50 deliveries. Ross Powell went Bowl McSween, leaving alone and never offered a shot. The ball rattled into his stumps. He went for 9, faced 45 deliveries. Devon Thomas on the stroke of lunch, the ball before the luncheon interval, he went Bowl McSween also. A beauty of a delivery, cutting back into him between bat and pad for 25. He faced 39 deliveries. And Amir Jangu, not out on 1. He faced 5 deliveries. There have been 4 extras. 26.5 overs have been bowled thus far in the first session. And the total, the Leeward Islands having won the toss, they are 72 for 4 at lunch. And we're going to be back just after lunch with more commentary here on this very important game between the Windwards Volcanoes and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, being played here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. So we'll be back in about 40 minutes or thereabouts. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Very sunny conditions as we're getting set for the resumption of play after the luncheon interval. 72-4. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to take first strike. They were struck two decisive blows just before the luncheon interval when Ross Powell and Devon Thomas was both bowled by McSween. Powell for 9 and Thomas for 25 as we set for the first delivery after the luncheon interval. And that is another delivery that comes back at the new batsman, Jamar Hamilton, and he's allowing it to go through. So just one delivery to complete the over because Devon Thomas was bowled with the fifth delivery of the over before lunch. And Hamilton just had to survive this one ball as it's now 72-4. So two new batsmen at the crease. Django is on one. Hamilton just faced that one delivery. He's yet to get off the mark. And good sunny conditions. Anil Raja, well, I'm calling Murray alongside Anil Raja. Anil, two new batsmen at the crease. It's a different game now.
Certainly it is. And good afternoon again to all our viewers and listeners. Wonderful weather here at the Queen's Park Oval. Yes, Colin, certainly that first session in the day's play belonged to the Windward Island Volcanoes. They have played very good cricket and to have picked up 4 wickets in that first session, 4 of the frontline batsmen from the Leeward Islands, they certainly would have their tails up right now.
And it's Darius Martin is going to continue. He picked up the wicket of Hodge before lunch. And he's operating from that Branlara Pavilion Inn. There's 2 slips and a gully. There's a point cover mid-off. And then on the onside, there is that a wideish mid-on, a forward square leg, and a man at fine leg. But Martin opting to bowl wrong the wicket to the left-handed Amir Django, who got a good half century in the previous game against Trinidad and Tobago. Jamar Hamilton, who didn't play in that game, but the skipper of the Leeward Islands, he's back in the team and got a top score of 48. Hamilton just has had 3 innings, 124 runs, so an average of 41. So he's in some kind of good form. Got to 48 here, right here at the Queen's Park Oval against Guyana. And he loves to put bat and ball. He's very much a shot maker. He's the kind of player that is not going to push and prod. And if it's in his half of the pitch, he's going to go after the bowling. But the bowling has been steady. And they've bowled a good line. They've bowled a good length, the quick bowlers. And they've been moving the ball around. Preston McSween bowled Devon Thomas with the ball of the match so far. Anil?
Oh, quite so. That certainly was the ball of the match. Coming back in, finding the gap between bat and pad, and Devon Thomas, was a little late on that shot as well. I thought when he came down, the ball was already through him.
Yeah, I thought, I don't think he expected that ball to do as much as it did.
It's beaten for pace as well, I thought.
Yeah,
so see the bat was coming down and across as well.
Yeah. It's amazing because he appeared to me that he thought the ball was going to just probably go outside the line of the off stump, beat the off stump, and all of a sudden it started to come back. And by the time he realized what was going on, the ball was through him and crashed into the middle and leg stump.
I was a little surprised that he allowed the delivery to get him out bowled because all the deliveries were similar. If you notice, McSween had gone around the wicket and the balls were coming back into him and he had defended quite well. He played a few. To see that one get through, I was taken by surprise. This is why I thought he was probably beaten for pace, and then there was probably a little more swing in that one.
That's what I thought. I thought, it had a lot more swing than he anticipated. And by the time you realize what was happening, and yeah, probably the pace as well, but, the swing was so, there was so much swing in that delivery that it completely bamboozled him.
Well, Amir Django looked exceptionally well when he played that last innings for the Leeward Islands against the Red Force, scoring 58. He was probably the best I saw him bat in the regional tournament. And this is very well played. opens the face and forces this one backward of point. That could have run away for 4 had it been in the gap. Yes, Amir Django looked pretty good when that match he played against the TNT Red Force down at Digger Martin Sporting Complex. He batted it really well. We know Django is a guy who likes to come and get it going from early. He hits the ball in the air deliberately. He goes across the line with a lot of success as well. And to see him curb that natural flair that he had of wanting to hit the ball in the last game and compile a very well played 58 with some good shots as well. I mean, Kieran Powell was at the other end, and Powell had to be quiet for a while.
You're quite right. Well, that's a good shot from Hamilton. As I said, once it's pitched up to him, he's going to go after it, and that was a good drive. He got into the shot early, half volley, and he was driving. What was good about that shot from Hamilton, he found the gap between cover and mid-off, and it races across this outfield down to the extra cover boundary for 4. So Hamilton off the mark with that boundary, 76 for 4. And Jamar Hamilton, he's not the kind of player that's going to stick around and prod and push and poke. If you're going to pitch it up to him, he's going to go after the drive. So this time McSween just back of a length and angled into him. Couldn't do very much. Was cramped for room. Was Jamar Hamilton and pushes it out on the onside.
Well, he likes to get on with things when he's at the crease, Hamilton. he's a pretty fast scorer. And that was just the second delivery he had faced. He was on North before that delivery that he hit for 4.
Yes.
And had only faced 2 deliveries. And the minute you pitch the ball up to him, he was going with a shot. He doesn't business if you are on 0 or not. If the ball is there to be hit, he's going to hit it.
McSween getting a lot of swing. He's getting that ball to swing back in to the right-handers, and they've got to be careful, because all of a sudden he's getting this reverse swing, and Hamilton, etc. They've got to be careful with the amount of swing that they're getting. There's another one, but that may have got a little bit of an inside edge onto that.
Seems like he preferred the ball when it is just a bit older instead of the new ball. Colin, he's bowling a lot better with his older ball.
And I think he's swinging it a lot more as well than with the new ball.
Yeah, it's beginning to cut in big to the right-handers. They've got to be careful as to how they're coming forward with that front pad. Can get trapped in front quite easily with the ball swinging as it is.
McSween in his 11th over. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Excellent ball. It seemed to pitch and straighten. It didn't come back at Hamilton. I think he expected that ball to come back at him. It pitched, and this is excellent bowling from McSween. This one pitch, it straightened, and Hamilton just was really caught in no man's land because he wasn't playing at it. He just stood there, and it just beat the outside edge, bounced in front of the keeper. This is Smith. Very unlucky there, because that ball was dropping just in front of him, and it was going down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Well, this is where the danger comes in, really, when you're getting the ball to come into the right-handed batsman and you get one that pitches and just straightens or go the other way. That can have any batsman in trouble. Come in with the angle, pitching, and then straightening, and that's exactly what happened there to Jamar Hamilton.
It's the end of the over from McSween. He's now had 11 overs, 2 for 37. It's 80 for 4. No doubt Martin will continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. It's going to be bowling to Django. Django is on 1. Faced 11 deliveries so far. But as Anil Raja was saying, he's not afraid to play his shots and not afraid to get after the bowling. But Martin has bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. He's in his 7th over, 1 for 11. And Django drives, but can't beat Kotoy, who is at that backward point. So Martin he's bowled this consistent line and length. He's come around the wicket, but he's bowling that delivery trying to get that ball just to seam away from the left-handed Django. But the important thing is he's bowling a good line. He's bowling the length, just maybe back of a length. That one, he carried it up a little bit more to Django, and he went into the drive. And the little bit of movement seemed to let the ball coming off the bottom part of the bat. It's another good delivery. Django allowing it to go through. It's been good bowling, as we keep saying. The Windward Islands, the pitch, it's got some grass in it, but it's all rolled in. And I think they're bending their back, and they're getting something out of this pitch. Because its life is not just a bed of roses for the Leeward Islands batsmen. They've been made to work for their runs.
Well, they've held a consistently good line, the Leeward Island fast bowlers. And I thought Denver, even though he had just the 4 overs, he was pretty tight as well. 4 overs costing just 4 runs, the off spinner. Oh my, that's a beautiful delivery. Coming in with the angle and then moving the other way. Pity he didn't pitch that as close to the batsman as he should have.
Yeah, I think that's the only problem with that delivery. It was too wide of the off stump. Allowed Django to leave it alone.
2 deliveries ago, I thought it was the first delivery in the over. Django allowed one to pass by, and I thought it was pretty close to the off stump. That first one that he left alone, Colin.
Not good news coming out of the Brian Lara Academy, Anil, for Trinidad and Tobago. We understand at lunch they are 56 for 5. So Barbados having the upper hand against the Trinidad and Tobago team. They would want a couple batsmen to stand up and play some kind of good innings that may be able to propel them to 250 and beyond.
56 for 5, you said?
That's right.
Oh my, that's real trouble there, really. There probably is some grass on that pitch down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It usually has a lot of grass on the pitches down there, Colin. But
well,
most of the times, even though it have a generous amount of grass, you don't see the sort of movement and bounce and pace that you would associate with a grassy pitch. Somehow the wicket itself seemed to be too dry, even though there's some grass. But I don't know if it's bad batting or good bowling, or the ball is moving around there for TNT to be 56 for 5. If that is the case, well, they can probably kiss goodbye to the regional championship.
that's a little early, Anil. Come on, Anil.
Okay.
That's a little early. I mean,
That's a shocking score.
They can get bowled out for 130 and then bowl Barbados for 90.
All right. But 56 as 5 is worrying.
Yeah, it is worrying. I agree with you. The end of the over from Martin, maiden over from him. So he's completed 7 overs, 1 for 11, and it's 80 for 4 at the end of that over. No doubt McSween is going to continue. He's bowling so very well here at the Queen's Park Oval. He's moving that ball back into the right-hander. Bowled a peach of a delivery to get rid of the dangerous Devon Thomas when he had 25, the top scorer thus far. And he's operating now to the skipper of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That is Jamar Hamilton, who is on 4. And he's about to take strike from McSween. Runs here, good, well timed, just a push. They've gone for 1. They've come back for the second. And Django is going to, well, he was thinking of the third. And he set off probably just about not quite quarter way up the pitch, but he was sent back by Hamilton. He had to quickly turn and get back to the safety of his crease, and he did it comfortably in the end because the throw was a little bit wayward. So 2 runs to Hamilton, goes to 6, 2 for 39, McSween, and this is his 12th over.
Django seemed to have taken the second run. That's a bit too slow. Wanting to go back for 3 would have been a problem.
That's another good shot from Hamilton, but partially stopped by McSween. And I tell you what, if he didn't, that would have run away to the boundary for 4 because it was hit firmly by Hamilton, and McSween just got his hand down to it in time.
almost deflected it on the non-striker's stump, and Django was a couple steps backing up there. But he did hurry and get back in.
Badly lined. He's just going to pick up. Oh, that's 4. I was about to say he's just going to pick up a single. And that ball flew past the man at the deep backward square leg position, or more of a fine leg.
Martin, is it?
Yeah, it just flew past him.
Well, I don't know why he's so wide, Colin. This is the second time a 4 has gone down to fine leg, and it beat the man down at deep fine leg, who is fairly wide. I thought it should have him just a bit straighter, a bit finer. I mean, if it goes wider, it's obviously the ball would be traveling a little slower, but the finer it goes, it means that there's a lot of pace on the ball. He should be a little finer.
I agree. He should be a little finer. He's a bit wide there. It's not the first time we've seen the ball go into the boundary. And that's another pleasant shot. This one is going to run away as well for 4 runs. That's good batting from Hamilton. He's taking the attack now to Preston McSween. And once it's pitched up, he's going into the drive. He's timing it sweetly. And that one he timed well. It went between the man at cover and point down to the boundary for 4. We see a change in the field because the second slip has now come out to an extra cover. That is the skipper himself, Hodge. He's come to a short extra cover in a catching position. And he's moved the man who was at cover a little bit squarer. So he feels he's got enough protection out there now.
That was a top shot, really. He was right to the pitch and a bit of a check drive. Once he had made contact, there was enough power in the shot. And it was in the gap as well. That was a good-looking shot there from Jamal Hamilton.
90 for 4.
Django is just on 1 from 17 deliveries. Hamilton is on 14 of 12. And that's the rate Hamilton usually scores at. He's a no-nonsense type of batsman.
That's correct. That's a much better delivery. Hamilton can't do very much with it. He just defends. He was thinking of the single, but in the end the ball was going out to that man, Ogis, who was already effected 1 run out for the day. And I'm sure the Leeward Islands batsman would not want a second run out. So the end of the over from McSween. He's completed his 12th over, 2 for 47. And the total now on to 90 for 4.
Well, the spinners are Hodge and Denver. I think they would be very pleased that the 4 top batsmen have been sent back to the pavilion. I'm sure that they would not like to be bowling to the opening batsman and the number 1 batsman, number 3 batsman. Pacers have removed the top 4, so the spinners, Denver and Hodge, they would be feeling a lot more confident now bowling at the middle and lower order of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting. Django, not yet in stride, he's just on 1. Martin has 1 for 11 of 7.1 overs. We're seeing now that there's a man being dropped out to the square leg boundary. There's also a fine leg on the boundary. So is he going to be serving up some short pitch deliveries? Now Django comes right forward and pushes it back along to mid-off. No run there. 90 for 1, Leeward Islands. We are over number 32. And that's news from the Barnlower Cricket Academy, where the league leaders, Barbados Pride, they are up against the 3rd place team, TNT Red Force, and the TNT Red Force at lunch were 56 for 5. Not good news there for the Trinidad and Tobago supporters. There's Django Comes correct, technically forward. Watches it on to the bat. Hit in the middle of the bat, Django.
Martin in his eighth. When you look at the bowling figures, Anil, all the quickies have been very, very tight, except for Preston McSween, who's and I believe he's much more the attacking bowler. That's not a bad delivery at all. Came back at Django, just missed the off stump. Yeah, I think McSween will give away more runs because of his attacking nature. He's looking, whereas you look at Martin, you look at Thomas, they tend to be line and length, outside the line of the off stump, almost saying to the batsman, well, if you want runs, come after me.
Well, he has conceded 47 runs already, McSween, in his 11 overs, so he's fairly expensive, but the important thing, he has taken 2 of the wickets to have fallen. So he might be expensive, but he's an attacking bowler, as you said, and he would be a bit expensive.
That's the first real sign of aggression we've seen from Martin, but the line was bad.
Well, he's got two men in the deep down on the leg side. There's a fine leg and there's a man at the square leg boundary as well. I was expecting him to bowl a couple of short pitch deliveries. That's the first one we have seen. Didn't get up with any venom at all. As a matter of fact, it was dying when it reached the wicket keeper. It's a short mid-on to complete the leg side field, the fine leg and the backward square leg. That should have been a single there, I thought.
Yeah, I don't think Django was in a position to take that run. It's the end of the over, 90 for 4. Yeah, I don't think Django was in a position. He was on the back foot and was trying to turn it to leg. I don't think he was expecting a call from Hamilton, and so he was never in the position to go through for the run. It might have been a run, you're right, but I don't think Django was ever looking for the run.
Yeah, after he played the shot, he just stood still. Martin 1 for 11, and that's off 8 overs. That's pretty economical for the fast bowler. He opened the bowling for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. His first spell, he had none for 11 off 6 overs. Well, we have seen the return of Kenneth Denver. Had 4 overs for just 4 runs. He was taken off. And when they took him off, I thought it was a good move because Preston McSween came back and he got 2 wickets.
That's correct. It's going to be interesting with Hamilton. He's, as we keep saying, he's not the kind of player that is going to play down 3, 4, 5, 6 deliveries. He's going to look to get after Denver. But Denver's got good control. He's not a big turner of the ball, and you're not going to expect turn on this pitch from day one here. But he's a steady type of bowler. And how Hamilton deals with him is going to be very interesting. I don't think Hamilton is the kind of player that is going to push forward and prod and wait for the loose ball. He's going to look to go after Denver. Once this time, he's swinging it around. And a short delivery from Denver, badly lined as well, outside the line of the leg stump. You don't bowl that to Jamar Hamilton. He's put it away, backward of square leg, down to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot from him because there's nobody at that deep backward square leg. There's a deep forward square leg. He's just to the left of the umpire, but right out. And then you've got the man at that short, fine leg. So the umpire is now just walking across. He's going to the offside because he wants to ensure that there are not 3 fieldsmen behind square on that leg side.
Well, couldn't he have seen that from standing on the leg side?
Well, he kept looking behind him, Anil, at the man at the deep square leg. and he was being pushed around to his right. So I think he was a little bit worried that he might have gone behind square.
Denver is not a very slow off spinner in the mold of usual off spinners, Colin. He's fairly quick through the air, and he's still got a bit of loop in the delivery. So you got to be careful with him.
That's a good shot from Hamilton, striking it down to long on, and they jog through for an easy single. So Thomas doing the fielding. 95 for 4 now, brings the left-handed Django into strike. He's on 1. He's faced something like 23 balls.
Well, he has not received a lot of run-scoring deliveries. Thought they were very tight to Amir Django, the pacers, and now the spinners. 24 deliveries, as you said, and just on 1 Django. Hamilton is on 19 of 18 deliveries. Denver none for 9 of 5 deliveries. Leeward Islands, pretty strong position, 95 for 4. Strong position for the Windwards, that is. They had a very good opening session when they picked up 4 wickets and conceded 71 runs in the pre-lunch session. They took the honours in that first session, even though the Leeward Island Hurricane won the toss and decided to bat on what is a very good batting track. They have been set back here by the volcanoes and looking now to take some a rearguard action here and trying to build a good partnership.
Yeah, when you look through the lineup, they've still got some batting to come. Louis, he's very handy. Is Rakeem Cornwall. So that's a good shot again. He finds the gap. It's going to run away. He didn't seem to time it all that well, but it still goes away to the boundary for 4. So Martin guilty of just giving Hamilton the room outside that line of the off stump. It seemed to have come off more the bottom part of the bat, and he still had enough power in the shot to carry it to the boundary. So if you give Hamilton the room, he's going to look to punish you. He goes to 23. It's 99 now for 4.
He reminds you so much of Devon Smith. The minute the ball is there to be hit, they are going to hit it, and he's playing a lot of shots. Once the ball is there to be hit, Hamilton is going to hit it. It's a good comeback delivery there by Martin.
Yeah, I thought Hamilton was looking to hit that more on the onside, trying to on-drive, and it just straightened on him and took a leading edge. Luckily, it wasn't in the air when it went out on the offside.
Not a tall guy, Jamal Hamilton. By the Leeward Islands standards, you would have to say he's pretty short, but he's very stockily built and very powerful indeed. Can hit the ball a very, very long way.
That's a good delivery, just back of a leg, angled into the right-hander. And Hamilton, as you rightly said, not a very tall man, had to quickly just push it out in front of him on the offside. 99 for 4. Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to take first strike.
We'll see if we can find a score in that game between Guyana and Jamaica at Diego Martin in a while. That's a game of interest as well.
Just didn't find the gap. Not a good delivery from Martin. Once you're going to put it on that leg stump, Hamilton is going to look to work it behind square. Didn't quite get it there. Martin is going to continue operating from over the wicket to the right-hander. It came back, but didn't do enough to hit the stumps. So they're getting some movement, these quicker bowlers. As Jamar Hamilton, the skipper for the Leeward Islands, of course, didn't play in the last game, and the team was led by Rakeem Cornwall, and got to give him kudos because he took the Leeward Islands to victory.
Cornwall had a pretty good match with the ball. He didn't bowl a lot in that first innings in that match against the Red Force, but he was very economical. At one time, he's bowling 16 overs for 16 runs and had 3 wickets as well.
So the end of the over, 99 for 4. Django is 1, Hamilton is 23. You just have to wonder who's going to take up the attack now. Is it going to be Denver? Is going to continue? He's had 5 overs, none for 9. So Django on 1. It's a good shot, driving out Thomas at long off. And they amble through for the single. So Django goes to 2 from 25 deliveries. Brings the aggressive Jamar Hamilton back into strike. He's on 23 from 24. It's a good delivery. One that just straightened on Hamilton. You could see him at first looking to play inside the line, and then he had to quickly adjust and open the face of the bat and guided it out towards the cover point position. It's another good on drive. They're going to pick up a comfortable single as Thomas is out at long on. So Hamilton goes up by 1 to 24. It's 101 for 4.
Well, look carefully here at Denver, Colin. He appears as though he's trying to impart spin on every single delivery. Look how hard he's ringing and trying to really spin the ball. I mean, the one that goes with the arm, you wouldn't see him spinning the fingers around the ball, but this time, you know, most times he's just imparting a lot of spin it put up here, because there's loop as well.
Goes wide of the crease.
Yeah.
Goes wide of the crease on that occasion.
Not in the mold of, let's say, Brian Charles, who bowls pretty straight, direct to the wickets, and you don't see any loop whatsoever. Quick, flattish deliveries Charles likes to bowl.
It's a good ball right into the block hole, and Django couldn't do anything about it, just came down and it pushes it back up along the track to the bowler. The end of the over from Denver, he's completed 6 overs, none for 11. Django is on 2 from 26, from 28 deliveries. Hamilton is on 24 from 26. It's 101 for 4.
Yeah, pretty slow going at the moment. I mean, Django is being very cautious, not getting a lot of deliveries that he can score off, while Hamilton on the other end, he would like to score as quickly as he's accustomed to, but not getting the opportunities so easily. The Windward Island bowlers have kept the line. They've bowled a pretty good length, and they've kept things pretty quiet. Leewards only just getting over the 100 mark. They're 101 for 4, and that came after 35 overs. They would be wanting a wicket here, the Volcanoes. They had a very good pre-lunch session, picking up 4 wickets. And that was after the Leeward Islands won the toss and decided to take first strike on what is a pretty good batting wicket here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Nice sunny conditions as well, prevailing. It sun has come back out in all its glory. You were saying how hot it was this morning. Well, tell you what, it's could be as hot now as it was earlier this morning, because it's really sunny.
Yeah.
And a big lunch. Anil, it's time to maybe put your head down and have a little snooze. But it's too hot. It's too hot for that even.
Yeah.
Well, here's Martin. It's another short delivery, but not. We've seen him bowl a couple short deliveries, but they've not really worried the batsmen. They're much too short, and all Hamilton does is just sort of bend. You know, it's not the vicious type of bouncer that is rearing at the batsman's head. And they handled it pretty easy. Hamilton, in fact, handled it pretty easy on that occasion. Somebody walking. Why do spectators walk behind the side screen, especially when the bowling is from that end? Somebody was walking, bowling is they're operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, or the southern end, and somebody was walking just behind the side screen, and they had to ask him to move. Another short delivery though from Thomas, so 2 in a row to Hamilton. Hamilton just 1 run away from being 2 runs away, sorry, from being the top scorer in this innings. So far, Devon Thomas with 25 was the top scorer, and Jamar Hamilton is already just 1 behind him. It's a good looking shot. Was thinking of a single, but it was not on.
It's a smart bit of fielding there by, is it Maxwell?
Yeah, but a no ball.
Oh my, that's the 4th. So you've had 4 no balls from the Pacers, and I think this is the 3rd no ball now by Martin. Yeah, that's right. He had 2 no balls previously. He's got 2 men behind on the leg side, deep. There's a fine leg, there's a man at the square leg boundary. He tried 2 bounces, but Hamilton was not tempted. This one again, a little shortish. He got in behind the line and off stump this time.
It's obvious to me that they've decided, especially with the Pacers, not to take the ball up to Hamilton. Just back of a length, the short deliveries. I'd be surprised if they're going to take it up to Hamilton, just have the sneaky feeling it's going to be wide of the off stump and asking him to reach for it.
Well, everything that has been pitched up to him has been driven. So they're aware of the fact that he likes the ball coming up to him.
And that's going to go through the cover region. And again, it's just a push this time. Wasn't a full-blooded drive. He just stood there, allowed the ball to come onto the bat, and then he just pushed it. It's a good shot, actually, because it was not a half volley. It was not all that short. And as it came back to him, he used the pace of the delivery, and you could see him just pushing at it. And he picks up 2 runs. He's now the top scorer in this inning so far. He's on 26, 104 for 4.
None of the side boundaries are either a bigger side boundary or a smaller side boundary, because we are playing almost and on the middle strip on the square out there. Oh,
runs for Hamilton. That's a bad delivery from Martin. He lined it on the leg stump, and Hamilton whipped it through the vacant mid-wicket region. The man there at that square leg had to run all the way towards a deep mid-wicket. It looks like Kotoy, the man who had given chase, and limits his scoring to a second. Ken, I don't think Hamilton timed that out very well Anil?
No, it was over pitch. It was on the pads. It was deserved to be hit, and I thought that he didn't get all the power in the shot. It didn't come off the middle, but he still picked up 2 runs there.
Runs again. They're going to hustle for 2. Can they get it? Hamilton is coming back. That's good cricket. Excellent cricket on his part, because it was a delivery angled into him, and he was just literally steering it down to a fine leg position. Took the bottom hand away as well, so the ball had no pace, and immediately he called Django for 2. And Thomas, who is on that fine leg position, had about 20 meters to run in, and it enabled Hamilton to pick up 2 runs. He hustles along now to 30 from 33 deliveries. It's 108 for 4.
Pretty slow going at the moment after lunch. Leeward Islands Hurricane looking to rebuild the innings here, because they went to lunch with the score on 71 for 4. They had lost 4 wickets in that pre-lunch session, where Preston McSween had picked up 2. And then we had Martin, who had the very first wicket of the day. But it is Denver. Denver is the off spinner. He's bowling right arm around the wicket to Amir Django. Django has been kept very quiet indeed. He's just on 2. He's faced 29 deliveries already.
And from a Leeward Islands perspective, that's all right. The important thing, and I think he realizes that now, because he's playing Denver very defensively. He's not looking to attack him. He's just pushing forward, playing each ball in its merit. I think he realizes now that with Hamilton, who's scoring so quickly, and as soon as he goes after the attacking shot, he goes, well, it was a bad shot from Amir Django. It was outside the line of the off stump, seemed to have a little bit more bounce. He was playing this expansive square drive. He would have been better left alone had he seen that outside. He was pushing forward to it. Oh, let's have a look, Anil, because he was playing on the front foot all the time. This delivery outside the line of the off stump seemed to have turned slightly, but he was playing this expansive drive and got the outside edge into the gloves of wicketkeeper Dennis Smith.
Well, he was nowhere near the pitch of that, Colin. If you notice, that ball was passing the bat. It was almost 2 feet off the ground, the height of the ball. So he was nowhere near the pitch, Amir Django. It was wide of off stump as well, and it did turn. He was looking to flay it with an open face bat between cover and the man at point, but it turned away and took the outside edge. The shot really was not on. Tough luck there for Amir Django. He has to go, and that is the fall of wicket number 5. Amir Django, who had looked so good in that first innings when they played against the Red Force down at Diego Martin. He has gone for just 5, is it? 2 runs there, and he stayed a very long while there. I thought that he lost his concentration there and went after that wide delivery.
I must admit, I was a little surprised, because the first and second ball, he was long forward in defense. He didn't seem to be looking to attack Denver. And all of a sudden, that delivery, give him a little bit of air.
Yes, you'd have to give him credit. He gave it some air and encouraged Django to come at it, but he held it back a bit. He didn't go right up to him with it. It was just back of a good length, but it had some flight. There was some loop as well, and Amir Django was beaten by the flight and loop, and the ball turned as well. He was nowhere near the pitch to execute that drive off the front foot.
Yeah, that's right. It was a good delivery from Denver. Good bowling. Give him credit. Because after Django had played long forward defensive, the first 2 deliveries, he just gave it a little bit more air, and Django tried to go after him, and it took the outside edge. So it's the end of Django. He goes, Court Smith bowled Denver for 2. It's 108 for 5.
Well, Terence Ward is now at the crease. And he has replaced Amir Django. That's the biggest partnership we have had so far, Colin, between Amir Django and Jamal Hamilton. It realized, 37 runs?
Yeah, 36 runs, actually.
36, well,
Yeah.
yes, that would be the biggest partnership, won't it?
It appears so, yeah, you're quite right. Because the previous one to that was 20...
Yeah, that was for the third.
For the third wicket between Powell and Thomas was 26. Yep, so it was. And when you think about it, the bulk of that scoring was done by Jamar Hamilton. He's on 30 at the moment. But the new batsman is Terence Ward. Ward has been having a pretty successful campaign so far. Batted 5 times, 122 runs. He's been not out on 3 occasions, with a top score of 78 not out, and an average of 61.
Oh, that's a pretty healthy average there for Ward. Well, let's see if Kenneth Denver is going to come into his own. He's bowling pretty impressive. I think he's giving the ball generous flight and spin. I haven't seen too many of the arm balls. He's really trying to flight and spin the off break. And it paid off for him in that last over. He got Amir Django, who was undecided, and a late decision to play a drive, a ball that was wideish of him, and he was not to the pitch of as well. Only succeeded in getting the outside edge. So the fifth wicket falling with the score on 108. Martin looking to add to his tally at the first wicket of the game when he had Monson Hodge LBW for 14, and that first wicket fell when the score was on 21. What is he still has the 2 men down on the boundary at the leg side. There's a fine leg and there's a man at the square leg boundary. Let's see if he'll serve up any short pitch deliveries. And this is wide outside off stump. A big expansive drive attempted there by Jamar Hamilton. And that ball did keep low. That's probably the lowest we've seen any of the deliveries keeping so far. Just skirted along the ground there. A more spread field now for Martin. There's a mid-off, there's a short extra cover, there's a cover normal, there's a backward point, there's a first and a third slip, there's a fine leg on the boundary a bit wide, and there's a square leg on the boundary as well. And a similar delivery, a similar shot, and a similar result. It did not get up past under the bat there, and 2 wild swishes there by Jamar Hamilton, Colin. Looking like he's beginning to lose his concentration a bit.
Yeah, he's actually walked away from the wicket now, and he's gone towards where a short square leg would be. So he's just trying to compose himself. He realizes that
he's losing it.
Yeah, so he's just gone to have a little chat to himself. He's come back now to face Martin in his 11th over, 1 for 22. It's a short but wayward delivery from Martin. And there goes Hamilton again for a little bit of a walk.
Well,
it's amazing, and various batsmen do different things to get their concentration levels back up. Hamilton seems to need to take a little bit of a walk, compose himself, and then come back to face the next delivery.
Reminds me of Rafael Nadal. He touches almost every part of his anatomy before he serves.
Yes, it's really strange. And he does it with every serve, isn't it? Not to say it's a nice short delivery. It's better lined.
I keep wondering, are these guys conscious that the fans are getting fed up of the routine? You touch your ears, you touch your head, you touch your nose, you touch your scalp, you touch your buttocks, you touch your leg. And after that, he would still bounce it in his ball about 6-7 times before he serves.
Yes, the French Open is going on now.
Yep.
And Osaka. She lost in the first round. She's having her little mental troubles. Naomi Osaka.
Sabalenka as well went out in the first round, I
Oh,
thought.
I didn't realize that. I
Yes.
was watching part of that game, didn't see it completed, but she seemed to be struggling in the first couple of games. I think to a French woman, Pasquet or something like that.
That's right.
Yeah. So the end of the over from Martin, the end of it, it's 108 for 5. Denver is going to continue. Not well lined, and Ward is allowing it to pass behind him, taken by Smith. See the umpire going over onto the offside. Maybe would have a clearer view because he's being blocked. His vision is being blocked by the man at that forward short leg. And Hodge is making another attacking move. He's going across. He's going across to a leg gully. Got to be careful because you can't have more than 3 men on the leg side.
Behind square.
Behind square, 3 men behind square on the leg side. No, you can't have more than 2 men behind square on the leg side. So he's got that leg gully. He's got a backward square leg. And he's got that forward short leg who's got to be in front of the crease. And then he had a man at that deep square leg. He's pulled him around towards a deep mid wicket. So he's safe with that field. But Denver has been so consistent. He's really bowled a bad delivery. I remember him bowling one short to Hamilton, and Hamilton pulled him back with a square for 4. Other than that, can't remember Denver bowling too many bad deliveries. And he's in his 8th over.
He's been pretty much on the money here this morning. I like the way he's looking to impart spin on the ball. And most of the deliveries, there's the flight and a bit of loop as well. The ball is dropping before it reaches the... Have a look at that. That ball just dropping out the sky. And that is the type of delivery that made Amir Jangu misread the flight and the turn.
Single for Ward, so he's off the mark. 109 for 5. 1 delivery left in this over.
Any scores? Okay.
109 for 5. This is Denver with his final delivery to Hamilton. He drives sweetly. He's only going to get a single because it was hit to the right of the man at short extra cover and to the left of mid-off. Now McSween is left-handed, so he just took a couple steps to his left, stuck that big left hand out, and limited the scoring to a single. So Hamilton goes up by 1. He is on 31. It's 110 for 5 at the end of the over. And Denver has completed 8 overs. Look at those figures. 8 overs, 1 for 13.
Well, he's threatening really to go through the middle and lower order of the Leeward Islands hurricane. So they've got to be careful with Denver. He's spinning the ball, although the pitch itself not offering a lot of turn, but he is imparting a lot of spin on the deliveries.
With that wicket of Jangu, he's picked up 11 wickets now for the Windward Islands. McSween has 10, but he's now joined wicket taker with Shamar Lewis for the Windward Islands, that is.
Well, he has set the trap for the hook shot, but I haven't seen him bowling any short pitch deliveries really to tempt the batsman to go for the hook shot. And again, this is pitched up outside off stump. Hamilton just comes forward and opens the face, allows it to hit the middle of the bat, and it runs behind square. No run, there's a man just backward of point. A crowded offside field, a mid-off, a cover, a short extra cover, a backward point. There's a third slip and the first slip. First slip just a bit wide. Martin again.
That's a good shot. Unlucky for Hamilton. A lovely straight drive. He hit it too straight because it crashed into the non-striker's stumps. But that was a really good shot. He timed it well. He placed it back past the bowler, but it was just a little too straight, Anil.
Well, even though it struck the stump at the non-strikers, and it had already beaten the mid-off and the mid-on Colin, because it was with such power and it was very straight. I couldn't see any of them getting across to that.
Well, he remains on 31, could consider himself lucky. He should be on 35, but he's got to fight on. Trying to turn a delivery, seemed to have played a little too early. And it went back up along the track to Martin. He's in his 12th over, 1 for 22. But really nice conditions here at the Oval. And remember, Leeward Island started this day on 46.4 points, whereas Barbados were on 47.2. Trinidad and Tobago 43. The Guyana 41.4. And really and truly, you have to think that Jamaica and Windwards are out of it. Windwards certainly are out of it. Jamaica, they would still hope for an outside chance if they were to beat Guyana and other results go their way. Martin continuing to operate here. He's put in a good shift. He's in his 12th over.
Just 22 runs. So that's a good economy rate here from Martin.
He's operating from the Brown Lara Pavilion end. He's bowled from that end all day. Here's Hamilton looking to drive, gets an inside edge. At the delivery, just outside the line of the off stump, seemed to be a little slower delivery, and he was looking to drive. Hamilton was too early into the shot, and it came off the inside edge onto the pad, and could so easily have ricocheted onto his stumps. So he survived that. Hamilton, lot depends on this pair now. If they're to get to maybe in the vicinity of 225, 250.
Well, they would have to bat well to even reach 225 or 250 because they've lost the top 5. A lot would depend on this pair at the wicket, especially Jamal Hamilton. But they've still got the old Jimbo to come in, Colin Raheem Cornwall.
They've got Louis, Jeremiah Louis.
Oh,
he
was very impressive in that game against
Listen,
TNT.
he's batted twice so far and has 86 runs.
Well, that
from his 2 innings.
We saw against the interior at force. It really was impressive.
So I think
he was on the attack, and he got off most of the shots that he attempted.
Well, we see Hamilton. I'm not too sure what happened there. Did that ball go into his boot and has done some damage, maybe to his ankle or something like that? But we see while he's being treated, it's going to be a refreshment break here because the 12th men are coming out with drinks, followed by the 3rd umpire. So it's 110 for 5. We're just about ready for a refreshment break here at the Queen's Park Oval. Hamilton is on 31, Ward is on 1, and we do have a refreshment break at the moment.
Well, we're back here at the Queen's Park Oval, where we just had a drinks break with the Leewards and 110 for 5. There's a loud shout for LBW, but that seems to be going down the leg side, is it? As, just getting a score here, Colin, with the TNT Red Force. They're up against Barbados at the Barnard Cricket Academy. They are on 106 for 6.
That's not bad. They were 56 for 5 at one stage, so there must have been a little bit of a partnership.
Joshua the Silver, he is on 17, the Silver. Terence Hines is on 2. Those are the batsmen at the wicket, so TNT Red Force struggling as well.
And you don't have the scores from the other batsmen, do you?
No, not yet. I'll
Would
have
have
to
been
wait.
interesting. There must have been a little bit of a partnership between the Silver and whoever just got out. But Denver is going to continue here. And it's bowling to Ward. Ward is on 1. He's faced 9 deliveries. He's going to pick up a single because the ball just running off the face of the bat and going to the is that Devon Thomas is the lone slip? Seems to be Devon Thomas there, or is it Athens? Devon Thomas he's actually at mid-wicket. So a score also coming out of that game at Diego Martin between Jamaica and Guyana. Jamaica 132 for 4. Blackwood is on 47 not out. Campbell got to 37. Parker 18. Williams is 18 not out. And Sinclair, Kevin Sinclair, we haven't heard about him for a little while. He's picked up 2 for 46. Moti 1 for 10. And Cameron 1 for 34.
So that's a good battle going on there. Diego Martin, 132 for 4, Jamaica.
And they would want to get to maybe close to 300, Anil, if they can get there. But at 132 for 4, I think they would do well to maybe get to 250, 275.
Oh, yeah. But Blackwood is not out on 47.
Well, he's going to be the key, eh? If he can get a big 100, then they can very well get up to the 300.
Yes, and you rightly said we didn't hear a lot about Kevin Sinclair for a while.
Yeah, he had burst onto the scene a couple of years ago, was playing ODI cricket, T20 cricket, and then all of a sudden, it's as if he just took a hiatus. But it's glad that he's a decent off spinner, good young man, and certainly it's happy to see him back and picking up a couple of wickets. Hodge is going to continue, or he's going to start his first over after the luncheon period. He's had 2 overs, none for 4 before lunch. So he's going to be bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Terence Ward. Ward is on 2.
Well, surprising is it that the leg spinner, Leeward Islands,
Hayden Walsh.
Walsh is,
I think
is
he's gone. I think he's gone with the West Indies team.
Well.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, at the end of the third round, Anil, a lot of the West Indian players went off for the ODI.
That's right.
A twin tour. They go to the Holland first, which should be, well, I don't want to say should be easy for West Indies, but you expect West Indies to win that series in Holland, and then they go on to a tough one in Pakistan, where I don't think they expected to win that. Pakistan playing some good cricket, and they've got some very, very talented players.
Well, I remember we played a couple games in Holland as well in the 80s, Colin, when
that's right.
Queen's Park Cricket Club toured England and Holland, and there were some decent players as well in Holland.
Yeah.
So, and they have come along as well, because they have been playing in the ICC's teams that are not in the top flight of international cricket. But they showed quite a keen interest the time we were there.
Yeah, they were cricket mad, weren't they?
Yeah.
And so it should be interesting, but you really expect West Indies to go to Holland and win, and then it's going to be the tougher tour to Pakistan. Well, 111 for 5. Hamilton is taking strike. He's on 31. And Denver is going to continue. He's really been bowling superbly. 9 overs, 1 for 14. You couldn't ask better. I suppose easier to say you couldn't ask him for more than what he's done, as Hamilton picks up a single with the first delivery of the over. 112 for 5. Brings the right-handed Terence Ward back into strike.
Well, I think that Denver is poised to get some more wickets here, because he's bowling fairly good. He's not getting the assistance from the pitch, but he is imparting a lot of spin on the ball. He wraps his fingers around the ball and really tries to spin it. You can see the loop, the flight there.
But good batting on the part of Ward, because as you rightly said there, Anil, he gave it a little bit of air, and Ward used his feet nicely, getting to the pitch, and was on driving down to long on. So he picks up another single. So he goes to 3. That's excellent fielding by Denver. That's wonderful feeling, because that was going towards a mid-on, and he moved across swiftly. Now, in fairness to Hamilton, he didn't time it all that well, so it didn't go powerfully down to the long-on position. But Denver, he took a couple steps to his right and through his body stopped it from going past him. Oh, that's a good delivery. Takes the outside edge, dropping just in front of Athenaeus at a slip. But this delivery didn't give it some air. He pushed it through flatter, and there was Hamilton pushing forward at it. Luckily, got the outside edge, and it went just to the right of Athenaeus, who was diving to stop it. The Windward Islands now really giving of their all in the field. They're diving around. They're stopping everything that they can. And they have the Leeward Islands struggling at 113 for 5.
Hamilton was really lucky there that that ball didn't carry all the way to slip, because he really was beaten. The outside edge was found, only to see it drop short of the man at slip. So good bowling there by Denver.
Excellent bowling. It's the end of his over. He's completed 10 overs now, 1 for 16. You know, in his entire spell, Anil, I could only remember him bowling one bad delivery. It was a short delivery that Hamilton pulled down to deep backward square for 4. Outside of that, he's bowled consistently well. He's bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. He's given the ball a little air. He's done everything you want of an off-spinner.
And before the fall of the last wicket, he had to contend with bowling to both a right-hander and a left-hander. That can be some problems if you have to shift the line ever so often. But he did it quite well. Very economical. But Hodge is back.
Well, he's had 3 overs, none for 4. So Leeward Islands struggling. They're trying to get on top of this Windward Islands bowling, but they just can't get it away. Both Ward and Hamilton, who has suddenly gone into a bit of a shell, he got to 30 very quickly. But the last 10, 15 deliveries, he's barely scored a run.
Yeah, the bowling has really tightened up around him. And a well spread field as well now. So Ward would have his work cut out. He's up against some bowlers who are on a spot, and they do not have such a healthy score. 113, they've lost 5 wickets.
That's a very good delivery. He almost yorked Ward. He was looking for the drive and was getting on the front foot and realizing that ball seemed to be drifting into him a little bit. But he made it into a yorker because he got too much on top of the ball. Eventually, he just had to come down on it. It's good bowling.
They would need a big partnership. They've lost 5 wickets, and the biggest partnership they've had so far was just 36. That was between Amir Django and Jamal Hamilton. And Django had only scored 2 in that partnership.
Yeah, he was struggling. It's the end of the over from Hodge. He has bowled a very good over as well. A maiden over. He's now completed his 4 overs, none for 4. So they continue to bowl well, and they continue to keep the pressure on the Leeward Islands batsmen. And you look at Hamilton, for example, he was scoring very freely for his first 25, 30 runs. But since Ward has come out to partner him, the runs have dried up.
5 wickets down, and we have not seen Rakeem Cornwall walk out as yet, Colin. Probably
Well, I would
decides that
expect it's going to be interesting whether he comes before Louis or Louis comes before him. But I would think he's either going to come at 7 or 8.
well, I think he should be out there because his team is struggling. He can hit the ball around as well.
Then, of course, after that, you've got the quick bowlers. You've got the slow left arm spinner, Durham. But this is Denver. Hamilton has to watch that ball carefully because he's going back and across, and he seems to be getting deep in his crease. If he misses, I think he'll be a goner.
Well, he's very aware of the man who is in front of the bat, the forward short leg. There's also a leg gully and a slip. 3 close catching fieldsmen. And coming forward, playing defensively, there's always the possibility of getting an inside edge onto the pad and bringing the man at forward short leg into play, even the leg gully. So going on the back foot now most of the time and reading him off the pitch. Could be dangerous playing on the back foot to balls that are pitched up to you. Out.
That's a good shot. It was hit away from the man at mid-wicket, and that's a good bit of feeling by Thomas. He had to sprint about 15 to 20 meters to his right, and then he stuck out that big boot of his, and he was able to save a boundary. So just 2 runs to Hamilton there. He goes to 34. It's the end of over number 45, and at the end of it, it's 115 for 5.
Well, that ball was in the air for a while. It was just to the left of the man who is at a short, wideish mid-on. I don't know if it was deliberate on the part of Hamilton to play it in the air, but it was a bit close to the man at short mid-on. But he got away with it. I'll give him credit for the shot. It was well away from the man at short mid-on.
Yeah, I think he knew exactly what he was doing, but maybe he needed to keep it still a distance away from that man. But I think it was a deliberate shot on his part.
So we have the spinners operating in tandem. The left arm orthodox in Hodge, Kabeem Hodge, and the right arm off spinner of Kenneth Denver. They are putting the shackles here on the Leeward Islands Hurricane. After 45.2 overs, 115 for 5.
Nice to see 2 spinners operating on the first day of a game. Here's Ward coming down the track. That's a lovely shot. That is a good shot. came down the track and he lifted it high over mid-on and it went beyond the boundary for 6. That's a very, very good shot indeed. The good thing about it was he used his feet to get to the pitch. And once you do that, with the man in at mid-on, you just have to lift it high over his head. So that's a good shot from Ward. He goes from 3 to 9. The total on to 121 for 5.
A brave shot there by Ward. Decided that he was going to take the chance and go down the track, but he did it perfectly well. Down the track, got to the pitch, hit it straight, hit it hard, and hit it high. And it dropped just in front of the Brian Lara pavilion here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. 6 runs. That's the first 6 of the match, really.
That's another good-looking shot, using his feet. Again, I thought he got too much under the ball, and so in the end, he was just pushing it out towards mid-off. They seemed to be coming down the track for a full-blooded drive, but found he just wasn't to the pitch. This is a delivery that left alone by Ward, and that just shaved the off stump.
I wonder if he picked the one with the arm there. It didn't appear.
It didn't appear to be.
Yeah, it didn't look so. That passed very, very close to the off stump.
The end of the over from Hodge. He's completed his 5th over, none for 10. 121 for 5. Ward is on 9. Hamilton is on 34.
This is regional 4-day cricket at the Queen's Park Oval. This is the 4th round of matches in this year 2022 tournament. We have two other matches taking place simultaneously. One at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex between Jamaica and Guyana, and the other at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy that involves the home team, the TNT Red Force. They're up against the league leaders, the Barbados Pride, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are struggling there from the last scores we heard. 6 wickets are down for just over 100 runs, Colin.
Yeah, not a good performance so far, but the batting seems to be the worry now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, because they failed at 140 in the previous game. Not too sure. Yeah, well, we're looking at Ward. It's about to say I'm not too sure his approach at the moment. He's probably going to continue batting as he is, because he's been pushing the ball around. In the previous over, he came down the track, had a big hit over long on. Is he going to do that again, or is he going to just play out Denver?
Well, he's not looking badly, actually. I thought he's played the ball on merit, and he's played the appropriate shots when he needed to. And more importantly, he's giving good support as well to Jamal Hamilton, who is on 35. He is the senior batsman. He needs to stay out there. That's the important thing, Terence Ward.
One delivery left in Denver's 12th over. Well set field, so there is no run. The end of the over from Denver. 47 overs have now been completed, and it's 122 for 5. Hamilton is 35, Ward is on 9.
Yeah, pretty slow going at the moment, but you can understand that because the Leeward Islands, they have really been put under some pressure now for the last part of the session. Since lunch, they've been struggling. 71 for 5 it was at 4 it was at the luncheon interval. So they've lost another wicket since the resumption, and they have added 50 odd runs. 51 they've added.
They got a single. Ward was having a little bit of a snooze, and Hamilton called him for that run. Yeah, there was 72 for 4 at lunch. So it's now 123. So they've added 51. They've added 51 since the luncheon interval. Lost the wicket of Jangu. Hodge continuing that attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. 123 for 5.
He's prepared to use his feet to the spinners. Once they give it flight, he's coming down the track. He's got to be certain to the deliveries that he's coming down the track to, that he can get to the pitch and not be left stranded down the wicket. Oh my, there he was, looking to leave that ball alone. Late decision there.
Ward looks comfortable since he's come into bat. He hasn't been in any trouble. And when I say he hasn't been in any trouble, I haven't seen the bat get beaten on many occasions by the ball. He's played everything on his merit. He's done well since he's come in. It's the end of the over from Hodge. It's now 123 for 5.
If the Windward Island volcanoes keep exerting this sort of pressure, something has got to give at some time, Colin, because these batsmen, they've been kept quiet since the resumption after lunch. And the Windward Island volcanoes, they are on top of the game really, because they're bowling a very good line. The pacers were pretty good, and now the spinners looking to come into their own here. Denver, he has already taken the wicket of Amir Jangu. Looking to impart a lot of spin on the ball here. He's got a good attacking feel. There's a forward short leg. There's a leg gully. And a man at slip. A short extra cover as well. So the defensive prod, you can even get out with that. And he's got enough men on the outfield as well. See, even the boundary, there's a deep mid wicket. There's a man at square leg short, and there's a long on. There's also a mid off who is just a bit deep, and a short extra cover on the offside. Well, how long is Hamilton going to stay quiet? He's a batsman who doesn't like to stay too quiet.
You're very right about that. They've got a long on in position for him, and they've got a deep mid wicket. So they've got some kind of cover on the onside if he decides to go at. It's fielded at slip by Athenes. Yeah, if he decides to go after Denver, they've got that long on, and they've got that deep mid wicket. So he's got to be careful if he's going to look to go over the top. He's got to keep it away from that long on and deep mid wicket position. That's much better. He's driving on the offside, runs in it for him. May not get to the boundary. Let's see if they're going to come back for the third. Yes, they will. 3 easy runs for Hamilton, as Denver just trades slightly outside the line of the off stump. And Hamilton was driving sweetly. Didn't time it. I don't think he timed it as well as he would have liked, or else would have raced to the boundary, but they still were able to pick up 3 runs. Hamilton goes to 39, 126 for 5.
That's a good shot. He had to wait for it. It was wide. There's no one from cover to the man at slip, so he knows that there's a big gap out there. He waited for it, opened the face, and he drove it through cover. He didn't get a lot of power in it, but he was still able to pick up 3 runs. It's a good looking on drive there by Ward.
Yeah, he's batting well, isn't he? He's just what I like about Ward so far, he's not doing anything flashy. He's just playing the one aggressive shot he played. I thought it was a safe shot as well. The mid-on was in, he used his feet, got to the pitch, and he lifted it high over long on. Other than that, he's really played for Hamilton. He's been pushing the ball around, getting the singles, getting Hamilton back on strike. Here he's pinched the strike though, because he took the single off the last ball. But, I like his approach so far. And if these two continue the way they're going, well, who knows? 127 for 5. Ward is on 10. And Hamilton is on 39. But it's been a good partnership by these two. Just added some 27 runs, or is it? No, they've added just 17 runs. Let me get my calculations right. They've added 19 runs so far. And it's probably even in terms of the contribution to the partnership. Ward is 10. Hamilton has added 9 to that partnership. And the Windwards Islands, they wouldn't want this partnership to dominate too much, Anil. They need to break it. Because if these two continue going the way they are, they will provide a good platform for Jeremiah, Louis, and those big hitters. Here's some aggression being showed by Hodge as Ward came down the track. Looking again, it didn't give me the impression he was going over the top. He was driving, and it went straight back to Hodge, and Hodge had a shy at the striker's end, and Ward was scrambling back to get home.
Well, Ward has shown good technique. Added to that, he's playing the ball on its merit, and he's playing the appropriate shots when there's need to play shots. If the ball is there to be hit, he's hitting it. But technically, he looks sound.
Runs him again for.
That's 4.
It's probably going to run into the bound. That's a good shot. He waited on that. It was outside the line of the off stump. He waited on it and then just opened the face of the bat, got it away from the man at point, down to the boundary for 4. That's 4 good-looking runs for Ward. He goes to 14 now. Still 2 deliveries left in this over.
Well, that was a quicker delivery there from Hodge. It was wide and...
he picked it up quickly, didn't he?
He picked up the line and opened the face and cut it, beating the man at backward point. A very quick outfield. Ran all the way down to the third man boundary for 4. Well, a good battle is on here. This is we want to see. Good fight in cricket.
And the Leeward Islands, they're fighting back with these two. Didn't time that at all. Thought he was looking to hit it straight. At the end of the over from Hodge, he's completed 7 overs now. 2 maidens, none for 15. Hamilton is on strike. He's going to be taking maybe. We'll have to see if Denver is going to continue. And Hamilton is 39, 131 for 5. Or do you think they will maybe give Denver a little bit of a rest now, Anil?
Well, they might, but he's accustomed to bowling a lot of long spells. And I think that the Pacers as well, they would be a bit tired. They bowled. They came off the ball just a while ago, so they would probably need a bit more rest. They obviously would be coming back into the attack sometime in the day, but not at the moment, Colin, I doubt. And this sun is extremely hot now. So the Pacers, they would need a bit of a rest. So I expect that Denver might continue for a while. He's done all that badly. 23 runs in the 13 overs. He also got a wicket. So like I said, if he can pick up a wicket here, there's always the threat of him running through the lower order of the batting.
50 overs have been bowled in the day already, so we've just got 40 overs left in the day's play. So the Windward Islands as well, getting through the overs quickly, and that's probably because of the spinners.
Oh yeah, the overs would go through quickly when you have 2 spinners operating, and they're getting through the overs pretty quickly as well. Denver always seems to be in a hurry to get back to his mark.
Well, he doesn't have far to go, does he? Just a very, very interesting run-up, Anil.
Yeah,
when you look, he sorts of he skips, he hops, he jumps, and then he delivers.
Yeah, he's a triple
Not
jumper.
too sure. Sorry?
The triple jumpers. Hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, he's a very strange action, but to each his own. And if it works for you, well, who says you should change it?
there's nobody at backward point or even square on the offside. So you would have to keep that line just about on the stump. No room whatsoever on the offside, because from slip to short extra cover, there's no one fielding there.
Well, he's got to not bowl wide of the off stump, and he's got to not bowl short, but he's got some cover in the deep, because Ogis is running in to do the fielding, limits the scoring just to a single, and he's coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary. So another run to Hamilton. He was getting to the pitch, kept it down, worked it past that man at a shortish mid-wicket, and he got it down to Athenes, who is at the deep mid-wicket position. Just a single in it for Hamilton. He goes into the 40s now.
Well, that shows the sort of accuracy that Denver has, because he has no one square on the offside from slip to short extra cover. And if you look at the leg side, Colin, the man at square leg, he's at a normal square leg. Anything that's bad down the leg side, he can probably score a boundary down there. I thought that man at square leg would have been down on the boundary.
I think his control is good.
Very good.
He hasn't really bowled any short deliveries, and I think that's why he's going to get away with it on the offside as well, because as you rightly said, there's a slip, and then the next man is at a cover position. There's nobody at a backward point or even a cover point.
Nope.
But it tells me that Denver is not going to bowl short, and he's not going to bowl wide of the off stump, and he's got good control.
But he can't
he's
bowl
capable of doing that.
Yeah, he can't bowl drifting down the leg as well, because the man
because
on square leg,
no deep backward square. Yeah,
he is normal square leg.
yeah, he's got good control. Give him that. He's what? This is his 14th over, and 1 for 25. You couldn't want better than that. Denver. I think he's one to eventually pencil his name in to a West Indies team.
Well, Jamal Hamilton was beaten with that last delivery. He decided that he was coming down the track. I don't know if Denver saw him and flattened that delivery, but he had to check the shot, and he was way out the crease. So he's creating some problems here for the Leeward Island batsmen, Hamilton and Ward. But Ward seems to be unbothered with it. He's batting quite normal, Colin, even though he's not getting a lot of runs. He's quite at ease.
Yeah, he is. He's very much playing within his limitations and just knocking the ball around. The one real aggressive shot we saw is when he used his feet to hodge and hit him high over the mid-on position. Here he's looking to drive, got a thick outside edge. It's going to run away for 4 because he was on the back foot looking to hit that square on the offside. It may have just run onto him quicker than he anticipated, got the outside edge, and it was away from Athenes. Athenes is the only man at slip, and it went to his right. He had no chance, and it ran into the boundary for 4. So Ward is on to 19, 137 for 5. Is it now Anil is going to start to show some aggression?
Well, I know he'd be gaining in confidence if he's got the ability to really strike the bad balls as he has shown, and he can really apply himself to the good deliveries. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't get a big score on this partnership, produce a good partnership as well for the team.
That's another glorious shot from Terence Ward. Oh my word. He came down the track and getting to the pitch, he lifted it, didn't get the similar power and maybe the sweetness of the middle of the bat as he wanted. And it went one bounce down to long. He hit it as straight as you could anticipate anybody wanting to play a straight drive. And that was the important thing. The other thing, Anil, he got to the pitch. Once he got to the pitch, he just lifted it high over the bowler's head. Now, they're still not going with a long on or a long off. They're keeping a mid on and they're keeping the mid off. So they're obviously saying to Ward, okay, you like the shot, continue to play it and hope that he makes a mistake.
Well, Hodge isn't bowling as tight and varying the ball and doesn't have the guile of Denver. And I think that Ward has realized that as well.
Well, they've just put a long off, Anil.
Yeah, well, I think that Ward has realized that he's bowling a lot of straight deliveries. He's not really turning the leg break, and then the arm ball is not really an arm ball. It's coming basically just with the angle. And the moment, oh my goodness.
Well, he seemed to have upped the tempo now, Terence Ward, because that was a little bit of an uncharacteristic shot from him. He was looking to pull a delivery that wasn't short enough, and it beat the bat. The keeper couldn't hold on, and they went through for a bye. That was it. Yeah, it seemed to be
runs, I thought.
Or is it run? So he got the edge then.
Yeah, I didn't see any signal
I
coming
didn't.
from
Yeah,
the
I'm now trying to look and see if there was a signal, but there was none. So he must have got a little bit of an edge, and the wicketkeeper couldn't hold on.
Well, Ward is telling himself that he can handle Hodge, because I don't think he's doing a lot with the ball. Oh my goodness.
Hamilton now looking to go over the top. So they're taking some risk against Hodge because he wasn't to the pitch of that and was looking to drive, and they got the outside edge, and luckily there's only a one slip in Athens. Had there been a second slip, they would have gobbled that up. Went just to his right. But it's interesting, they seem now wanting to get after Hodge. They're looking to take on Hodge. I don't think that delivery, the final delivery of the over, Hamilton was to the pitch, but he was still trying to carry through with his shot. And luckily it could have gone straight into the hands of Athens at slip. But it just went to his right, and they were able to pick up 2. It's 144 for 5. Hamilton is 42, and Ward is 24.
Well, Hamilton has looked a lot different to the fast bowlers when he was batting than to the spinners. He seems to be struggling a bit with the spinners. I know that he likes the ball coming onto the bat, but Denver and Hodge, Denver in particular, they are doing an excellent job. And I think that Hamilton would be well advised as well to give some support to his partner on the other end, Ward, because he's beginning to look the better batsman, Colin.
Well, let's see how Ward will face up to Denver. Again, he comes. He's actually now starting to open up, and not only is he looking to go over the top with Hodge, he's now looking to place the ball to the right, to the left. He's looking for the gaps in the field and picking up the singles. He goes to 25, and it's 145 for 5.
He's not afraid to come down the track. Once the ball is flighted, you can see him leaving his crease, and he's coming down pretty quickly to ensure that he gets to the pitch and not be left stranded.
That's pulled by Hamilton. It's half stopped by the man at square leg. It's going to go into the boundary just about now. And you did make that point, Anil, that the man there is just at a square leg, a backward of square leg. And once Hamilton pulls that, just maybe to his right or his left, and he can't stop it, it's going to run into the boundary.
Yeah, I thought he should be at the backward square leg boundary, but I can't see him really getting a catch where he is. And then he can't stop the 4. The man at deep mid-wicket is fairly straight, so there's no one from the straightest deep mid-wicket all the way down to fine leg trying to cut the 4, and you have your spinner looking to attack the right-hander on middle stump. You're going to get balls drifting down the leg.
That's a lovely ball, and Alpeel goes up, not out, says the umpire. This one drifting away from the right-hander, and Hamilton pushed at it. And it beat the outside edge, and appeal went up because Dennis Smith behind the stumps figured that there was some kind of edge. But there was Denver drifting this one away, and Hamilton pushing at it. Luckily, he didn't get the edge. 149 for 5. And that's a good shot. That's a beautiful shot. Is it going to go into the boundary rope? Just about now it does. He hit it purposely right back as an off drive. Now, Denver is bowling round the wicket, and Hamilton hit this beautifully on the offside, more of an off drive. There's a man at mid-off. He couldn't get wrong in time to his right. That's McSween. And Thomas is at a long on. He was giving chase to his left. Neither could have cut it off. And Jamar Hamilton gets to 50 now. He is on 50 from 76 deliveries, 153 for 5. This has been a good innings. And he has brought his team back into this game.
Yeah, that's good batting by Jamar Hamilton. He's been very positive since he came out. He's been held back a bit for the last 15 to 20 minutes, but he's beginning to open up again. That was a good shot, really. Denver from around the wicket to the right-handed Hamilton. Pitches on legs, undriven. There's a man down at the straightest deep mid-wicket, and it would only be a single. But you'd have to give Ward some credit as well. When Hamilton had that near miss day just now, he walked down the wicket and immediately had a little word with him. Being the junior player, it is good to see him coming down and having a little word with the senior man, and no doubt telling him that he's got to cool it. And by this time, you got to stick around here. We need you at the wicket. That's what Ward probably would have said to Hamilton. Played a delightful straight drive. 154 for 5. Leeward Island Hurricanes. They're up against the Windward Island Volcanoes here at the Queen's Park Oval.
46-run partnership between these two now. It's building all the time. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes were struggling at 108 for 5. They've taken that score now to 154 for 5. And Hodge still persisting with himself. He's going to bowl his 9th over. 2 maidens, none for 26. So the 2 spinners now operating. We've had 53 overs so far in the day's play. Just another 37 overs remaining.
That's a pretty long way to go, Colin.
That's right. These two, you think they need to bat on a little bit again, carry the score maybe as close as possible to 200. And if they can do that, Anil, you would think they would then be eyeing close to 300.
Well, I think that should be the plan, really. And I think Ward was right when he walked down the wicket a while ago and had a little chat with his captain and the senior man that he's getting a bit loose and he needs to shake it off, get his concentration going again, and look to really set a big partnership here so that his team can be in a pretty good position at the end of the day's play. Remember, they are in striking range as far as the point system is concerned, and they're in striking range of probably pulling off the 4-day championship title this year, Colin.
Certainly.
It's been a long time that the Leeward Islands have not won the regional tournament.
Well, you've got to, but when you go back to the Leeward Islands and some of their players, great names like Andy Roberts, Vivian, well, probably the greatest of them all, Vivian Richards, Richie Richardson, Curtly Ambrose. They've really had they've produced some fine cricketers, not just fine cricketers, magnificent cricketers, world-class cricketers.
And for a little island.
And we haven't called all the names, Anil. We just mentioned 4, and listen to those 4.
They are just from one island.
Yeah, that's right. It's incredible. 155 for 5. Ward is back on strike. He's on 25. Hodges in his 9th over. None for 27. That's well played from Ward, not being tempted.
This is when you begin to miss the wrist spinner on your team, Colin. When the finger spinners are not doing a lot and the pacers are tired. You keep wishing that you had a leg spinner. An outside edge would drop short of the man at slip. That was well bowled there by Hodge.
So the end of the over, 155 for 5 after 54 overs. The big question is Denver going to continue? Denver's very likely he is. I would just you'd continue with Denver. Anil, or you give him a 5 and just to mix things up a little bit?
Well, you'd have to do something different shortly if nothing happens in the next over or 2, because they've been going at it for a while now. And this pair has now put on the biggest partnership so far in the innings. So if Denver is not doing anything much, I suppose that we're going to see a change at either end. Yes,
so Denver is going to come in for his 16th over. It's a very interesting field now, and because Hodge himself, he's moved from a leg slip or a leg gully towards that. How does one describe that? It's almost like a straightish, short mid-on in a catching position there.
Yeah.
This is in the air. That's not a good shot. Straight to the man at at deep mid-wicket. Well. It's the end of Hamilton. He just completed his 50. He knows he's bending over on his bat because he knows he's a naughty boy. He had no right to play that shot. He came down the track, and at the last moment, he just lifted it to Ogis, who is down at deep mid-wicket, and Ogis just sat on it. He didn't move to his right, he didn't move to his left, he didn't go back, he didn't come forward, he just stood there. And it was almost like catch and practice for Ogis. But that's a very bad shot. And Jamar Hamilton, he knows it because he stood there for a long while, hunched over his bat, indicating to himself, well, this should not have been the shot I should have played. He just got to his 50. The team was now starting to take the ascendancy. The partnership had put on 57 runs, the partnership. Yes, they have put on 57 runs. No, they have put on, let's just get it right, 47 runs, a 47-run partnership. And they were just taking control of the innings. And unfortunately, Hamilton played that shot, a naughty shot. And he got to the pitch, and for some reason, he just whipped it high in the air when he should have been over it, putting it all along the ground.
Well, he showed quite a few signs that he was lapsing out there, Colin. He was losing concentration on a couple of occasions. The over previous to this, I saw him come down the wicket to Jamar Hamilton as well, and the ball was not there. And he was more or less stranded, and he had was to kick at that delivery. And here he was again. He was coming down the pitch. There was some loop in the ball. It dropped way before he anticipated, but he still carried through with the shot. But there was the man at the straight deep mid-wicket, and there was the long on. So a total miscalculation, I'd say, from Jamar Hamilton. He was totally outfoxed by Denver, but he was always showing signs that he was losing concentration out there.
Yeah.
And sometimes Ward went down the wicket and spoke to him in the previous over, but apparently it has not helped.
And the thing is, also, when he got to the landmark of 50, it's so easy for you to drop your guard as well, Anil. Because I think he got to the 50 and he had reached the milestone, and he must have said to himself, well, he should have been saying to himself, really and truly, let me take my guard again. Let me bat. But he must have said, well, I've reached that landmark. And he could have just eased a little bit, eased his concentration and that type of thing. And he played a really bad shot. He knew it from the time he played it.
Well, the thing about it, he has a man at the other end who is doing a pretty good job of, as the batting partner. Yeah, and what he should have done was probably get a single, get off the strike, and until you get back your concentration. But I thought that was an irresponsible shot from Jamar Hamilton.
Totally irresponsible. 155. Well, it's 156 for 6 now because they picked up a single, and the man who has come in is Jimbo, none other than the big Rakeem Cornwall. So it's going to be interesting. His approach to the spinners, he likes to put bat onto ball. Is he going to look to go over the top? Is he going to just push the ball around? That's a good shot. Probably just jog the single. Cornwall just takes, really you would see him running 2. He would take a single, and then he tries to also get the ball beyond the boundary. So he's off the mark, 157 for 6.
And Denver's figures looking pretty decent now. He's in his 16th over, 2 for 37, and no doubt looking to go through the lower order of the Hurricanes batting lineup. So Ward has got to realize now that he's got a new partner. He's got to give him some time to get settled in. He's just lost Jamar Hamilton, who was batting pretty good, but sort of lost his concentration in the last 20 minutes. Short, pull around.
But there is a deep backward square leg now, so it's just going to pick up the single. So Ward goes to 27. It's the end of the over from Denver, a successful over in which he picked up the wicket of Jamar Hamilton for 52. And at the end of the over, it's 158 for 6.
Well, that wicket had realized the biggest partnership so far. That's the 6-wicket partnership between Jamar Hamilton. He scored 52 of 84 deliveries, and it was between himself and Terence Ward. Ward is on 27. That partnership realized 47 runs, the biggest so far of the innings. But they would need probably a much bigger partnership than that, or a couple, to really get a total that they can challenge with. Although they'd be looking to get way over 200 here. So the big man himself, Rakeem Cornwall, has just walked in. He will need to play a pretty good hand here for the Hurricanes. Undriven there by Ward. No run.
What's the approach from the lower order, Anil? Much of the same. Knock it around, look to get the bad ball, attack. What's going to be the approach from Ward in particular?
Well, he's got a pretty good partner at the other end. I mean, he's the experienced Rakeem Cornwall. He's a test player as well, and he's accustomed scoring runs at this level. So they both have got to stay out of there. That should probably be the main aspect of their batting now, to try to stay out as long as possible, because the wicket is not a difficult pitch to bat on. And once Cornwall can get himself set, I think it's going to get a lot easier. But having said that, I think that the two spinners are doing a pretty good job for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, Hodges in his 10th over. No, he hasn't picked up a wicket, none for 27, but he's been tight. Been hit a couple times over the top by Terence Ward. Especially hit him once over long on and then another one straight. They've not put the man out from mid-on back out to long on. He stayed at mid-on, whereas the mid-off went to long off. But it's the end of the over from Cornwall. A maiden over from him. He's completed his 10th over, none for 27. Ward is on 27. Cornwall, he's going to take strike. He's on 1 not out. And no doubt, Kenneth Denver is going to continue. It's 158 for 6. Well, having said that Kenneth Denver is going to continue after picking up the wicket of Jamar Hamilton, he's been taken out of the attack. And it means that Preston McSween, the medium pacer, is being brought back into the attack. So they've decided not to continue with the spinner. Now we're just very close to tea. We just have this over to the tea interval. And I'm not sure if they decided to, maybe with just an over or so to go before tea, bring the medium pace bowler back into the game. McSween has picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 47 from his 12. So let's see how he's going to deal with Rakeem Cornwall. Loud appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire. He was driving at a delivery outside the off stump, a full-length delivery, and there was Cornwall driving at it. It could have taken, the bat could have hit the ground on the way through. That's the only thing. The umpire was very confident that it was not out. Score remains on 158 for 6. So the change in McSween nearly brought early rewards for the Windward Islands. Somebody out there knows what they're doing. Cornwall driving at a delivery just wide of the off stump, and you could see him ball peeling off the outer part of the bat and heading out towards point. But he was looking to drive that through extra cover. And McSween getting some bit of swing still. This ball is 54, 56 overs old.
Well,
But
why
he's
would
still
you,
able to swing it.
Colin, why would you take off Denver there now? I don't understand
I will
that.
give you an explanation. It may not be right.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out.
The only thing I can think of, horses for courses. In other words, they may feel that McSween bowling to Rakeem Cornwall, a little bit of extra movement coming into him, movement going away, may trouble him more than Denver. I would have continued with Denver just for 1 over again and see what happens. Give it some air and see if Rakeem Cornwall will go after you. I would have just given it a little 1 over again, Anil. Let Denver say, okay, give it some air. Give the odd one some air. See what Cornwall does. If he goes after you and mishits, he's gone.
Well, he's bowling pretty well, and he's threatening to go through the middle and lower order half of the Leeward Island batting lineup, and you take him off the ball. I really can't understand that. I mean, it's a new batsman as well. He has not bowled more than 2 deliveries to Cornwall. He should have allowed him to bowl an over or 2 again, if he was so intent on taking him off.
I just got the impression that they're seeing something, or they know something about Cornwall that he may not, and I'm just presuming this, Anil, please don't hold it against me. I am just suggesting that maybe the left arm over the wicket, around the wicket, may trouble Cornwall more than the off spinner. That's the only theory I can think of.
No problem, nothing wrong in that. But I mean, you got a man who just got a wicket. You got a new batsman. At least let him bowl an over or 2 to the new batsman. And if you feel that you want to remove him now from the attack, fine. But you should not have removed him when you did. Oh,
well, it's worked, has it?
I've been proven wrong,
yes.
Colin.
Yep, it's worked. It's actually worked for them. And this is, they give them credit. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that Cornwall would be pushing out at the left arm medium pacer in McSween. Look at it. Outside the line of the off stump, it was angled into him. He drove at it very loosely. He was never to the pitch. He got the outside edge, and it has worked for Hodge because he took the catch low down at gully, and all of a sudden, the Leeward Islands, they were coasting at 156 for 5. They are now 158 for 7. Cornwall back in the pavilion, gone for 1. It's tea time here at the Queen's Park Oval. We'll just give you quickly the respective scorecards, batting and bowling. But at 158 for 7, the Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting. They're not going to be having a very happy tea. There it is. The scorecard, having won the toss, Hodge went, LBW Martin for 14, Powell run out 19, Ross Powell, Bowl McSween 9, Thomas, Bowl McSween 25, Jangu, Court Smith, Bowl Denver for 2, Hamilton, he went Court Ogis, Bowl Denver for 52, and on the stroke of tea, just as it was at lunchtime when McSween came and got that wicket, Cornwall goes caught by Hodge off the bowling of McSween for 1. And there is the bowling figures, the pick of the bunch. McSween, 13 overs, 3 for 47. Martin, 12 overs, 1 for 22. Denver, 16 overs, 2 for 38. Thomas, 6 overs, none for 20. And Hodge, 10 overs, none for 27. So the ploy worked. Bring back the fast medium pacer in McSween to pick up the wicket of Cornwall. He did exactly what the captain asked, and it's 158 for 7 at tea. Ward is still there. He is the main hope. Jeremiah Louis is probably going to join him after tea. But at 158 for 7, so far, the honors have been taken by the Windwards Islands. It's tea time, so we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back right after the tea interval to bring you more action here at the Queen's Park Oval with the Leeward Islands struggling at 158 for 7.
Okay, we are back at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, North Trinidad, and we are about to resume play after tea in the CWI's Regional 4-Day Cricket Championship. It is a game between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and they're up against their arch rivals, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. As you may have seen and heard, the Leeward Islands won the toss early this morning and decided to bat. And even though it was a pretty good batting track, they found themselves at the luncheon interval struggling at 71 for 4. But there was some bit of a respite for them in that they had a pretty good partnership between Jamal Hamilton and Terence Ward of 47, and that has pulled them around a bit, but they have lost 2 quick wickets just before the interval, and they have now reached to 158 for 7. So it's a pretty dicey situation for both teams, because the Windward Islands Volcanoes, remember, they are struggling. They are at the bottom of the standings, while the Leeward Islands, they have put themselves into second position with 2 good performances when they won outright, even though they have lost one of the matches outright. They are just behind the league leaders, Barbados, and they are looking to make all the running from here. So they've reached to 158 for 7, and got some new batsmen at the wicket here, Colin, because the wicket fell just before the interval there, and good fight back here from the Volcanoes.
Certainly the Windward Islands, we see they're going to open the bowling from the Brown Lara Pavilion end with Josh Thomas. He's wicketless so far, none for 20, as the new batsman is Jeremiah Louis, but he's at the non-strikers end. It's going to be Terence Ward, who's on 27 not out. He's going to take strike, 2 slips and a gully, point cover mid-off, so a 6-3 field. The 3 men on the onside, there's a wideish mid-on, a deep square leg, and a man at fine leg. That ball pitching just outside the line of the off stump and moving slightly away from the right-handed Terence Ward. So much depends on this man now. He's averaging 61 in the tournament. He's got just 1/2 century, 78 not out, and from 5 innings he's accumulated 122 runs with 3 not outs. But the man who's come in to join him has an average of 86 because he's batted twice. He's got 86 runs. He's been out once with a top score of 44, and got to 42 not out against Trinidad in the only innings against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The only innings he batted against them, he got to 42 not out, and he looked competent with the bat. Anything that was short at that Diego Martin Recreation Ground, he was picking it up and launching it beyond the boundary. And he's such a good player.
Yeah, he really batted well at that games down at the Diego Martin complex when the Leeward Island met the TNT Red Force. So he's now come in. He's yet to score. Well, he's got Ward with him. Ward, who is on 27, and has looked pretty solid indeed for his 27. He's technically pretty sound. He's been able to dispatch the bad deliveries as well. He's hit 2 straight 6s back overhead off Kaveem Hodge. That was 2 commanding shots, really.
Yeah, he looked very competent, didn't he? He started very sedately, playing everything on its merit, pushing the ball around. And when Hodge came into the attack, he launched him to him. He used his feet and hit him high over long on, and then he hit him another straight blow, straight back overhead. And he was starting to grow in confidence, and even with that shot, he was whipping it off the pads. Got a single because there's a man at deep square leg, and eventually they only got a single. So 1 to the total. So that's the first run after the tea interval. It was 158 for 7 at tea. It's now 159 for 7. And Jeremiah Louis is going to face his first delivery. So here is Thomas, very straight approach. not lining up this one well, just lining it up outside the line of the leg stump, and lucky to get away with that because Louis could have flicked it away. Didn't make contact, struck him on the pad. Ward is at the non-strikers end. It's been a really lovely day here at the Oval. Been hot, been sunny. It's been a beautiful day for cricket, and the Windward Islands certainly are no pushovers. It's Louis playing on that front foot, just delivery just back of a length, and he was just reaching out to it. Pushes it out on the offside. The end of the first over after tea. It's 159 for 7. 58 overs have been bowled thus far in the day's play. And Ward is on 28. He's back in strike. Anil, what have you got for us in the other games?
Okay, yeah, well, at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where Jamaica are up against the Guyana Happy Eagles, a fight back here from Jamaica. Remember, they were struggling early on in the game, but they have now progressed to 135 for 4. Jermaine Blackwood has reached a half century. He's on 50.
Well, from a West Indies point, Anil, from a West Indies point of view, I would think they would want him to get 100, because that's the thing. When the West Indian players come back into regional games, you want them to score hundreds. Craig Brafford scored 100 in the previous round. Now, if Blackwood can get 100, it certainly would send a message.
Well, I think that should be the norm, really. When you come from the international level, I mean, that's the highest level, regardless if it's Test cricket, ODI, or T20 international, and you come back down to the regional cricket first class level. I mean, you are a level above the regular players in the first class setup. So it's expected that you should be scoring heavily if you're a batsman, and if you're a bowler, you should be getting wickets. But we don't always see it happening here in the Caribbean, Colin. I mean, I can remember as well.
It's a single in it.
When I did play for Trinidad, and after the regional cricket was over and I came back to my club cricket at Queen's Park, you guys to be taking a real toll on me. Why aren't you getting runs at this level?
But let me but it's a fact. That's a fact. And it holds for that as well. Just as how you are saying, you play international cricket and you go into regional cricket, you should be scoring heavily at it holds the same. When you play regional cricket and you then come back into club cricket, you are supposed to score runs for your club, because you've been playing at that higher level. And I just think it's a matter of guys not concentrating enough. You've played at international level and you've dropped to regional, so you figure, well, it's a little bit easier, and it's the same. You leave your Trinidad and Tobago team at regional level and you go into your club, you say, well, it's easy because, some of these guys aren't regional bowlers. And you just...
There's not the intensity, really.
Yeah, you drop your intensity level.
Yeah.
And it's all a mind game, isn't it? As well as you've got the ability, but it's also your mind. That's well played by Louis. Louis looks... we saw him at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and he looked pretty competent as a lower order batsman. I would think that he's a slightly better player than where he comes into bat at number 9.
Well, when we saw him down at the Diego Martin Complex, he was in all-out attack mode.
Yes,
I think he got to 42 odd.
In 43 balls.
Yeah, and he was not out as well, and he was very upset at being not out. He was probably telling himself, look, I should have been going at this bowling a long time ago. But he played some really, really fantastic shots there, and I mean, even though he's a low-order batsman, the shots that he played, you could tell that the guy can bat.
He played one hook shot off of Jaden Seals, where he hit him high over square leg, a short delivery, and then Jaden Seals produced another good short delivery, but a little bit quicker, and he wasn't in position, got a top edge, and that went for 4. But outside of that, he didn't put a foot wrong in that innings.
No, absolutely not. And then he came back with the bowler as well, and he created havoc among the TNT batsmen. I mean, 4 for 10, and he had 3 of them, and all 3 were back without scoring.
That's right.
So
well, it's the end of the over from McSween. Louis still to get off the mark, but he's looking pretty solid. Ward is on 29, it's 160 for 7.
Yeah, it would take a lot of fight here now from the Leeward Islands. They've lost 7 wickets. They're on 160. So they certainly would want to make sure they get past the 200 mark if it's just because of psychological reasons. But you need to have 200 and more on the board if you are challenging for the regional 4-day title.
And it's just Archibald and Durham left, not much. So these two, you would think if they've got to get to 200 or just beyond, these two have to take it quite away. Well, a single to Ward, 161 for 7. He is on to 30. It's really batting well, Terence Ward. Very handy player to come in at number 6 and number 7. Two slips and a gully. That's Josh Thomas. Picked up 3 wickets in the previous game. No ball. Has picked up 3 for 56 so far in this tournament from 21 overs. Yet to get a wicket here today. And bowling a no ball. So the total goes up to 162 for 7. Thomas operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Anything yet with the Red Force in Brian Lara Academy? They were at one stage they were struggling at 56 for 5. They got to 106 for 6. Anil, any news since then?
Well, I'm trying to see what I can pick up here, Colin, but the internet here seems to be getting some trouble. I'm getting a backdated match, really. I'll bring you up to date shortly.
Backdated match?
Yeah, that's a match that was played last year or something.
Last year?
Yeah.
My word.
As soon as I get the information, I'll pass it on.
No ball again. This is not good. This is not what Kaveem Hodge would have ordered. So we see is it Kotoy going across and having a word with him, or is it Martin? So it seems to be Martin having a word with Josh Thomas. The edge is away from the man at second slip. So Louis going after this one. It was only a matter of time. Doesn't play defensive shots too long. And this was outside the line of the off stump. He went for the cover drive, got the outside edge, and it went just to the right of Athenaeus at second slip. Had there been a third slip, it would have been gobbled up. But they opted not to go with the third slip, and they've paid the price. So Louis is off the mark with that boundary. It's now 167 for 7. He was playing with his bat away from his body. It was Jeremiah Louis. Now we see Athenaeus is taking a step to his right. So Louis on 4. And really you have to say a very streaky 4. Because that ball was just outside the line of the off stump, and Louis couldn't resist the temptation of looking to drive. It's the Windward Islands starting the day on the bottom of the table with just 15.6 points, having lost all 3 games. They actually beat Guyana in first innings and then went on to lose that match outright. A match in which they lost by 1 wicket to the Guyanese.
Well,
Okay, I
Colin, the only news that we have out from the Barnaba Cricket Academy is that the TNT Red Force have been dismissed. And Barbados are now...
But you don't know what they
no,
were
we don't know
dismissed
the
for.
exact score.
Yeah.
Yeah, but TNT
Well, that's
have
not
been...
good news
It can't be a
because-
lot because they were 100 and...
6 for 6, as last I
yeah,
heard.
so we'd get the actual score for you in a while. And
Your collect delivery that Louis can't do very much with, coming off the bottom of the bat, and there's no run to end the over. 167 for 7.
so the Leeward Islands continue to battle away here. They've lost 7 wickets. Total is 167. Terence Ward is looking pretty good on 30. And he's been joined by the explosive Jeremiah Louis. Explosive, I say, because he really did take the TNT bowling attack apart in that last round match at the Digger Martin Sporting Complex. I thought that if Kieran Powell had not played so magnificently in scoring 139 in the first innings and then came back to score 83 in the second innings, oh my goodness, has this been given out? I can't believe this, really. Wow, Colin, wow. You would have to look at this again. Given
Yeah.
LBW to a ball that appeared to be high, appeared to
Well,
be going down the leg.
It appeared to be going down the leg to
appeared
me.
not to have been struck as well in front of the wicket.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Wow.
This is McSween. Well,
my
he did
goodness.
come across, but
Yeah, that was going way down
yeah,
leg
it
side. It was high
appeared
as
to be.
well. It hit him on the tiger, didn't it?
yeah, well, Terence Ward, a little bit unlucky to be given out there because it seemed to be heading down the leg side.
Well,
And your thoughts on it, Anil, you also felt it hit him a little high.
well, I don't like to be tough on umpires, especially when they don't have the benefit of a review, but I don't think you needed a review to see this. I mean, it was pitched with the angle. It hit him high. It hit him on the thigh pad. It was going down the leg. And there was hardly any appeal as well. There was a stifled appeal, but the umpire saw it differently, and he's been out. Terence Ward has been out. LBW for 30 off the bowling of McSween, and McSween now has some impressive figures. 4 for 48, and he is in his 15th over.
Oh yeah, it's been the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 48, which also means that McSween has gone to 12 wickets, the most in terms of the Windward Islands. Anderson Phillip, who is not playing for Trinidad and Tobago, he has 13. Jeremiah Louis, the man at the crease, he's on 14. He's picked up 14 wickets. Mindley out of Jamaica, he's picked up 13. Makino Mindley. And Versami Pomol, he's also had 13 wickets in the tournament. So McSween right there up with the leading wicket takers so far. So Colin Archibald has come out. It's 167 for 8. And the news out of Brian Lara, got it confirmed, Anil. They were bowled out for 133, Trinidad and Tobago. And Barbados were batting 4 without loss.
Well.
And in the Jamaica game, Jamaica were 165 for 4.
Yeah, well, Blackwood probably is still there.
Yeah,
sure.
Blackwood is, didn't get the individual scores, but Blackwood is still there
Yeah.
because just 4 wickets down.
Yeah, he'd be in about the 60s somewhere because he was on 50 about 20 minutes ago.
But the disappointing news coming out of Brian Lara is that Trinidad and Tobago
Well,
dismissed for 133.
well, even much more disappointing because in that last game they were shut out for 140 when you
Yeah.
thought that there should have been an improvement.
That's
it has,
right.
It has gotten worse. Don't know how it really went down there, but that has to be some bad batting.
Well, that looks like 4. Yes, it does hit the ropes. And Archibald got some bat onto it as well. I thought it just came off the pad. But he got some bat onto it. And he picks up 4 runs. So he's off the mark. It's 171 for 8.
Well, things seems to be turning on its head as far as the point standings are concerned. The Leeward Islands would have started as the overwhelming favourites here in this game against the Windward Island Volcanoes, but they have been held here by the Volcanoes. They've lost 8 wickets. They have not yet reached 200. 171 it is, as Archibald gets behind this one and pushes it back along the wicket. Well, I have to give some credit as well to the Volcanoes captain when I thought that he had made a mistake by taking off Denver when he did. He has proven me wrong, because the guy he's brought on the ball, McSween, he has come and picked up 2 wickets from this end to add to his tally, and he now has 4 for 52.
That's a good delivery, right up in the block hole. So umpire Jonathan Blaze, we saw him at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. Anil,
Yeah.
and of course Patrick Gustave is at the square leg. So umpire Jonathan Blaze at the presiding end. And
I don't know. I don't know. I want to believe that ball was certainly going to beat the leg stump, Colin. I mean,
I thought
I don't
it
want to
did,
overharp on it.
Yeah, I thought it was beating leg as well.
And Ward as well, he showed his disgust with the decision. Well, Jonathan Blaze, blazing away. That's the end of the over, and yet at the end of that over, scoring seemed to have been held up a while. 171 for 8, the Hurricanes. And the news as well out of Brian Lara Cricket Academy is that the TNT Red Force certainly are chasing the game down there. They've been shut out for 132. That's to add to the 140 that they scored in the previous match down at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. So not good returns by the TNT Red Force, especially when they're batting in their first innings. A far cry from the first 2 rounds of matches when they won both matches outright. They have found themselves in a lot of problems. They lost that last game by a huge margin of 187 runs against the Hurricanes last week. And a good fight back as well by the Jamaicans against Guyana. Chairman Blackwood leading the fight back for the Scorpions. Thomas, he's not been amongst the wickets. He's in his 9th over, conceding 28 runs, right arm over, and gets the ball that comes back into the right-hander who was on the back foot, Jeremiah Louis, pushing it back along the wicket. He's not played an attacking shot just yet. I thought it's a far cry from when we saw him down at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Every ball was a shot for him. And
well, it's different circumstances here now. They've got at 171 for 8. They need to be a little bit circumspect, but in so doing, pick the deliveries that they want to try to get to the boundary. They're going through for a quick single. That's good running. So they've got to be very careful in their shot selection, because they need to creep up to at least 200 to put some respectability into the score.
Archibald is on strike now. The left-handed Archibald. He'd be taking strike for the first time at the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. He'd be up against Josh Thomas.
That's a good shot from Archibald. Going to pick up some runs. It's not going to go to the boundary. Given chase is Melias.
That's a nice looking cover drive off the front foot by Archibald.
Kamani Melias giving chase there, and they were picking up 2. Haven't seen him much in the game here against Guyana. He was struck and had to, in the first over that he faced, he opened the batting with Devon Smith and was struck in the helmet and had to come off, and he took no further part in the game.
Well, it's good to see that he's out here today. Probably suffered a bit of concussion, Colin.
Yeah. It was really unfortunate because he's a young man out of St. Lucia, and certainly has a lot of promise. Captain of West Indies under 19 team, but he's hasn't been able to really come to terms yet with senior cricket, and hasn't scored as he should, or at least as his promise, the type of promise he's shown. He hasn't been able to fulfill that promise at the senior level.
Well, he's got a lot of time. He's very young. And the exposure would certainly bring him on.
So 174 for 8. Archibald is 6. Louis is on 5. And it's going to be Jeremiah Louis, the right-hander, to take strike from Preston McSween. 4 for 52 from 15 overs. You couldn't ask for more than that, Anil.
Yeah, I thought he did well when he came back on to get those 2 quick wickets. I was thinking that he should not have been brought on. Or rather more, I was thinking that Denver should not have been taken off when he was. But the captain proved me wrong. McSween getting a wicket immediately when he came back and when he replaced Denver, and then he went on to get another wicket. So he now has 4 to his tally, McSween.
Yeah, it appeared that there was a plan worked out against Cornwall, because they didn't even give Denver an over or two to see what happens. It was quite an obvious plan apparently against Cornwall, and you saw it. Pitched up outside the off stump, may have just deviated slightly off the pitch. Cornwall going for the drive, bat away from the body, feet not getting into position.
Yeah.
And the ball peeling off a thick outside edge. And a good catch low down at gully by Hodge.
Yeah, that was a very sharp catch, low and even going further down to the ground, and he did well to get his hands under that ball and come up with the catch. I thought probably Cornwall seems to be a starter who struggles a bit when he is just come into the wicket, and probably that is what the Windward Islands were working on, that he hasn't got his time. Oh, this is close. He didn't get anything going as yet. He had just come in, and they thought that he probably was vulnerable when playing outside the off stump. And it worked for them. He got caught, and we're going to have a replay of this again.
Let's have a look at it. Goes wide of the crease.
Whoa.
That
was pretty close there,
Yeah.
Colin.
But again, with him moving that ball back into the right-hander, the possibility of it beating the leg stump is always real. And then he's coming around the wicket as well. That's a good shot. They're going to pick up a single. It's good running again on the part of Jeremiah Louis. Immediately as he played the shot, called for the single. Melius, who is at mid-off, couldn't get around in time, and they were able to pick up that single. So Louis moves to 6. He joins Archibald. 175 now for 8. Brings the left-handed Colin Archibald into strike.
One of the things with that last decision there for that LBW shout, Colin, I was wondering if umpire Jonathan Blaine is trying to make amends. Am I being too rough on him?
I am. Well, no comment. This delivery pitched up to Archibald. It's really tough on umpire Blaze, especially with McSween. He's gone over the wicket now to the left-hander. But when you're coming from that angle, that wide angle, I always feel to myself that you've got to really pitch that ball maybe on the off stump line if you're going to hit leg stump. Once you start to pitch it going middle stump, the possibility of it going down the leg side is always real.
Well, he's got the
So-
left-hander on strike, and I think that he'd be more effective to the left-handed batsman. He'd
Round-
get
round
getting
the
that
wicket?
ball. Well, he's over at the moment. I'm speaking at present. He's got the left-hander on strike, and he's gone over the wicket. He's getting the ball to move away
Yeah.
from the left-hander, so chance of getting a wicket looks possible here.
You would prefer McSween to be bowling round the wicket to the left-hander and maybe trying to take that ball across his body?
From around?
Yeah.
Not really. I can't see him really coming from around and getting,
And
Yeah,
moving it
coming
across
around,
the body?
yeah, coming around and going across the left-hander, you'd be more or less one-dimensional
Yeah.
in that you only go in one way.
Correct.
I like him from
Over
over,
the
the wicket, where the batsman know that he would have to be playing a little more at him. Always the chance of the ball coming back into him from that angle,
Right.
and then he has the one that can go away.
Go
So
away.
I prefer that he bowls from
Right.
over the wicket
And-
to the left-hander.
And I understand that, and that's an excellent point. My only thing is, around the wicket against a number 10, you may very well find, as that ball is pitched, and here they go through Fox, quick second, that's good running, excellent running on the part of Louis, because from the time he played that ball, he wanted to, he hustled for the first run, and he came back, he was running back to the danger end, and he threw in a second gear, and hustled to get home. That's good running. So he picks up 2. He goes to 8. It's 177 for 8. My only thing is, you're bowling at a number 10, and if you're getting that ball across his body, the temptation for him to look for a drive or look for an offensive shot, and if you got maybe two slips on a straightish gully, the possibility of him getting that outside edge and going down into that arc is very real because it's a number 10. That's the only reason I will do it. Normal, if it's a top order batsman, yeah, I agree with you. Bowl him maybe off stump, some leaving him, some coming back into him. But I just have these batsmen coming in at 9 and 10, when they see these balls coming across their body, they tend to look to drive at it.
They're going to play one way.
Yes. And but yeah, I fully understand McSween bowling over the wicket because he's getting the ball to seam both ways, cutting away from Archibald and then coming back into him, and that's the surprise ball, of course, the one that will come back at him.
Yeah, and then he'd be forcing the batsman to play as well.
That's right. Louis always looking for runs. He's a very competitive cricketer, isn't he? Gives me the impression that he loves to be in the game, very active. When he picks up a wicket, his celebration is incredible. He takes off towards, reminds me of the South African leg spinner, Tahir.
Yeah, Iman Tahir.
Except Louis doesn't run all the way to the boundary edge like Tahir, but he takes off towards cover, pumping his fists, and overjoyed. I think he's got 14 wickets so far. That's a good shot. Not going to pick up any runs. Good bit of fielding by Melius. Yeah, he's got 14 wickets so far in the tournament, Jeremiah Louis.
Well, he really did bowl very impressive at that last game when Leeward Islands played against the TNT Red Force. He broke the back of the TNT batting lineup, the top order, on both occasions, Colin, in the first innings and in the second innings as well. Only Yannick Karaya was able to score 100 under real pressure and put some respectability in the Red Force's second innings. Else they would have made a very paltry score as well in the second innings. Oh, looking to go big outside off stump. He had the width. It was short enough as well, but it didn't bounce as high as he was anticipating. Passed just under the bottom edge.
What's your thoughts on Josh Thomas? He's just one delivery left for 10 overs, none for 33?
A bit unlucky. He's been bowling fairly decent, conceding 33 runs in his 10 overs. He had a bit of pace when he now started. I mean, the ball was a lot newer and he was coming off a much sharper, but he has not been moving the ball around a lot. He doesn't have the swing of a McSween or even Martin. So I guess this is probably hampering. He's not really moving the ball around a lot.
Yeah, he hasn't. Well, at the end of the over, a good bit of fielding there by Hodge as that ball peeled off a thick outside edge, and he was always going down, and Hodge had to get down quickly and field it.
So, who would you be backing, Colin, for that big Champions League final?
There's only one team.
I shouldn't ask.
There's only one
I
team.
shouldn't ask, should
there's
I?
only one team, Anil. I'm shocked you're asking me that. There's only one team in red that is playing.
Well, I was just pulling leg to hear you explode with that question.
That should be a good game. It's been an incredible season.
Yeah.
You know, the English Premiership, just switching to football a little bit. When going into that's how you want a league to finish. 15 minutes to go. You don't know if it's going one way or the other. And then suddenly, bam, 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 3 goals in 5 minutes, and the league is done.
Yes.
A loud appeal goes up, not out, me flick the thigh pad on the way through.
To be honest, I don't think that umpire, Jonathan Blades, would be raising his finger in a hurry. But getting back to the Champions League, Colin, I used to be a Real Madrid fan because of Zidane, when Zidane was there, and then Cristiano came, and then Luka Modric came. Well, I was very excited about Luka Modric. I always
He's such a good player, isn't he?
I've always liked him as a midfielder. And after Cristiano left,
he went to Juventus, didn't he? He went to Juventus?
Juventus, but it wasn't the same Real Madrid side, but I had always liked Luka Modric. I still support them in a way, but I had taken to liking PSG because of Kylian Mbappe. Not so much Messi. I was never a Messi fan, but I was very, very excited when I saw Kylian Mbappe play, and I started to follow PSG. And the same thing that happened, that game you were talking about, where the side came and scored three goals. PSG had such a huge advantage going into that, what was it, the quarterfinal?
The quarterfinal, yeah.
And then the same thing happened. Really, Benzema came from nowhere and scored a hat-trick.
You know, you call the name there, Benzema. I mean, he is really, I don't want to use the word underrated, but when you talk of Ronaldo and Messi, you don't talk of Benzema at all. But that man scores goals, I mean, at will. Yeah. He's an incredible player.
Very prolific, very prolific. The thing about it, when he gets the opportunity, he puts it away.
That's right. And that's what you want with a good striker, don't you?
Yeah, you don't see him missing a lot of goals from in front goal. You know, once you get a chance, the ball is always on target. Well, let's get back to the cricket here and leave the Champions League alone.
Yeah, that's on Saturday.
McSween, 4 for 53 in over number 17. He'd be a tired man tonight, Colin.
Yes. Let's hope he doesn't have to bat or be a night watchman or anything like that when Windward Islands go out to bat. He actually scored here, Anil, in the first game. Windwards was struggling against Guyana. And he came out at number 10 and got to 82. And he just carted the ball to all parts of the field.
Impressive, really. I thought that the Leeward Island batsmen, they have all improved in their batting tremendously. Previously, you used to see, like, from the time the 5th or the 6th wicket should fall, that the rest of the batting, the lower order and the bowlers, they would fall up pretty quickly. But they have all upped their games in terms of batting, the specialist bowlers, and that's good to see.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he actually got to 86 in that game against Guyana. He's got an average of 24, McSween, and is second in the averages. When you look at the averages for the Windward Islands, their batsmen, not really good averages. When I say not really good averages, when you compare to some of the other teams, Athenes is the leader with 31.16, and he's got 187 runs from 6 innings. And you have to look at the Windward Islands Volcanoes and think a lot of their problems are their batting. They just have not got enough runs. You You look at the averages, Athenaeus 31, Kotoy 20, Hodge 19, Smith 19. You know, that is not good enough for regional batsmen playing in a team.
Well, even though you wanted to bring on McSween when Cornwall came into bat, Colin, now that you have got a left-hander in the wicket, I thought Denver was bowling so good that you could probably bring him from the southern end.
Instead of Thomas.
Yeah, because Thomas is not looking effective. He's now in his 11th over. He's not really troubling the batsman. I would have brought Denver from the other end if you wanted to keep McSween on the ball. But I'm sure McSween is getting tired now.
I would, maybe he might get another over. And they'll probably give Denver the ball to replace him. Louis has looked comfortable, hasn't he? He's never, doesn't seem to be worried. This is a man who's come in and batting at number 9. And he's just pushing the ball to mid-off. If it's pitched somewhere middle and leg, he's turning it to the leg side. I mean, he's looked very, very at home here at the Queen's Park Oval. And with the score at 177 for 8, you have to think that if they can stick around with Louis for about maybe a 45 minutes, half an hour to 45 minutes, they can get the score up to somewhere in the vicinity of 215, 220. Ball coming off the bottom of the bat, but it squeezes between the two slips fieldsmen, one at second and one at third, and he picks up 2 more runs.
Well, he mistimed that attempted cut backward of point. It hit the bottom edge and bounced out to the men at between second and third slip. I thought they should have stopped it, but it eluded them and he picked up 2.
So he's into double figures. Jeremiah Louis on 10. Score on to 179 for 8.
It's well played. Well, if Thomas is not removed from the attack after this over, I'd be surprised. The interesting thing would be is who he would really come with at the other end. I don't know if he's going to continue with McSween from the top end. Well, Martin might be a bit fresh. He might be the freshest of the 3 quick bowlers. He's still got Kaveem Hodge, who only bowled a couple of overs. But I would prefer to see them back on the attack. Out. That's a great catch. That is a magnificent
brilliant catch, isn't it? What a catch! And Thomas picks up his first wicket. But what a catch! And it's the veteran, isn't it, Devon Smith, who has taken that. What a catch! Yeah. So the 9th wicket goes.
Low down to his right and travelling. The old man, Devon Smith, getting down quickly to his left and taking it with both hands. That was an excellent catch. It was low, it was travelling, and it was to the left. Have a look at this here. I hope you can see the catch really. Edge. Well, we probably missed it.
Unfortunately missed it, but was a brilliant catch. Brilliant effort from Devon Smith. He keeps himself fit, which is most important.
Yeah. Super catch there from the youngster, Devon Smith. He'd be proud of that. So that's the fall of wicket number 9. So just 1 wicket away before the Leeward Islands are shut out. They are on 179. I don't think they're going to be overly worried with the total. They'd be hoping that they can make early inroads into the Volcanoes batting, but that is left to be seen, because I'm sure that the Volcanoes are going to give it all they've got here. They have dismissed the Leeward Islands, or about to dismiss the Leeward Islands, for what should be a pretty good effort on their part. Leeward Island Hurricanes winning the toss this morning and electing to bat, and before the tea interval they are 179 for 9, Colin. They probably would not have been thinking they would have been in this position.
Yeah, you mean just after the tea interval, they're 179 for 9, and having won the toss and elected to bat, they would not have been looking at this position, looking to be dismissed before the end of play on the first day. So it's the new batsman is Daniel Durham, and he's also left-handed. So two left-handers again at the crease in Durham and Archibald. And Thomas is going to look to pick up his second wicket. 1 for 35 from 10.5.
Well, we have not had a lot of big partnerships. The biggest of the innings so far is 47. That was for the 6th wicket. And then we had 36 for the 5th wicket. Well, Bardo's two partnership, it looks really a sad card here as far as the partnerships are concerned. I'll just give you a quick rundown of the partnership. The first wicket fell. That partnership was 21, and then the second wicket was 18, followed by 26, 6, 36, 47, 3, 9, and 12. So didn't bat well in partnerships.
No, they certainly didn't. And what can these two do? Number 10 in Archibald and 11 in Durham. Maybe use the long handle, see if they can get a couple boundaries. Well, try and get it up to maybe 190.
Archibald would be tempted to do that. Oh.
Oh. Forward, long defensive prod.
A very pronounced forward defensive for number 10, especially when you've got your partner the other end who is a number 11. And you know, they counter-attacked brilliantly against the Red Force down at Diego Martin, and it worked for them.
That's right. It worked for them. But different day, different venue.
Well bowled.
Archibald trying to play correct, getting onto the front foot, and not looking to score, but trying to keep his wicket intact.
McSween walking back to his mark much slower than he did earlier on. No doubt a very tired man over number 18, and he's looking for a fiver. He's got 4 for 53. Really did a fantastic job. Oh, that's another good bit of fielding.
Excellent fielding there.
Oogies?
Yep. No, that's not Oogies. That's Denver.
Denver diving away to his right. Yeah, at mid-on. Thought it was going to beat him for a while. So you're not going to even try a short delivery to the number 10 and number 11?
I think he's so tired he can't get that ball to get up.
Look very good. His technique has looked very good here, Archibald. That's in defense.
Yeah, he was in a different mood at Diego Martin Sports Complex. He just came out there to hit the ball out of the ground. Here, he realizes his team is in trouble, and he's trying to maybe accumulate some extra runs for them. If he can probably get it to 185 at this point in time, 190, they would be happy.
Bit of a disappointment after that showing down at the sporting complex in Diego Martin that the Leeward Islands have not kept up to that level. I thought this was the ideal game for them to repeat a performance like they did in the last round of matches. And there's nothing in the pitch to be blamed.
No, I think they've just bowled a good line, they've bowled a good length, they've swung the ball. And some of the batsmen, I mean, you look at some of the scores, Anil. I mean, 52 for Jamar Hamilton, well set. 30 for Ward, well set. 25 for Devon Thomas. He looked pretty good. So that they got some scores, just nobody was able to carry on and get that elusive 100.
That run out as well, where Kieran Powell, you have to say that he ran himself out. That would have been a telling blow. And he had a very early life in his innings as well, when he was dropped at normal mid-on. I thought that catch should have been taken.
That's right.
But he didn't make use of the life that he got, and called for a single that was very tight indeed, and it was a brilliant bit of fielding by Ogies. Quickly off the mark, picking up cleanly at short mid-wicket, and with just one stump to aim at, he hit it with a direct throw, and Kieran Powell was short. He was struggling as well with the run, Powell. I thought he should have been much quicker when he realized that he was in some trouble, but he was unable to really kick in and try to make his ground.
Josh Thomas is going to continue 11 overs, 1 for 35.
Well, he would have been taken off, Colin, but he got the wicket in the right time. A great catch indeed by Devon Smith at first slip. Ooh. Well, this is the thing with that sort of angle. If you come in right arm over the wicket and angling it across the left-handed batsman, it's difficult really to get the ball to jog back in.
Very much so. Very much so. It's wrong the wicket. When you're bowling to number 11 though, and he'll gotta get that ball in stumps. Make him play. Just ensure if he has to play 6 deliveries out of 6, let that happen. He should not be allowed to leave alone deliveries. Look at that. That's not good bowl, and it's a no ball. But that's not good bowling. Let's be factual. Josh Thomas, bowling to number 11, you're bowling wide of that off stump and just allowing him to leave it alone. Get at the stumps. Bowl him at the stumps. Make him play at the deliveries.
Well, the previous delivery was over the wicket, and he realized that the angle there would allow the batsman to leave the ball far too often, so he decided to come around to bowl it coming into him and forcing him to play, but the first delivery was a no ball. That's now his 4th no ball. Thomas. No, I probably am mixing him up with Martin. Martin had a couple no balls.
Yeah, he had a couple no
this
balls.
Probably is the first or second no ball from Thomas. I think he had one already.
But you know, sometimes I wonder why these guys bowl no balls. You mark your run out, and you still. Is it a situation maybe they're trying a little too hard? He's looking for a little extra pace. Durham is also on that front foot, pushing that ball out on the onside. So these two looking competent at the moment in terms of when they play a defensive shot. And that's 9 out of 10 times. That's the problem with tail enders. They look good, Anil, when they play a defensive shot. The problem arises is when they look to play an attacking shot. Their feet is out of position, the bat doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Lots of different things happen.
That's when you know they are rabbits.
Well, we see a change in the field because Hodge is asking the man at the deep square leg just to go a little bit straighter towards that straightish deep mid-wicket. But Durham is not being tempted at the moment, even though Thomas is pitching it up to him. He's in defense, getting right behind the line of the ball, pushing it out to mid-on. 180 for 9.
There's a square leg on the boundary. There is a fine leg, deep as well, and there is a normal mid-on. Those are the 3 men on the leg side. A lot of spaces on the leg side to pick up 1s and even 2s. But the attack is concentrated on the off stump. Here is Thomas, right arm around. And quite comfortably played there by Durham.
Yeah, but they're not scoring runs. When you look at it, Archibald, 6 from 22 deliveries. Durham, yet to get off the mark from 7 deliveries. So they're occupying the crease, but they need to start to look for singles. They need to start to get that scoreboard, Anil. I'm not suggesting they hit 4s and 6s, but they need to start to get that scoreboard turning over. Look for the single. If you can get a 2, that's fine. But they're not. They just, both of them just seem content on defending.
Well, I'm surprised that Archibald is batting the way he's batting at the moment, because we know that he can hit the ball, Colin, and he's a very good, clean striker of the cricket ball. And batting with the number 11, I probably would have taken a few more chances if I were Archibald and looked to hit some boundaries. Look to maneuver the field as well. I mean, everybody is close in on the offside. Look to go over the top, go over mid-off. You know, look to score some runs. You have the capability.
Well, the end of the over from Thomas, he's now completed 12 overs, 1 for 36. Durham, he's faced 8 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. And Archibald, he's faced 22 deliveries for his 6. They're occupying the crease, but no runs are coming. Nothing is happening at the moment. 68 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, sorry, Colin. With the Leewards as well, I as I was saying just now, I probably would have gotten Denver back on the ball. I don't think
getting a single.
I don't think they are going to be all that watchful to Denver as they are to the Pacers.
Yeah, I agree. Tempt him.
Have a couple men in the deep and
give
him
the
some
ball,
flight.
give it some air, have your long off, have your long on.
And
These tailenders can't resist those things, you know.
And he has the type of delivery, you think that it's a flighted delivery, but he also has the loop where it drops pretty quickly. I mean, he got Jama Hamilton with a delivery like that. Hamilton thought probably he was going to reach that one, and he came down the wicket only to see the ball just dropping way in front of him. He still went through the shot, but he couldn't get the timing and was caught out in the deep. Emma has the ability to loop the ball, really.
Couple of runs for Archibald.
So Archibald moves on to 7. Durham is on 2. McSween 4 for 56 over number 19. Well, he has to think in terms of saving his fast bowler as well. Captain Hodge. Oh, that's a good leave.
Excellent leave.
It came back late, yeah. But it started too wide. That is why he had the option to allow it to go by. It would have taken a lot for it to come back and hit the wicket. But it did come back fractionally. Very strong offside field. 2 slip, a gully, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off. On the onside, there's a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Beaten outside the off-stump. That's the line you've got to bowl, McSween. You picked up your wickets with that very same line. So, just a little wider with this delivery and not tempting the batsman to go after that, Archibald. Wonder how long they're going to continue with this form of play. The Leeward Islands just being content and staying at the wicket. They're not getting any runs. I would much rather to see the more senior batsman who has the ability to really strike the ball with some power go after the bowling a bit here. But they have got their plan and they know exactly what they're doing. So let's see what that should be. McSween looking for his 5th wicket of the innings. Short, but outside off stump, and even though it did come back, no worry for the batsman whatsoever. End of the over, 183 for 9, Leeward Islands.
So it's going to be, I think, is it a change in bowling? Is Thomas coming out of the attack? McSween has completed 9 overs, 4 for 56. And it seems to be Martin, yeah. So they've taken Thomas out of the attack and they're bringing in Martin.
Well, he was pretty unimpressive as far as the wicket column is concerned.
Well, he picked up that early wicket at Hodge,
just
and
the
really
one
hasn't done anything after that.
His economy rate has been excellent.
Yeah,
less than 2 runs and over, really.
Yeah, but you know, this is not a 50-over game. You want wickets.
Well, he's bowling to a number 11 and a number 10, so.
But he's only got 2 slips, which is a little surprising. You look at the field, he's just got 2 slips, no gully. He's got a backward point, cover, a short extra cover in a catching position. Then he's got that mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a squarish, or more of a forward square leg. And then he's got that man at fine leg. But I would have thought, bowling to a number 11, he would have wanted a gully in place.
Yeah, you certainly should have had a much more attacking field.
Just like 2 slips, Devon Thomas and Alec Athanaze.
To be fair, he didn't move the ball around a lot in his first 2 spells. He got the first wicket.
Well, second time he's aborted his run. Is he having a problem? Like he's feeling, feeling the calf or something?
Probably he's not gotten a bit cold out there, Colin. He has been inactive for quite a while. So the muscles are probably
cramping up, you think?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a bit too cold in muscles, and probably needed to get them warmed up before he came back with this spell. It's another opportunity for the captain to bring on Denver. Can't see why he's not looking to get Denver back on the ball. His pacers are struggling. They would be tired men as well. He had 12 overs. We had Preston McSween. He had quite a few overs, almost 20 overs. I thought McSween bowled.
Well, with a little bit of injury for Martin, we see they're going to take a little bit of a refreshment break here because the 12th men are coming on with refreshment, and so it's going to be a little bit of a break here with this injury as well to Martin. We'll have to wait and see if he can continue after the break. But it's 183 for 9. The Leeward Islands having won the toss and electing to bat. Archibald is 7 not out, and Durham, he is with him on 2 not out.
And welcome back here at the Queen's Park Oval, where we have just had a water interval, and with that, one of the Windward Islands fast bowlers, Darius Martin, he has to be taken off the field, and he's lifted bodily by the physiotherapist and the trainer. We thought it was probably a slight injury because he had just started a new spell. He hadn't delivered the first delivery. He was now into his run-up, and he just aborted that run-up, and he was going through some stretching exercises. That's when the water interval was taken. We didn't know how serious it was, but now we are seeing that he had to be carried off the field. So it appears to be a much more serious injury to Darius Martin than we expected. Let's hope everything is all right with him and it is just a matter of cramps. But I was surprised that he had to be lifted off the field, Colin. As Colin Murray rejoins the commentary.
I'm a little surprised as well. I thought it was just maybe cramps, but it's obviously something maybe a little more serious than that. And we'll just have to wait and hope that there's no problem. And what has happened now is, because he's been off the field, skipper Hodge, Kavim Hodge, is the man taking up the attack. And he's going to be bowling to Archibald. This should be interesting. There's a slip on a forward short leg. But Archibald's still very much in defense. This is a man who was hitting a few sixes at the Diego Martin Sports Complex a week ago. And he's in defense here now.
That's a good shot.
In the air, was it in the air, Anil,
yeah,
or all along the ground? It was in the air for a while, wasn't it?
It was in the air for a while.
Yeah. He picked the gap, though, which is important, getting it through the extra cover position.
Well, down at Diego Martin, he had 6 men patrolling the
Yes.
boundaries, and he was still beating them.
Yeah, he got a 21 in, I would think, about 10, less than 10, but delivered 10 balls. Eventually, he was bowled by Jaden Seals.
Now he's only got a deep mid-wicket and a long on to contend with as the men in the deep, and he's got a spinner bowling to him as well. The men on the offside are looking to save a single. The slip is in position. There's a short fine leg, a short mid-wicket as well. Those are the men looking to cut the single. Here's Hodge. Bounces a bit high. He's looking to turn it on the leg side. Decided late that he was not going to play a shot to that. Allowed it to run into the tie pad.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how long he can continue with this. He's going to take a dip in a little while, because I don't think he can just continue pushing and prodding to Hodge. But the question is, will Hodge give it a little bit more air and tempt him?
Well, this is what he should have been doing.
That's a good shot. It's just going to pick up a single because there's a man on that deep square leg position. So just one more to Archibald. It's the end of the over from Hodge. He's now completed his 11 overs, none for 32. And it's 188 for 9. Archibald has pinched the strike. So he's going to continue batting. And I think you're going to get your wish now, Anil. Kenneth Denver is back into the attack.
Well, he bowled pretty well, I thought. He had 2 for 38 off 16 overs, and he got 2 crucial wickets, 2 of the early wickets to fall on. Thought that he should have been on a while ago, even if though it would have been at the southern end. He should have certainly come back. I thought that the last couple of overs bowled there by Josh Thomas, he was struggling a bit. And so too even Preston McSween, even though he beat the edge a couple times. He looked a bit tired to me. So Denver is back on the ball. He's bowled pretty good. I thought he's looking to impart a lot of spin on the ball, but he's not getting a lot of help from the pitch. It's a first day pitch. It has been rolled in very hard indeed. No dust really, this being the first day, so the ball isn't going to be gripping just yet.
That's a good delivery from Denver. Seemed to have just angled into the left-hander. Struck him on the pad, the back pad, it looked like.
It would be good to see that again. No. Yeah,
But that was a very, very good delivery.
Well, let's look at this ball before we look at the replay. Well, here's the replay.
Ooh.
Wow, did it hit the back leg or what?
I thought it hit the back leg. But
well, that couldn't be too far away from the stumps.
no, it... I think Archibald was a little caught by surprise because it came in. It came into him with the arm. It wasn't the orthodox off spinner that Denver bowled, and I thought it caught Archibald a little bit off guard.
Well, he really is looking to temper.
Well, but interestingly enough, he's got nobody at long on, or long off, or deep mid wicket.
Well, he really is looking to tempt him. Nobody in the deep, and he goes
Well,
for
he
it.
goes for it. That's it. You don't bowl Archibald like that without having the men on the boundary, because he's going to prod, but he's going to go after him. And he's hit it beautifully for 6. That's a good shot, though, because he realized it was a safe shot. There was nobody in the deep. And once he got hold of it, it was going to sail over the boundary. Now, the man has gone right back at long off. That's Josh Thomas. Let's see what Archibald is going to do now. Back in. This is a good disciplined innings from him, because he's back in defense. So it's the end of the over. These two have put on 16 runs so far. It was 178 for 9. And these two have taken it to 194, mainly from Archibald, who's on 18. Durham is there on 2. He's lending good support. 71 overs have been bowled so far in the day's play.
The shadows are beginning to lengthen a bit here now at the northwestern end of the ground, where we have the Scotiabank stand casting a bit of a shadow in that area. The rest of the outfield is in brilliant sunshine.
Yeah, it's been a really good day. Hodge is going to continue. He's pulling over the wicket to the left-handers. Left-arm orthodox spinner. Durham is doing the correct thing. He's going to get a single. Obviously, he's leaving the big hit in to Archibald, his senior partner. At 195 for 9. But the absence of Martin is really a crucial blow. Really a crucial blow for the Windwards, because it was obvious that Skipper Hodge wanted to rotate the fast bowlers from that end in Thomas and Martin. And as McSween was getting a little tired, he had the option to bring Denver from the Jerry Gomez Media Center, Willie Rodriguez end. And the plans have all been squashed due to Martin coming off the field. This means Hodge has taken up the attack, but they're playing him quite well at the moment. Not too much alarms for these two tail-enders. Current run rate has been just around 2.73, and it has been all around that for the day. 2.38. Loud appeal goes up, not out, says umpire Gustav, as Durham was on the back foot trying to just work it through the onside. Didn't seem to spin or anything. Must have just run straight on. And Hodge was very confident in the appeal.
Appeared as that was going down the leg side, Colin. That previous delivery for the LBW. Because it wasn't a really convincing appeal. So
except for Hodge.
yeah.
Hodge. But then bowlers tend to always think the batsman is out. It's the end of the over. 72 overs have been bowled. 196 for 9. Archibald is on 19. Durham is on 3.
You would always think the batsman is out as a bowler, especially when you've got not for 34.
And the batsman never thinks he's out. It's amazing, the game of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, there was this guy who used to play for Police Cricket Club in our days, calling Robert Neptune.
Yes, I remember.
He
He's an
was
umpire now, you know.
Yeah, I know he's
He's
a
a qualified umpire.
He was never out in his whole career. As a matter of fact, oh my.
This is in the air, but it's going to drop safe over the infield, And that's 4 runs for Archibald. Goes up to 23. The 200 is now up. So that's a little bit more respectable on the part of Leeward Islands. And this last pair have come good because they've added 21 runs and they've taken it when you were thinking at 179 for 9 that the Leewards might have struggled to get to 200. Well, they've got to the 200 and they still got that wicket intact. And Archibald continues to bat well here. He's on 23.
Oh. Yeah, I was telling you about Robert Neptune. He was a wicket-keeper batsman for the Polish cricket team, and he used to be curling every time he got out.
I remember.
He was never out. He was never out.
Yes, I remember
You know,
Robert Neptune.
he got bowled once, and he was questioning the umpire. Wasn't that a no ball, ump?
And you know, the funny thing about it is that how he's now a qualified umpire. You know, it's amazing. Maybe because he always felt he was not out, he needs to be an umpire now and understands what these umpires do.
But I was so sorry that I wasn't playing when Neptune became an umpire because I probably would have behaved the same way he used to behave towards umpires.
So imagine he gives you out and you say, but you never walked anyway. So, you know, he was a real character. Remember Robert Neptune? Wicket keeper as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, wicket keeper, left-handed batsman. They used to call him a quarrel station.
Yes, I remember him. Archibald, or Durham, sorry, is looking pretty good. He's not looking to score. I think he's leaving the bulk of the scoring to Archibald. But in the meantime, he's just keeping his wicket intact. As long forward he goes. It's the end of another over. Denver has completed 18 overs, 2 for 52. And, sorry, 2 for 49. I said 2 for 52. Correction. Denver, 2 for 49. And is Hodge going to continue? We'll have to wait and see if he will continue.
Well, they have brought it around a bit, the Leeward Islands. They've reached 200. They are 201 for 9 now, especially when most of the top order batsmen fail to really get it going.
The Windward Islands have to be careful, though, Anil, because you don't want this last pair to frustrate them. And then if they do get out today and say there's 15, 14 overs left in the day's play, if this pair bats out, maybe get to 225, 230, it will give their team a lift. And the Windwards could very well find themselves at the end of the day just in a little bit of trouble if they lose a couple early wickets.
Well, I guess one of the things about not getting the Leeward Islands out here this evening, or not getting them out too quickly, is that you wouldn't have all that time to bat later this evening. So
that can work for you. That can work for you. It can work against you.
As you are rightly saying, you wouldn't want to be batting this evening and lose 3 to 4 wickets. You know what I mean? You would like to come out tomorrow with all your batsmen.
He's hit this high and hard, over, long off, but one bounce. It goes into the boundary, and 4 runs for Archibald. So he's having a good time out there. He's picked up 4. He goes to 28, and the total creeps up to 205 now for 9.
Well, they should look to close off Archibald by putting some men in the deep to protect the big hits and the boundaries, and look to attack Durham.
But even self, Anil, you can't be giving away the boundaries because the score keeps every time you get a boundary, the score creeps up. Keep the run rate down. Keep them to singles, and if they've got to go over the top and get away with it, with the men in the deep, then that's fine. But, you know, you can't just be giving... They've given Archibald about three or four boundaries.
Yeah.
with not having men in the deep.
Yeah, they should know that.
And if he pushes it out to long off and long on and gets a single,
you
that's
bowl at
fine.
the other batsman.
Exactly.
The lesser batsman you bowl at. And it's so familiar to a game I saw only a couple of days ago in the North-South Under-17 Classic. North, was it? No, South were batting 87 for 8. And we thinking, well, all right, it's going to be a foregone conclusion. Most is 100, just over 100. They reached 224. There was this guy called Justin Jagesa.
Batting at number at what?
He opened the batting.
Okay.
I hope he can get a seam at some time, because that's the second 100 he has made at the
Under 17
the
level?
zone. No, at one at under 17. He made one in the under 19 final as well.
My word.
He made a
Must
big
be.
100, and they chased 224 against East, and they make it with about 3 or 4 wickets fell, and he was on 128 not out. And then in this final, the under 17, 87 for 8. He was still at the wicket as the opener, and he maneuvered the last 2 batsmen, and they reached 224.
Sounds
Fortunately for North that they got it.
sounds like a special talent.
Very good
And
batsman.
I'll tell you something.
He's an exciting batsman.
You know, my point is, Anil, with some of these youngsters, when they start to get hundreds at that level, it's excellent. And I'll tell you why. He's gone after him. He timed it just away from the man there at that mid-on position. That's Ryan John has come on as a substitute fieldsman for Martin. He had to move swiftly to his left, and they were able to pick up a single. So Archibald looking for a big one again, because the mid-on is in, and he was looking to clear mid-on. Only picks up a single. So 207 for 9. Yeah, my point is, when you're a youngster and you're making hundreds become habitual. And when you get into senior level, it's easy for you to make that transformation if you have the ability to score hundreds and to bat long. The problem I find is when you, and that's why the sooner that the authorities, the various regional boards can get back our youngsters playing 2-day and 3-day cricket, it's the best thing. Because, our youngsters are now playing 50 over cricket and T20 cricket, and they've lost the art of batting for long. They've lost that art of just sitting down there and batting and batting and batting. And until you don't have to look at the scoreboard for scoreboard pressure. All you need to do is bat for the day if you get the opportunity. And it encourages them to make hundreds. And when you get into the bigger version of the game and the longer version, hundreds become very, very easy. And that's my problem at the moment. I think just a lot of our youngsters are not playing the longer version, and so they don't know how to make hundreds. So I'm happy to hear this kid is making hundreds.
Yeah. Well, I think that the Cricket West Indies, they have reverted to the 3-day format for the regional under-19 tournament to be staged shortly. It's in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
That's
I
great.
believe,
That's
yeah.
great news.
3-day cricket. So
It's absolutely great news.
yeah, they should be enjoying that. You have the opportunity to bat all day if you want. And as you said, rightly get into the habit of playing long innings.
Yeah. A single here for Archibald. The new bowler is Kotoy, or is it Athanase? Athanase is the new bowler. Or I thought it was Kotoy actually, but it's not. It's Athanase, yeah. Single for Archibald. He's on 31 actually.
And there's a youngster as well, Colin, at the under 13 level, if you would believe this, by the name of Tyler Ramrope. He plays for East. He scored 100 in the under 13 zonal, and I was amazed.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. I mean, this is not a name, an ordinary name that I will call. Well, he's given it some air, but Durham doesn't give me the impression he's going to go over the top. It seems that he's going to just push it for the single and allow Archibald to try and get after the bowling. Yeah, I'm going to call a name which is really unfair, but I still have to call it because I want to make the point. Archibald, very watchful to Kotoy. To Athanase. Isn't Kotoy a leg spinner? I think I've seen him before. I think Kotoy bowls leg spin. So But Anthony is bowling some off spin here. Yeah, so just going back to that point, let's look at this final delivery from Athens to Archibald, 209 for 9. This partnership now worth 30. And Archibald is going to pick up a single, or they're going to look for 2. I don't think they will come back. No, they'll just pick up the single as McSween is out in the deep. And Archibald pinches the strike. He goes to 32, 210 for 9. Brian Lara, as a youngster at Fatima College, playing under 14 level, was scoring hundreds. You know, and I remember the coach of the under 14 team called me a day and told me, come, I want you to see this young guy bat. I didn't know who he was, never saw him in my life. The pads was probably reaching up to his chin. And he stood there, got single, 2, single, 2, 2, 2, a 4, you know, and he got 100. And he got 100. He must have made about 400 or 500s in the season playing schoolboy cricket. This is a good hit. You know, I'm not understanding these tactics at all. Why would you have a mid-on for a man who is going to go over the top? You've got to prevent him from going over the top. If he gets the single, that's fine. But you've got the feel in, and he's hitting it over the top. I'm sure they're going to now, the horse is bolted, so they're now going to put a mid-on. 214 for 9. Archibald is on to 36. This has been a really good innings from him. Very disciplined, I think. Yeah, and... oh, that's a tough one. It's probably going to run into the boundary for 4. He's a good timer of the ball. Archibald, he hits it hard. That was in the air, but it was hit hard, and Denver couldn't get around in time to take the catch. 218 now for 9. And partnership nearly worth 40, 39 thus far.
Well, I thought the man at long off had a chance to cut that off.
Was in the air,
It
but
was
by the
hit
time
very straight.
yeah, but by the time Denver dived, he had no chance.
Well, Denver made an effort, but the man at that long off, I thought he could have run around there and probably stopped that.
Well, it was hit hard.
But he didn't even move.
Yeah, and I was saying that the coach had called me, said, I want you to come and have a look at this youngster. Never saw him in my life. And the guys just couldn't get him out.
Well, now you know why.
Yes. Yeah, that's for sure.
I remember a time when he now came out on the scene, Brian. He had just come back from where was it? I think there was an under-19 tournament somewhere.
He's going again in the air, but a couple bounces before it goes to the man at long off.
Yeah, and Brian Lara and Rajinder Dhanraj had just been called up to the West Indies under-19 team. I don't know if it was the under-19 World Cup. I can't remember. That was some time ago. That was in 1988, I believe. And Harold Joseph, the former West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago mystery spinner, was bowling to Brian in the nets, and nobody really read Harold Joseph with that ball that he had that used to go away. And every ball that Brian played, it came off the middle, and Harold was asking, but who is this? Who is this guy? I mean, he has a galvanized bat or something. He can't get past the bat whatsoever.
He soon announced himself to the world, didn't he?
Yes,
Such a tremendous,
style.
yeah.
277, his
First test 100.
And I read that as probably the best I've ever seen him bat, because that bowling attack was a formidable one. McDermott, Shane Warne, and the works, and the man was playing so many shots.
He never looked as if he would get out. The only way he was going to get out was run out.
Yes, and he did get
and he
run
succeeded.
Out. But that was a really, really masterclass in batting.
Athens is going to continue. He's just had his 1 over for 3 runs. Would you believe Archibald is on 41? He's gone big. That's huge. That's a big hit. That's 6 runs. 225 for 9. Archibald is on to 47.
Well, if I tell you this guy can strike the ball, you better believe me, because he did it last week, and there were a lot of fast bowlers, West Indian fast bowlers. There was Shannon Gabriel, there was Jaden Seals, and also Anderson Phillips. And he had them hustling to all parts of the
That's
field
right.
down there. And here he took his time, Colin. He knew that they were losing wickets and probably could get bowled out. When we thought that he should have been hitting the ball much earlier, he really got himself well set, and he's timed it perfectly.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
47, he is off 60, so that's a pretty brisk clip as well.
And let me tell you, he was on about 10 off of 32 balls. He's gone. Oh, he was looking to hit this one somewhere over mid-on, or over long-on, I should say. Played it a little bit too early. Luckily, it didn't go in the air. Back to Athens. He's going to pinch the strike again. Well, just one ball left in the over. And I'm sure...
Well, Durham is doing a pretty good job. Even though he is just on 4, he's...
Oh, yeah,
lent
he's... Well, when you-
admirable support
Of
of
course.
27 deliveries. He's given good support to Archibald.
the partnership with 47. So
That's the biggest.
Durham wouldn't care, because
Well-
he's took 4 out of those 47 in the partnership.
Well, the other biggest partnership was 47 as well, Colin. So the last partnership they have equaled the best partnership they've had throughout the innings,
Yeah.
and looking to go past it as well.
The Windward Islands would be very disappointed in what's happening. They had the Leewards at 179 for 9, and we were all thinking, well, could they get to 200?
Well, 78 overs have been bowled. It's now 5:30. The light is still good.
430. Yes, and he'll take
I'm
it. Take
calling
it.
him.
You need to put back on your glasses.
Yeah. Pass that glasses for me there, please, Colin. I didn't realize I didn't have it on. Sorry if I misled you. Thinking it was 5:30.
And
This is why I want to know how the light is still so good.
Yes, no wonder you said the light is still good.
Okay.
Oh, that's he's swinging right across the line. Well, he sees a vacant area, so don't hold that too much against Archibald, because he sees a vacant area in the square leg position, because the 3 men on the onside is a forward short leg, a mid wicket, and a long on. So he was trying to hit that through the square leg position, didn't make contact.
Well, Windward Islands just waiting for something to happen
Yeah,
instead
it
of
seems-
making it
look,
happen.
Right, they're looking for Archibald really to get himself out by going for a big hit and trying to maybe clear the men at long off or long on and mishitting it.
I would have put the man at short extra cover there, at silly mid off or a silly point, just to put some psychological pressure on him. Look
And
at
that's what he's trying to do, and he's got his 50 with it. This has been an excellent knock from Colin Archibald, because he was looking to play that ball. Denver has come over the wicket, and there's no one at a deep square leg, no one at a deep mid wicket. And what Archibald is trying to do is pull that delivery behind square leg. He tried it a couple balls ago, didn't make contact. This time he makes contact, he goes to 50, he's on 52 from only 66 deliveries. It's 230 for 9, and with that, the 50 partnership is up for the last wicket, the best partnership of the innings so far.
Well, not good tactics here being employed by the Leeward Islands, the Windward Islands, sorry.
Denver is coming back round the wicket.
You've got to have men in the deep. I mean, even though he hits the ball out in the deep, he'd get a single and he would come off strike. That's a good delivery. That turned. But he was right to the pitch and smothered the spin really. Yeah, you have to give him a single, you know. You can't be giving him boundaries like that.
And he picks up another single. Well,
That's 4 runs.
oh my word, he hit that so beautifully. I thought it might have just gone down to long off for a single, and that was a cracking shot from Archibald. The timing of that was exceptional, because when he hit it, there was Ogis diving to his left, missed it. And I thought as he dived to his left, the man at long off just had to go round to his right to collect it. Well, long off was that was Thomas. He was just trotting to retrieve the ball.
Yeah,
234 for 9 at the end of the over. Archibald is on 56. The way he's going, he could get 100.
well, that was great placement as well. Besides the timing, he did place it between the long off and the deep extra cover. There's a man at short extra cover as well, and he had a dive at that, but that was so well struck. Well, are they letting it slip here, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, because they're going to be under tremendous pressure to get these runs as well, Colin.
Yeah.
234 is not an easy target, especially from what we have seen from the Leeward Island Hurricane in the last game they played down at Diego Martin. They have a very, very balanced attack with some good fast bowlers.
Well, I was
and
just...
they're pretty good spinners as well. Well, Hayden Walsh is not here anymore.
Yeah, sorry about that, Anil, to cut into you, but I was just about thinking to myself, they've just got to bring back McSween, and they brought him back into the attack. But you're right. The Leeward Islands bowling attack is a good bowling attack. We saw that at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Loud appeal goes up. Umpire Gustav says not out. Yeah, you talked about Louis, Archibald himself. There's no Berridge because they opted to go for the spinner instead in Durham, who is a left-arm orthodox. No Hayden Walsh, but there's Cornwall. So they've got a good bowling attack, as you rightly pointed out.
Yeah, and they're going to put a lot of pressure on the Windward Islands because they bowled an immaculate line down at the Diego Martin complex in that last game. All the pacers. I'm surprised that they've left out Berridge because I thought that he probably wanted to give him a run.
Well, again, my only conclusion is because of the pitch here. They would have looked at the pitch, maybe think, well, there's some grass rolled into it, but they may feel that it's more suited to the spinner than the quick bowler. But I thought Berridge bowled well in that game against the
he
Red
had
Force.
a pretty good game, and he lent good support as well to the lower order batting. Very nice. Easy sort of evening, Colin. The sun is not very hot. It's the ideal evening to play some small goal football.
And small goal football.
Yeah, could you run a big field now?
Ideal one for looking at it. I'm not sure if I would want to take part.
But you used to play good football, Colin.
Yeah, many moons ago.
You should not have given it up. That's one of the things that keeps me going, really.
So you still do a little small goal.
We play some cricket before, some wind ball cricket on evenings.
Right.
And after that, we run a little small goal.
That's good. Yeah,
it really keeps me in good form.
The Queen's Park 8-a-side tournament is starting sometime after the CPL. Ooh. That's a good stop. That's an excellent stop from McSween. Just rebounded out of his hand and went towards mid-on.
What a shot. That would have travelled all the way mid-on, and mid-off would not have had a chance. Good straight drive here from Durham. He doesn't look like a number 11.
I think
he's a big guy, a very
very
big guy.
capable, hasn't he?
He's a spinner, you said?
Yeah.
Wow. He has the size of a fast bowler. Yeah, he looks fairly competent with the bat as well. I like that shot previously, that straight drive. If that had only passed the bowler, it would have gone all the way for 4. It was so well timed. It's a big guy, Durham. Have a look at him here. He should be bowling at least 147 kilometers an hour. McSween still has a chance to pick up a 5-er here. He's still on 4 wickets. He's been so for a long while. This is over number 20 for him. And this is driven on the onside to mid-on. It was an over-pitch delivery, but Durham just couldn't get it away. End of the over there, and the end of that over, that's over number 80. The Leeward Island Hurricanes are 234 for 9. Archibald is on 56 and Durham is on 4. So this pair has produced the biggest partnership so far in the innings.
Denver is going to continue. He's 2 for 67 from 21 overs.
And this,
That's a big hit again. This man is a powerful man, isn't he? Colin Archibald.
Wow.
Denver stands there, hands on hips. He can't believe what's happening. See, Dennis Smith, the wicketkeeper, is going to have a word with him. But that cleared the man at long on very comfortably indeed.
By a long way. It went a couple rows up the stand there, and that stand to our left. That's the CL stand to our left there. It's a big hit there by Archibald. He now moves to 62. And Denver is now coming under the gun, really.
Yes, now 240 for 9.
Wow.
So the 61 partnerships so far, and Durham has 4.
Checking the shot this time. He was looking to go again.
That's right.
He realized that it was dropping way in front of him, and he just checked the shot, opened the face. Good smart batting. If Hamilton had done that to a similar delivery, he probably would have been on 100 by now. Jama Hamilton. Short. Backs away, looking to punch it and beat the man at short extra cover, but a good diving stop.
Yeah, he's looking to give himself some room here. But
they have now got some men on the deep. There's a deep extra cover, there's a long off, a long on, and there's a square leg on the boundary.
They still got a forward short leg, very interestingly. And he smashes that one. This time to mid-wicket. That's 4 runs. A short delivery from Denver. I think Denver is very much now. He's just not settled at Denver. He's being roughed up here by Archibald. And it's a situation where he's lost it for a little while. He's just not concentrating. He's bowling short deliveries. When he pitches it up, he's realizing that ball goes to the boundary or over the boundary, beyond the boundary. And so he tries to hold it back. And in so doing, pitches it short. And then he goes over the deep mid-wicket position for 4. 66 to Archibald.
That was a rank long hop, to be honest. It was very, very short, and Denver had all the time in the world. He got on the back foot. He picked his spot because there's a square leg on the boundary and a long on.
But there was no mid-wicket.
No mid-wicket, and that's exactly where he went. Not a short delivery. Just gets inside the wicket and turns it on the onside. No run there.
He looks a completely different player to what we've seen in Diego Martin, Archibald. A completely different batsman. We all know he can hit the ball, but I think here it's been a measured innings by him. It's the end of the over from Denver, 244 for 9. Archibald is on 66 and Durham is on 4. The partnership so far for this last wicket with 65.
Wow. And not forgetting as well, Colin, Archibald picked up 4 wickets for 27 runs against the Red Force down at Diego Martin. So he's a pretty handy all-rounder. He's a left-arm medium-fast bowler. And as well as Jeremiah, Louis had bowled that day down Diego Martin, where he as well picked up 4 and removed the first 3 batsmen for Ducks. Archibald ended up with the better figures because Louis ended up with 4 for 32, while Archibald had 4 for 27 in that game. So he's moved to 66, Archibald. Quick time of 74 deliveries. 244 for 9 the Leeward Islands. And this is a good fight back here. Remember, they were 179 for 9. So that's 87 runs. This 87 is it? That 44, 65 runs this pair have put on so far. That's extremely good going. little lull in proceedings here. Don't know what is the problem, but the third umpire is coming onto the field. I suspect that the ball probably has to be looked at. I don't know if they have called for a change in the ball or if anything is wrong with the ball. Well, he didn't come out with extra balls, did he? Nope. Well, is it the new ball? Obviously, it has to be the new ball because it is due. Colin, the new ball is due, and they have called for the new ball.
Well, they've got to try something because this thing is just getting out of hand.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can't allow number 10 and 11 to take
it's
control of the game.
It's Archibald. It's his first half century at this level. I mean, and he's looked so comfortable. Durham is not being troubled. The partnership is worth 65, so you've got to do something.
Oh.
And immediately, you've got to attack the stumps. Got to attack the stumps. You got to make Durham play.
Well, you see a difference immediately in that delivery. It bounced a lot more than all the other deliveries we have seen for probably the last hour. And it did move as well. Beat the outside edge. So McSween coming from the southern end for the first time. Oh, and another good delivery. That's well left this time.
Yeah, give him the benefit of the doubt. He seemed to be going and play at it, and then maybe at the last minute played inside the line. Still got, 7 overs after this left in the day's play? Oh, sorry, 8 overs left in the day's play. Just 3 deliveries remaining in this over from McSween. And after this, there'll be 8 overs left, if light permits.
It would have been interesting had the Windward Islands bowled out the Leewards. Ooh, and that was a better length delivery. Durham this time was tempted to go for the drive. It moved appreciably away from him, beating the outside edge again, Colin.
Yeah, Durham looking to drive expansively. See, Archibald has gone to have a word with him. He's probably telling him, listen, just take your time.
Yeah, it would have been interesting had the Leeward Islands been shut out and the Windwards had to bat any time this evening. What would have been possible there, Colin?
It would have been very interesting indeed, as you rightly pointed out. He's getting some movement, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's a new cherry.
And pitching.
But he was always moving the ball.
That's right.
Throughout the entire day's play, he was moving the ball. That's why he picked up 4 wickets. I thought he moved the ball more than any of the quick bowlers. It's a very nice cool afternoon in the city of Port of Spain. Very cool.
Got some bat onto that. But there is a man at fine leg in Josh Thomas. And they just pick up a single. So 1 more to the total. It's the end of the over. So it means Durham has really pinched the strike. He's on 5. And I would expect Thomas would pick up the attack. Josh Thomas from the Willie Rodriguez end. And he hasn't picked up a wicket yet for the afternoon, or for the day, sorry. Thomas, McSween, the pick of the bowlers, getting 4. Denver, 2. Martin, 1. Actually, Thomas did take the wicket of Jeremiah Louis when he went caught a brilliant catch by Devon Smith at slip. Sure you remember that, Anil?
Yeah, great catch.
It was a really good catch, and that's the only wicket Josh Thomas has picked up so far, 1 for 36 from his 12 overs.
Well, it would be interesting here now, calling in that the new ball has been taken. I'm sure that Archibald is aware of the fact that his partner Durham could possibly get out at any time with the new ball because it is moving around. He missed all the deliveries he faced in the last over, So he might want to up his game here as well. He might probably change tactics and go on all-out attack as well, because the ball would be coming on. And we have seen that he can hit the quick bowlers as well. He had the 3 West Indian fast bowlers on the really scampering down at the Martin there with some really huge hits.
I'm a little surprised they took that single off the last ball. It gives me the impression that maybe Archibald wasn't counting, but it was the last ball, and they went through for the single with Durham. Or maybe at 244 for 9 or 245 for 9, they feel comfortable with that type of score.
But I still would not have taken the single if I were Archibald.
Agreed.
And, I think I want to believe that he's going to go after the bowling at full pelt, because he's with the number 11. I think the number 11 has done a magnificent job, because they have put on almost 60 already for that last wicket partnership.
Almost 60? They've gone
just
past
over
60.
it. Just over it.
66.
Okay.
And the thing is, Durham, he's been there for 42 deliveries. He's faced, make that 43 deliveries he's faced for his 5. So he's added, when you think of it, he's done really well in partnering Archibald and sticking around with him.
Very sensible batting indeed. He knows what he's about and what he wants to do out there. It appears as though that they want to take it as far as they could, probably looking to bat out the evening, Colin. A few more overs remaining in the day's play. Oh, that's poorly lined. That's a good take down the leg side.
Yeah, but badly lined by Josh Thomas. When you're bowling to number 11, you got to bowl that ball on the stumps. Make him play.
Yeah, you got to make the batsman play. I mean, he's got to have some technical deficiencies if you're batting at number 11.
And it's up to the bowlers to exploit that. But you can't exploit it if you're going to be bowling outside the line of the leg stump.
What about the number 11 we used to have here at the club back in the 80s, Colin? He used to be shuffling outside leg stump, Mr. G. Mahabir.
My word. He boasts and bragged to me that he made me get 100 against Harvard one year. I was really nervous. He came into bat and had about 80. And I begged him. I said, just play defensively. Okay, just play defensively. Well, he did. I got to 107 and then I got out. And he said to me, he said, you couldn't stay with me? I tell you, what a character.
Well, I'll tell you another one in a while.
Oh, that's right through him, not out.
That didn't touch anything?
Well, what happened there?
Probably touched the pad, but it wasn't taken. The catch was not taken.
Well,
yeah,
let's have a look at it.
Look here.
Yeah. That's very interesting. It was right through him.
Are you certain? Oh, yeah.
The top of the thigh pad or something?
Yeah,
or
the back leg.
the
It
back
appeared
leg?
to have brushed the trousers on the way through. Yeah, I want to get back at the time we were playing in Jamaica. In Jamaica against Michael Holden, Courtney Walsh, Patrick Patterson.
Did he not fall sick for that game?
Well, we came down to the last pair at the wicket when Mr. Mahabir was the one who walked in through the wicket. And he was standing at the non-strikers and in a manner as though he gave you the impression that he was not going to move from there. And Patterson was on the ball, and I thought the batsman, I think it was Ranji Nanan was there. And he clipped the ball down to fine leg, and he immediately started to trot for the single, because, down to fine leg is the safest, surest single in the game.
You could get an easier single than that.
And Randy had reached half pitch, and to his amazement, he saw Ganesh standing in non-strikers and with his hand up in the air, stopping him and telling him, no, stay. And Randy was asking him, how no? I say, easy single. He said, that man down there got a good arm, you know.
I'm not surprised.
He wasn't going on strike for anything in the world.
For sure. Well, it's going to be McSween. He's going to continue. 246 for 9. Preston McSween 4 for 57 from 21 overs, looking for his fifer. I think if he does get it, it will be certainly well deserved. He's bowled well. Archibald looks very comfortable.
Well, he's surprising me, Colin. I thought that he was going to go after the new ball. It's coming on. He likes it coming on. He's got the number 11 with him, but the number 11 has done a fantastic job.
He's really done a
So
good job.
are you telling me he's looking at 100, Colin?
Well, I don't know. Why not?
Well, why not? Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
He's
Why
on
not?
66, 34 more if Durham can stay with him.
Well, I said the same thing when Karaya came out. Oh,
No, he's
that's
from the
it,
gap.
yeah.
He's going to pick up. Is he going to come back for the second? Yes, they're
Yeah,
going to hustle back for the second. So he's found the gap, which was important. So he's picked up 2 more. He goes to 68. And the total now on to 249. Sorry, 248 for 9. Partnership with 69.
Yeah, get back to that game at Diego Martin when TNT Red Force came out the last day. They had 4 wickets. There was no way they were going to get 300 and change runs more to win the match. And everyone thought it would have been over in a
Within
matter
an
of
hour,
time, that
yeah.
we were not going to probably get past the first hour. Oh, that's
Oh,
a
he's
good
trying the
shot.
gap again in the air, but away from the man at mid-on and to the right of the man at mid-wicket, to the left of the man at mid-on and into the boundary for 4. What a knock this has been. He's on 72 from 77 deliveries. This is a man who has come in to bat with the Leeward Islands struggling. And this has been a super partnership with 73.
Well, even though that shot was in the air for a while, Colin, it was well placed and it was well controlled, and he's playing the appropriate shots. That ball was going more to leg, and he decided to go to the leg side. The ball's on the offside, he's playing on the offside, so he's playing the appropriate shots.
Oh, that's a good shot. That's a beauty.
Look at that.
He's hit it straight back over the bowler's head. And that's 4 runs to him. I thought for 1 minute it would have carried for a 6. But he hit it sweetly and he hit it straight. That was the beauty about it. He didn't go across the line. He hit it straight back over McSween's head. This is a man batting at number 10. Maxine will know about this because he got 86 against Guyana coming in at number 10 and propelled the Windward Islands to 336 when they were struggling.
Well, I just want to get back to that game when TNT started the last day and they had 4 wickets to get 300 and odd runs. Yannick Karaya was on 36 not out. And I was saying, because I know his capability and his temperament, I was saying if he gets the support from the other end, I wouldn't be too surprised if he reaches 3 figures.
Yeah.
And he did exactly
He did it,
that.
yeah.
Now,
Batted well.
This is a far different Karaya. This guy has come in at number 10. And he came in with the score on 179 for 9. Okay, he's on 76 not out, and the score is now 256. So if he should go on to get 100 here, Colin, not more in the game would surprise me.
Oh, that's a big hit as well. 4 more. He's roughing up Preston McSween. This man is now on 80. The total is 260 for 9.
Wow. What amazing cricket we are seeing here at the Queen's Park Oval from Colin Archibald. Simply magnificent. Number 10 batsman batting as though he's been there all morning, and he was started at number 4. So he's now taken the total to 260, almost all by himself. Just 5 runs contributed from Durham here. So the score is 260 for 9. And I should remind you again, the last wicket fell at the score on 179. So that's 81 they have added so far. And Durham's contribution is a mere 5 runs. So the Volcanoes coming under a lot of pressure here, especially when it comes from a number 10 and a number 11. Well, McSween has come off the ball, and it is going to be Thomas, Josh Thomas. He had 12 overs, had one for 36, I thought. Yes, one for 37 now. No, he had 13 overs, one for 37. He's now in his 14th over. They have the number 11 on strike, Durham. Two slip, a gully. Short, pulled.
Just a single,
And
and that's exactly what Archibald would have wanted, because he was wanting to get back on strike. Partnership now 82. 261 for 9. And brings, look at that, 80 now from 80 deliveries. There was a time he was just playing for, you remember he was batting with Jeremiah Louis,
Yeah,
and he was just playing for Louis.
because Louis was hitting the ball.
That's right.
Right, and then suddenly we saw that he could hit the ball as well.
5.4 overs remaining in the day's play.
This has been a very fine innings indeed. He's not taking a lot of chances. The ball that he's been balls that he's been hitting.
Oh, that's a over the top.
Goodness me.
That's gone for 6.
Goodness me. Over straightish extra cover off the fast bowler on the up. Colin Archibald has really lit up a dull evening here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a bit hazy, but the fireworks are certainly
Tell
coming
you.
from Archibald's bat.
He is on 86 now. And you were thinking, is he thinking of 100?
Well, I just asked the question, and and he was.
I think you asked the question about 20 runs ago, right?
Yes, about 20 runs ago.
And
he
within
was
the
on
space
six-
of
yeah.
about 7-8 balls, he's
Well,
gone from
goodness.
66 to
Wow,
86.
does this game have glorious uncertainties or what?
No ball. So he's hit it in the air, but it's a no ball, so they're going to come back for the second. No.
Nope.
They're just going to take a single.
That should have been 2. He would have been back on strike. He still got 2 to 3 deliveries, I believe, in the over. Yeah, 3 deliveries.
But he goes to 87.
That was an easy 2 there, Colin. Can't understand why he didn't take
I
it.
don't think they were looking for 2 when he played the ball.
Why not? I mean, it's just the 3rd ball in the over, and it was a no ball as well.
Well, he's on 87, but he's at the non-striker's end. The partnership now worth 90 runs.
And his strike rate is over 100. Well, have a
And
look
that's
at
4
this.
runs. So
Right.
Durham has now joined in the fun. It was that's gone for 6. Well,
Yes.
when he hit it, I didn't think it had gone all the way. And umpire Blaze was just checking with the square leg umpire in Gustav, and it had gone for 6. Well,
This man certainly does not look, I said it before, he does not look like a number 11 batsman.
this,
He's got tremendous power as well. He's a very big guy, and that
Yes.
traveled all the way to backward square leg for 6.
partnership now with 96. This partnership has turned this game today, because the Windward Islands was dominating proceedings, and within the last hour, it has all turned. This is bad line from Thomas. He's lining that ball just outside the leg stump, and it gives Durham the easy opportunities just to turn it to leg. So 1 more to the total. Durham is on 13. Went from 6 to 13 with 2 shots.
Well, even though they struggled for most of the innings, Colin, 155 for 6, you know, they kept very, very positive indeed. They kept very positive. And they had a pretty good strike rate as well. Oh, he goes for a big one again, but it's
just gonna
skirts
get a
out to
single.
the onside.
Yeah. He came into bat with a total on 167.
Yeah,
So
that's
he's
right.
there. He is there, adding 110 runs. Colin Archibald.
He's
But
got
it's the end of
88
the over.
them.
He's got a strike, so he goes to 88 now. It's 277 for 9.
Total domination by Colin Archibald. 88 off that 110 goes to him, Colin, and came off 83 deliveries. So he's striking at more than 100 runs, a strike rate of more than 100.
This is really an incredible innings.
Yeah, if I didn't see it, I wouldn't have believed that. He's taken number 11, and he's making the number 11 batsman as well look good. I mean, he's playing some good shots. He's good in defense, and he's picking the right deliveries.
Very true. Very, very true. This is McSween. Archibald has a wild swing at that. Wasn't the delivery for that type of shot? It was short, it was outside the line of the off stump, and it was moving away from Archibald, and he was just having a swing at that. Could have ended up anywhere if he got bat onto that.
And that's the first delivery I've seen him play a very inappropriate shot. He's been playing the ball on merits all the time, but that was a wild pull long to mid-wicket. The ball was way outside off stump. McSween, you've got your chance to get a fiver. Come on.
Oh, that's a bad delivery. Gets away with it. Umpire didn't signal a wide, but probably looking for a little bit more pace was McSween, but went wide of the off stump, too wide, and even Archibald couldn't reach it. 277 for 9. And this is now a very formidable total, isn't it?
Yes, it's a good total, especially with the bowling attack they've got.
Yeah, I shouldn't use the word formidable, but you're right. It's a very good total.
Well, they would be without Hayden Walsh, but he wasn't getting a lot of wickets as well in the tournament. He had just the one wicket down at Diego Martin in the last game, wasn't that so, Colin?
He picked up.
So he got one in the first innings.
Yeah, he got.
I don't think he got a lot in the second innings. And he is not here for this game because he has travelled with the West Indies senior team to the Netherlands. So they would have the main specialist spinner in Rakeem Cornwall, who had an impressive game with the ball. He didn't bat as well as he can. Wow, this is struck down to third man. Had a big go at that one. That should have been two as well.
Well, he's just picked up the single. Yeah, Walsh got one wicket in the first innings and one wicket in the second innings.
Yeah.
So he just picked up 2 wickets in that game against the Red Force.
I thought he bowled too quickly in that match, Colin.
He was very flat and pushing the ball through. Yeah.
Flat and quick. When he should have been flighting and spinning the ball, it was a big ground. Could have picked up a couple more wickets. Current run rate 3.25.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
From it's been 2.3, 2.6, 2.7 all day long.
Well, the runs have really come in the last hour, especially with the new ball as well.
Well, that's the gamble you take when you take the new ball. But in fairness, these guys haven't bowled well. They haven't bowled the new ball well at all.
No, they were much better with the first new ball when the inning started. Bit of tiredness showing now on the quickies. McSween, he's in his 23rd over, so he would be a fairly tired man. Not too sure as to how long again the umpire would want to go, Colin. The light is beginning to fade slightly.
You gonna get Archibald off that pitch? Is he gonna go anywhere? He's staying to get 100.
Okay.
No matter what sort of light.
Doesn't make sense he comes back out in the morning to do that. I mean, he's well set.
He's gonna try and get. We've got 4 overs left in the day's play, and he's gonna try and get that within those 4 overs. Whether the 4 overs, the light will remain good enough with these fast bowlers on. But so far, it's looking okay.
Yeah,
it's looking like it will last.
Even though it's an overcast sky, it's not heavy overcast, a bit of light overcast, sort of a greyish, not dark grey clouds. Very hazy evening it is here. Colin, if he should get this 100, this would be one of the most amazing 100s I've seen in the regional tournament.
No doubt.
Yeah, and
This is a man who hasn't even had a half century at this level.
yeah, and he didn't give any chances, did he? I can't recall him giving any chances.
I can't recall that myself, that he gave any chance. The field is well spread now.
Wow.
And that's going through the cover region. Is it going to hit the boundary rope? No. But they're going to come back for 2. He's into the 90s now, Archibald. He's on 90 exact, or 91, should I say. He's into the 90s, so he goes to 91, 284.9. A partnership, last wicket partnership so far of 101. Well.
And Archibald has got 91. Whoa. After such good cricket that they played for most of the day.
They must be very disappointed, aren't they?
Yeah, that would be very disappointing for the Volcanoes.
Picks up a single.
And he's not bothered that he's now gone into the 90s. He's batting as freely as he did for the entire innings.
I think
So that shows you confidence as well.
The Volcanoes, Anil, I think they just give me the impression that they want to get off the field as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they would at this time because things have really turned around here in the last hour. Since the number 11 came out at 179 for 9, you thought that you would see probably a good bit of batting from the Volcanoes. But they're still out there on the field. Trailing the game by now, you would want to think. 281 is a pretty good score. Short, looks to play the pull shot, takes it on the body, trickles out to the man at gully. Yeah, they would be trailing the game now, Colin. Certainly, because they were very much in the driver's seat in the earlier part. I mean, with scores at 72 for 4, 158 for 7, 179 for 9. You thought they would have been off the field ages ago. Josh Thomas, short down the leg side and allowed to go by. Good evasive action as well from Durham. Shouldered arms very high up, and that ball passed close to his body, but he was swiveling in the wicket and allowing it to go down the leg side. This man looks like a very accomplished batsman, Colin.
Yes, he does. He looks very capable, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he picks up a single there. It's 282 for 9. Brings Archibald. One delivery left in this over. Archibald is on 92. He needs to get at least a single to keep the strike. He's just 8 runs away from what would be a magnificent 100. Who would have thought Colin Archibald, coming in at number 10, can get 100? With a total on 100, and when he came into bat, the total was on 100 and
167.
Yeah, 167 for 8 when he came in.
Yeah.
And one thought, well, if they get to 200, they would do well. He's going to pick up a single. He's playing a shorter ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
He stopped forward defensive and shots like that. So he goes now to 93, 283 for 9. And he has strike. Is McSween going to continue? That's the big question. Of course, they're missing Martin, who came off the field. Darius Martin came off the field, and with him coming off the field, they are now a bowler short, and it's really telling because Thomas and McSween, they are really just hoping that Archibald makes a mistake. because they've lost their line. You look at McSwee now, he's bowling wide of that off stump, needs to bowl on the stumps. He needs to look to hit that top of off stump. That's a cracking shot. He's just going to get a single, is it? Or they're going to come back for two? Yes, they're going to come back for two because the man out in the deep had to run about 8 meters or so to his left. Archibald is on 95. 285 for 9. What an innings this has been.
And the partnership now is 106. This has to be some sort of record at the regional level for the 10th wicket partnership, Colin.
Yeah, I know it's the highest for the Leeward Islands against the touring. They had 94 against the touring Australians many years ago.
Well,
that's 4 runs, is it? Nope. A man is out down at third man. He got the outside edge, and everything is going right for him because it could so easily have gone into the hands of the man at first slip. It did not. It went to Athenaeus down at third man, and they pick up a single. He goes to 96, is it?
Yep.
Total on to 286 for 9.
And he is sending us back into the record books, Colin, to see the highest 10th wicket partnership at the regional level.
It's now this partnership now with 107.
Wow. I don't know if anyone has scored 100 and more partnership at the regional level for the 10th wicket. If they did, I've never heard about it.
In the meantime, Durham is leaving alone and playing correct. And Archibald must be saying at the other end, just get a single. I want to get back and strike.
Well, nothing gets you more angry than this. You can't get out the number 10 and number 11.
Especially taking the new ball. The new ball was taken after 81.1 overs. Now we are into 87.3 overs. Still not going to get a single. So Archibald may very well have to wait until the next over. The light is still good. I think they can go on for maybe another 10 minutes. So he's got 10 minutes in which to get another 4 runs.
Well, you said it.
Sorry?
You said it that you don't think that any of the batsmen are going to ask for lights.
No, that's not.
And
well, they've only got 3.3 overs left. Is it? Let's see. No, 2.2 overs left, Anil, after this. So can't see them coming off before those 2.2 overs have been bowled.
Well, why should he? He's on 96. He's well set. He's seen the ball. Even though it's late evening, I'm not going to come off there. If you come back tomorrow, you got to get yourself all set again. You got to get your eyes in.
Well, one delivery left for Durham to survive.
Well, let's hope that Archibald doesn't take the single from a Leeward Islands point of view, and for his personal milestone as well. Some sort of record he'd be creating here, number 10 scoring 100 as well. Oh, that's a good take. Picked up the line very early indeed. The wicket keeper was moving very early.
Yeah, I thought Maxine trying to bowl a little quicker there, lost his line. So 2 overs left in the day's play, 286 for 9. The Leeward Islands. Archibald is on 96 not out. He has strike. The big question is, can he get his 100?
We don't have too long to wait again, Colin. Just the 2 overs remain in the day's play. Man is on 99, Colin Archibald, of 92 deliveries as well. Durham is on 14 of 60 deliveries.
Look at the contrast there. 96 off of 92 deliveries, 14 off of 60. And it's going to be Josh Thomas. He's going to continue. And he's bowling to Colin Archibald. far too wide of the off stump. Not too sure what Thomas was trying there. It's almost as if he's trying to hide the ball. Thomas making his way back to the top of his mark, knowing that any sort of loose delivery can see Archibald getting to 100. He has a wild swing of that. That's a good take by Smith. Head was in the air. Colin Archibald. He was looking where he should have deposited that. And his head was in the air. Luckily for him, didn't get the edge.
Well, that was a wild swing he had at that one there.
But he obviously, Anil, wants to get to that 100 in one shot. Not going to work it around the field and pick up a single or two. He wants that one shot to get the 100.
Well, that was a wild swing. His head was all over the place.
Yeah. And then, of course, there are only 10 deliveries left in the day's play. They're going to hustle for two. I think they are. They've gone for one. He's turned for the second, and they get it easily. Goes to 98. Archibald.
No. Well, let's just
and overthrow, so he goes to 99. That's poor cricket.
I didn't think he probably would have taken that single there to be off the strike call, and he was a 98.
I agree with you. I wouldn't have taken it.
It's only he to be blamed if his partner is to get out here.
So he's on 99 now. 290 because that was also a no ball. So 290 for 9 brings Durham into strike. And the field closes in. Let's see what Thomas is going to produce. He's got to take it up to Durham, somewhere off stump.
Oh, that's a good leave.
Yep.
It's a good delivery as well.
Very good delivery. 1.3 overs left.
Came in with the angle and just straightened on pitching. He was almost tempted to play a shot there.
Yeah, he was. But and he's going to obviously, if I was Archibald, I would ask him to please let's look for the single, not to just leave all these next 3 deliveries.
Well, Archibald should not have taken that last run with the overthrow in the first place. He would have been on strike. He would have been on 98, and even if he got a single in the last delivery, he would have been on strike still. Oh. He's batting pretty good. I think that Archibald has confidence in him now because he has faced 62 deliveries and he hasn't even come close to getting out. So why not let him face?
Yeah, well, as you rightly said, it's a chance because if Durham gets out now, Archibald will be left stranded on 99, not out. And he may never know whenever he will get the chance again to get to 100.
Well, the way he's batting, he can probably score a few hundreds. Ooh,
that's a very good take from Dennis Smith. It was wide of the leg stump, and he was diving across to his right. Really did well.
It was quickish as well. He had to get on there in a hurry.
Who would have thought this? 290 for 9, just 10 runs away from 300 when they were 168, 167 for 8, 179 for 9. Thomas.
Well, they say it's a game of glorious uncertainties.
Not sure how to describe this one. Number 10, Colin Archibald, 99 not out.
This is mind-boggling.
Together with Daniel Durham, our last wicket partnership so far of 111. Oh, they're going to run. Now, again, that was the final delivery of the over.
What am I seeing here?
That to me is just... Oh, a no ball. Well, he's bowled a no ball. So, they've got a reprieve. So, Archibald heard the no ball.
Well, okay.
And called him for the single. That's okay.
Okay.
Because he's now got a ball in which to score the run to get to his 100.
Well, I wonder if he heard the no ball. He had to.
The question is, the field, he's got a single almost anywhere on the leg side.
Well, he just has to make contact here.
So Colin Archibald, 99 not out, batting at number 10 for the Leewards. It's in the air and it goes down to long on. That's 100 for Colin Archibald. What a knock. What a knock from this man. 103 not out. It was in the air but away from Josh Thomas and went down towards long on. There was no one down there. And what an innings. A fabulous innings from this man. 103 not out off of 96 deliveries. It's 296 now for 9. A total maybe about an hour and a half ago when no one in this ground except Colin Archibald would have thought they would have got close. What an innings from this man. He's being given handshakes all around by the Leewards, by the Windward Islands players. But I tell you, that has been an absolutely superb knock from this man.
Wow, that has been one of the most fantastic hundreds I've seen at the regional level, Colin. We have seen a lot of hundreds. That is almost unbelievable. I mean, the guy came in at number 10. He came in with the score at 167 for 8. And together with the final batsman, Durham, they've now reached 296 and he has scored 100. He's on 103 not out.
Well, there they go through for a quick single. There's the partnership now, 118. And that score is a very, very respectable score now at 296 for 9. And it's going to take some batting by the Windward Islands to get to that let's say 300, to get to 300.
That's runs already made. So the Windward Islands, they are now up against it when they had been at the better end of the play so far in the day. But the last hour and a half, Colin, things have really turned around for them.
It's cutting that one down to third man. I think the Windward Islands players now look a beaten bunch, don't they? They just probably just can't wait to come off the field. They've got four deliveries in which to endure still.
I think they're more demoralized than tired, really. There would be tiredness, but I think this partnership has really demoralized them.
And it's probably just as well, Anil, that they're going to come off and start fresh again tomorrow. Because if they had to go back in and bat this afternoon, it could have been very demoralizing, further demoralizing for them.
Oh, that's a good bouncer there.
It's an excellent bouncer.
Had to take evasive action at the last moment, Durham.
Yeah, he was looking to hook at first, and then he saw it just climbing at him. That's a good delivery from Preston McSween. When you think of it, after 89.3 overs to produce something like that, that's not bad.
It's a good thing he didn't go through with that hook shot. Probably would have been knocked down. Because that pass just at the side of the helmet when he was moving away. So we are in the final over. McSween. Oh my goodness.
That's gone for 4 leg byes. No, it's going to be stopped by Thomas. So they're going to come back for 2.
Well, that was a wayward
Signal
delivery.
byes. So didn't even touch the
A very wayward
legs
delivery.
of the batsman. Wayward delivery, you're right.
Luckily
But more importantly, Anil, this 300 is up, 300 for 9.
Well. Luckily the keeper got a glove to it because that would have run down to a very fine leg for 4 days. A man at fine leg, but he wasn't going to stop that. So the keeper did save 2 byes.
I must admit, I keep admiring Durham because he's leaving alone deliveries. He still hasn't really played any attacking shots to say, well, he wants to get into the action. But look at that score,
But
300 for 9.
Most of the deliveries that he has left alone, a lot of number 11 batsmen would have been playing with that and they would have been out ages ago.
Final delivery of the first day's play here at the Queen's Park Oval between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. Leeward Islands winning the toss, and at one time they were 179 for 9. They are now 300 for 9. And it's all due to the man at the non-strikers end, Colin Archibald. He's taken off his gloves because he knows this is the last delivery, unless, of course, it's a no ball or a wide. And he's done his job here. It's 104 not out from 97 deliveries. What an innings. But ably supported by Durham, Daniel Durham, who's on 16 from 68 deliveries and a partnership worth 121. Durham works this delivery down to the deep square leg position. They go through for an easy single. It's the end of the day's play here, a day that eventually belonged to the Leeward Islands. It was dominated the early part by Windward Islands, and then all of a sudden a man by the name of Colin Archibald came into bat at number 10, and he played a spanking innings of 104 not out from 97 deliveries, ably supported by Daniel Durham, 17 not out from 69 deliveries. They put on a partnership so far, it hasn't ended yet, of 122. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Hodge, LBW Martin 14, Powell run out for 19, Ross Powell, Bowle McSween 9, Thomas, Bowle McSween 25, Jangu, Court Smith, Bowle Denver 2, Hamilton, Court Ogis, Bowle Denver 52, Ward, LBW McSween 30, Cornwall, Court Hodge, Bowle McSween for 1, Jeremiah Louis, he went Court Smith, Bowle Thomas for 10, but look at that, number 10, Colin Archibald, not out on 104, Daniel Durham, not out on 17. There were 18 extras, 301 for 9. A magnificent batting performance at the end by Archibald and Durham. Let's look at the bowling figures. McSween, he had 25 overs, 4 for 78. He was the pick of the bowlers. Martin, he came off injured. 12 overs, 1 for 22. Denver, he had 22 overs, 2 for 78. Thomas, 16 overs, 1 for 69. Hodge, he had 13 overs, none for 39. And Athenaeus, 2 overs, none for 10. Looks at those fall of the wickets. 1 for 20, 2 for 38, 64 for 3, 71 for 4, 107 for 5. The Leewards were in all sorts of trouble. 154 for 6, 157 for 7, 166 for 8. And there it was, 178 for 9. And they've closed the day on 301 for 9. A day at the end of it, Anil, that belonged to the Leeward Islands, no doubt about it.
An amazing day's cricket, Colin. I mean, that was an extraordinary 100 we saw there from Archibald. When you got a guy coming in at number 10 in the squad, 179 for 9, and he goes on to hit 104 not out and takes the total just over 300, it has to be amazing cricket. And for most of the day, the Windward Islands, they were on top in the game, only for this guy to walk out at number 10 and turn the game on its head. And Leeward Islands have now finished in a very, very strong position here. So tough luck to Windward Islands. Tomorrow is another day, and let's hope the cricket is as good as it was today.
Well, let's hope so. So 301 for 9, the Leeward Islands. The highlight of the day, 104 not out by Colin Archibald. As far as the Windward Islands were concerned, 4 for 78 from Preston McSween. But in the end, this day was Colin Archibald's day. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's day 1 of round 4 in the West Indies Championships. The Leeward Islands, 301 for 9 as we close today. So until tomorrow, when we'll be back from more commentary on the second day, it's goodbye from all of us here until tomorrow at the Queen's Park Oval.